All right, guys. Wow, thanks for coming in nice and early. Glad everyone's here. The official opening remarks will take place right after Kiara's presentation. All of you, did everyone get a Jade wallet in your gift bag? Everyone got one? All right. Kiara's going to talk about the Jade wallet, going to talk about a little bit about Blockstream, and a bunch of you picked up this book. How many of you don't have this book? All right. We may be able to take care of that. So Kiara is also the author of this book. She'll talk about that as well. All right. I'm going to give it off to Kiara, and go for it.
Okay, now it's good? Okay, cool. So, hey, my name's Kiara. Thanks for the intro tone. Yeah, you guys all got Jade wallets. How many of you have used hardware wallets before this, or before the Jade? So basically everybody? That's awesome. Okay, great. And how many of you guys have already read my book? I know there's a few people who have come up to me. Awesome, thank you. Okay, cool. So everyone else, I'll give you a copy. Yeah, so I'm gonna do, because this format is like not really workshop appropriate, if anyone wants to do like, like a Jade tutorial, like more on hands, we can do that afterwards. I'll be around. So, a little bit about me. So again, Kiara, you can follow me on Twitter. I never tweet though, so maybe I should fix that. I am the research communicator at Blockstream. I've been working there for like 5 years. I've done sysadmin work, I've done DevOps work, I was an engineering intern, so now I'm doing research communication because that's what my passion is. So I wrote this book called Bitcoin Clarity back in 2019 before all the COVID stuff happened. Really, if you're familiar with Blockstream at all, Blockstream is like very cypherpunk, like very fun company to work at. It's awesome. So when you work with a lot of the core devs and stuff like this, I realized that there was a disconnect between the way that most people were talking about Bitcoin and the way that cryptographers were. So you got something for me? I can also hold the mic? Okay, no worries. Yeah, that's fine. So my goal with the book was to explain Bitcoin with mental models without people having to learn how to code, because I tried that, trust me, it's not the path you want to go down. I'm still anyway, I won't go further on that. But yeah, so if you can understand Bitcoin as a system, I think that's really my goal, is to help you do that. So this particular image here is about decentralization. And I've had a number of auxiliary conversations at this conference about how people don't understand decentralization anymore. Not the subject of my talk now, but basically what I'm trying to show you is how I present those mental models, right? It's in the minimum amount of information, how can I get you to understand what is the value of decentralization? Here what I'm showing is Bitcoin is a system. And in that system, you have Bitcoins at the lowest levels, which are UTXOs. UTXOs are transferred inside of transactions. Transactions are stored in blocks that are regulated by the system of full nodes and miners. Okay, and that whole thing produces what we call the blockchain. There's a whole bunch of questions that this doesn't answer, why are there blocks, things that should be obvious. But really the point is, why do we want decentralization? It's because we want censorship resistance. And a whole other topic for another time, but I just kind of wanted to give you an idea of the contents of the book that I'm giving you. This is another mental model that I try to give people is at the time that I wrote this, a lot of people were trying to explain really complicated, what is asymmetric cryptography. It's not that hard, right? All it is, if you have any familiarity with a lock, and a lock typically has just one key, right? And the function is you can turn it one way to lock it and another way to unlock it. Imagine if you split that function into two keys. Now you have one key to lock and one key to unlock. And that's how the encryption mechanism works, is you have two keys, one key to lock and one key to unlock. And then I go down, because my goal is really to get you to understand UTXOs, because then it's mind-blowing. You can really understand a lot once you get to that point. I show what it looks at the level of data. So yeah, that's a little bit about the book. Separately, I'm also working on this other project. I'm editing a book. I think we're going to call it Codex 32, or if anyone's familiar with Shamir Secret Share, basically the idea is, aside from just having cool dragons on it, is, let's see, if you're familiar with multi-sig, which I'm sure most of you are, basically what multi-sig does is it allows you to have multiple keys, and then some subset of those can sign to authorize a transaction, right? So instead, with Shamir Secret Share, you take one key and you split that up, and then some portion of the shares can reconstitute the original key. You would not use this for like, you wouldn't share these shares with other people. It would just be for like your backup, right? So you could split your backup into multiple shares, and even if you could only get to 2 of them, you could still reconstitute the key. It's really cool, and what the nerds came up with is you could actually do this all on paper. And so I have these vowels printed out. I don't know if anyone's familiar with vowels. I'm going to take a guess and say not. But basically, vowels are paper calculators. So if you don't trust computers, you can do it all with paper. It takes a little bit of a while. So the book isn't actually finished yet, but that's a project that I'm working on that I can rant to you about another time. Talk to me about it, after this. So why don't we trust computers, right? Why is it interesting to do this whole mechanism on paper? And that, I think, bleeds into the talk of the Jade hardware wallet here. So one of the things that maybe is obvious but probably isn't is like how we think about attack surface, right? So I think this is a cool image. It's like you have your little Bitcoin citadel there, and then you have like a Victorian style house. It's like, which one is more vulnerable to attack, right? Well, obviously it's the one with all the windows. And like, more than just being more vulnerable to attack, it's also, if you were to break into this house, there's a lot of ways that I could sneak in and you wouldn't even know, right? Like I can open a door and close it, I can open a window and close it, but if you're trying to get into this castle on the other side, it's much more difficult, and perhaps if you had to break a window, you would know if the intruder entered, right? So that's kind of the way that I try to get people to understand security in the Bitcoin space, is like, if you can understand this, you can understand what we're trying to do with attack surface by minimizing it. I won't talk about trustlessness. Okay, so there's a number of different types of Bitcoin wallets. I'm sure most of us have used a variety of all of these, right? You have your software wallets where it's like maybe you're storing your own keys on your device. Then you have your web wallets where maybe it's custodial. Cold wallets where you could have the hardware wallet, which would count as cold, but also maybe paper wallets. And then just hardware wallets as its own separate category. So relating this to the idea of attack surface. So really what a lot of people talk about when they talk about hardware wallets is the idea of cold versus hot, right? Is it connected to the internet or is it not? That's valuable, for sure. But another part that's valuable is it single purpose, right? Like how much software is running on the device? How many libraries are running on the device? Can we verify that all those libraries, I don't know what this is, someone's trying to connect. Can we verify that all those libraries are secure? Is there like secure random number generation occurring? So that's the way that's one of the ways that we approach building a hardware wallet, right? It's like, how do we minimize the amount of actual software on the app, on the device? Here I just have visualized your seed is actually stored on the hardware because that kind of becomes relevant in future slides. But to talk about the Jade specifically, the Jade is a hardware wallet that's really Bitcoin focused to reduce attack surface, right? So if you're using other hardware wallets that store other different types of cryptocurrencies, realistically, I think most people aren't even storing other cryptocurrencies on there. They're mostly storing those on, like exchanges and whatnot for trading. But if you're going to store Bitcoin, it makes sense to do it in the most secure way possible on a device that's single purpose. So this wallet is also open source and it has multi-sig support out of the box. Okay, so I like to think adversarially. So Tone asked me to do this talk on the Jade, and I was like, okay, let's make it about Jade security. So basically, this is not specific to Jade exactly, but just general case of hardware wallets here. I like to think about this. You could say this is like the mental model of the hardware wallet on the side. So you have your application, your firmware, and your hardware, and your seed is stored on the hardware, right? So how can the attacker try to get at your seed? Now, all of this is predicated on the fact that they've actually gotten your device. So that's already a pretty high standard for security. So that's pretty good. But if someone does get in contact with your device, can they brute force the pin, right? So that's a vulnerability of the hardware wallets. There's an attack vector on the firmware, meaning that basically I can change the instructions on the hardware wallet to just not even request the pin, right? Like I'm just bypassing it entirely by talking to the firmware. And I think all hardware has this vulnerability really, but it's what's called the glitch attack. So you can overload the system with just overload the hardware itself, and then you can watch what it does, and then this is called like a glitch attack, and you can take seeds out this way. Okay, so what can we do to mitigate these attacks? So as far as I'm aware, basically every wallet does this, but you'll rate limit the amount of times that you can introduce a pin. So it's like 2-3 times, and they have different ways of handling that, of what happens after the pin is tried 3 times. In addition to that, you'll use some sort of secure boot, meaning that, gosh, this is like one of the vulnerabilities I saw. But basically, if you buy your hardware device off of not the manufacturer directly, like if you're getting it, like off eBay or something like that, someone could have installed bad hardware on there, or bad software on there, some sort of malicious attack. So we could prevent that if you have the secure boot. Basically, basically you need to trust the Blockstream server that all of the updates that you're getting is coming directly from Blockstream when you download your updates. Personally, I've had like a lot of panic attacks when I go to update my hardware device because I'm like, there's been vulnerabilities around this before. Maybe the more you know, the worse it gets. Okay, so another thing you can do is you could have a secure chip, a secure element. This is basically just like a metal shield around the internal of the device that like makes it harder to do certain attacks. The Jade doesn't do that, but instead what you can do is you can add a strong password to your seed and you can encrypt the seed. So if anyone's able to take the seed out of your hardware wallet through one of these attack vectors, it's encrypted, and if you have a strong password associated with it, even if they have the seed and they don't have the password, then there's really not much you can do. So talking a little bit more about the cool elements of Jade, I think, is the things that are unique to it is really this multi-sig shield. So, if you're using a hardware wallet, you've accepted that you want custody over your Bitcoins, right? If you didn't want custody and you wanted someone else to manage it, you would use an exchange. But if you want custody of your Bitcoins and you want new ways to manage that, like what you can do is you can add two-factor authentication on your Bitcoins by basically, you have your own device that requires the PIN, and then you can add like a Google Authenticator app as a second device. Blockstream will create the signature required for the multi-sig for you. That's the 2 of 2. And if because we don't want you to trust Blockstream, you could also add a paper backup. So if Blockstream servers were to go down and not be able to provide the blind signature for your 2FA, you could always just use the paper backup. And we've had this implemented for Green Address or for Green Wallet as well. So this is not super new, but it is unique to the Jade hardware wallet. So I think the last really unique feature which of the Jade wallet is the camera. So, it really depends on how you're using Bitcoin, but if you're making transactions off of it, like if you're trying to move it, one of the most anxiety-inducing aspects of that is when you have to go and make a send, right? And so if you have to copy and paste an address and you're checking every single character, like my heart rate just goes to the roof every time I have to do that. So I would rather not, and the camera's really great for that. Okay, so originally we wanted this to be more like a workshop, yeah? So again, we can do this a little bit more afterwards. But basically what I'm showing here is in order to get your wallet set up, you'll just go and download the Green Wallet, and it'll set up just like any normal wallet, right? So the image that I have here is just showing what's on the device, and then above will be sort of like what's not on the device, right? So you have your seed, which is stored on the device, and then becomes your set of hierarchical deterministic keys. And then you have, wrong way. Then you have your mnemonic, which is human readable. So then that's something that you would write down. And then you have your PIN, which you want to make as secure as possible, but you should also add a password. Okay, that's it. Thanks, guys. And if you have any questions for me, we'll take some questions. I think we have 10 minutes, and I'll pass out books too. So thanks. Yep. The PIN option is the slide that I'm on right now. Oh, the password option, you mean?
Can you go back and
I'm not
add
sure
it
what you mean.
Later?
The PIN option is on the slide right now. So
Right,
here
I know.
on the device.
She's setting up her device.
Oh, you didn't see the PIN on your device.
Right, didn't pop up.
Let's hang out afterwards. That's
Okay.
very odd.
Thank you.
Yeah. I believe that's a choice after the fact. Oh, she's asking how you set up the password. We can do that after the fact. We'll just go through it.
This might be a dumb question. If it's a multi-sig, does everybody who's multi-sigging need their own Jade?
Does everyone who's
That wasn't clear to
multi-sigging
me.
need their own Jade? So when you
Let's say
use the Jade, you're
myself, my brother, my attorney type of situation.
Oh,
Do we all need a
so
Jade?
it's default 2 of 2. So you can make it. I think that's right. No, I'm not sure if it's opt in or opt out. So you don't have to use multi-sig. I don't believe you have to. Yep. You probably all want to use the same hardware wallet if you're gonna do the multi-sig. Like that's just universal for any time that you're trying to make a multi-sig. You should probably all do it from the same type of wallet, I would think. Yes.
So I'm curious to hear that, because my understanding was it's actually better to use different hardware wallets.
Well,
So
now
that-
we're getting into philosophy of it. Yeah,
Oh,
I mean,
okay. Well,
I
thought
would.
it was a security thing, so that if like something went down with Blockstream or Jade, that whole
From my
Thoughts?
perspective, I would want all of them to be constructed by the same wallet. But if you, from a different perspective, maybe you want variants, but that might mess up. I don't know how that would mess up my transaction. So I wouldn't. I would do it my way. All right. I think. Oh, one more. Potentially two more.
Hi, are you working on getting supported by the custodial services such as Unchained or Casa?
Unchained or Kasha? I actually don't know. I don't know. I have to get back to you on that. This isn't what I primarily work on. I work on the research team, but was asked to do a Jade tutorial.
I think we got one more over here.
Cool, cool.
My question is address types. Is it all? I used Green Wallet once. It was all like nested, right? It was all three addresses. Is it? Are you guys doing different types? Can you do BC1 addresses?
I
top
think
addresses?
those are advanced features that you can select for, but I'm not sure how the UX flow would be. We'd have to like check it out.
So it defaults to the three addresses.
The three addresses you mean?
Nested, right? That's the nested segue.
Yeah, probably. I'm not sure. I'm actually not sure on that. I don't know what it defaults to. I just know that they tend to add a lot of features in secret places, so we could look at that together.
Okay, great.
If you're interested, yeah. Okay, cool guys. Thank you so much. And I'll just go around, and if you have your hand up or something, we'll give you a book today.
Hey guys, we have some books for you. Kiara's got a box of books. So all right. We might have another box in the back. That's all right. We'll have more. Well, we'll grab another box of books. All right. How's everybody doing? Morning. All right. Oh, I hope Ugly and Mark Moss and Greg Foss, our first finance panel. There's Greg. You guys see Mark? Is he up? Mark Moss? Oh, I'll go with our mask on. I'm like, Mark Moss wearing a mask? All right, no, we got a few more minutes. It's great to start this a little bit earlier. That means we're going to be fully on time. All right, everyone's enjoying the conference? That's a great book, by the way. It's actually one of my favorite Bitcoin books. So definitely read that book. That book's worth reading, especially if you're not technical. When people ask you how Bitcoin works, that book will explain it to you. All right, we're gonna have lots of other great giveaways for you. All right, guys, I need a proper MC. We're running early. I didn't want to start this too early. I thought people would be partying and no one would show up, but I lost that argument. We still have coffee in the back. All right, I see Mark. This would be a good panel. I mean, we'll just take a little extra time. Hopefully, someone could find Ugly. We have the crypto couple in the house. You guys are easy to spot. Yep, we found Mark. All right, anybody win gambling last night? Anybody win? Right there. All right, cool. Yeah, but we could also spend extra 30 minutes talking finance. You guys ready?
Where's Foss?
Foss right there, and Ugly's coming up.
Let's go, Oz brother.
Yeah, you know what? Let's we'll get it going early. Why not? Give people more content.
Let's talk some CDS. How's it going? What? Your favorite subject? Good night last night?
An extra chair.
Sir?
Right, how are you?
Your laptop. You took it with you, no?
That's how we go with the Oz brothers.
All right, she got it. All right, we all good? I'm gonna grab some more money, guys.
Okay, thank you. Here. Are we waiting for Tone? Let's just go.
He's getting some.
While we're waiting for Tone, I'm going to ask Gregg a question. As I was looking at the turmoil, the volatility in the markets, we are at March 2020 volatility, it looks like. So we have massive volatility happening in the bond market, and Gregg's favorite subject, which is the credit default swaps, which is the insurance that you would buy against your positions, look to have spiked to prices we haven't seen since April of 2020, which of course was right after the markets crashed. What do you make of that, Gregg?
Well, so credit default swaps, to break it down in its simplest terms, is an insurance product, okay? And when you buy protection, you are buying insurance against the default of a counterparty. So rather than talk today, right now, let's dial back to the great financial crisis.
Which one?
2008, 2009, and that was scary. I was working at a hedge fund that we actually got things pretty well right, and I owned default protection on Lehman Brothers, and I mentioned this yesterday, but I had purchased it from a counterparty who was suspect that they would able to deliver on my insurance, right? So what a credit default swap is again, an insurance product, an insurance policy on a product using a reference obligation that defines a default event. Now, the danger in default swaps is counterparty risk. You all heard that if AIG were to fail, and Jason Brett yesterday made mention of this, if AIG were to fail in 2009, Goldman Sachs was done, right? Goldman had purchased so much protection from AIG and laid that protection off in the market, meaning they could have bought from AIG and sold the protection to someone else. If AIG failed, Goldman was exposed to the other counterparties that had bought protection from Goldman. You can see how this is a house of cards. It's extremely dangerous because contagion is a real thing. And it flows downhill. All right. You can think of, as a high yield bond trader, I could run out and buy protection on emerging market debt because the two things are correlated. And you can see how it's like whack-a-mole. Emerging market debt guys are getting shredded, so they run out and buy protection on emerging market equities. And it just flows downhill. And this is what the leveraged financial system has brought to us. So fast forward to today. I believe, Mark, and you're looking at a level of volatility that's actually on bond volatility, not credit default swaps. Okay, so it's a different measure, but by that metric, yes, bonds right now are as volatile as they ever have been. Straight treasury bonds. Credit default swap spreads are nowhere near where they were in the March 2020. Okay, now you might have looked at a particular one. There's a very dangerous one that's taking place right now, ladies and gentlemen. It's credit default swaps on global financials. So Credit Suisse First Boston, they're getting shredded. Subordinate debt on all of these banks. The credit default swap index on subordinate bank debt is now approaching levels from 2020. What is happening is the global financial system is gurgling. And when the global financial system gurgles, meaning the credit in the global financial system, equities get flung around like a rag doll. Do not own equities right now if you do not understand what's going on in global credit. Everyone's running for whack-a-mole insurance. What is the most beautiful insurance policy that's ever been created with no counterparty risk?
Bitcoin.
Yes, it's Bitcoin. How many true financial managers understand that? De minimis. But it's changing. The best report that I've ever seen written by a industry leader is the Fidelity report on Bitcoin.
Yeah.
Unbelievable. Now, Fidelity is one of the top 5 asset managers in the world. And when Fidelity says something, trust me that the BlackRocks, the Alliance Bernsteins, all of these other asset managers are listening and saying, uh-oh, what does Fidelity know that I don't know? And I better offer this as a silo in my asset management program, or I will lose clients to the Fidelities of the world that have a complete suite of risk management products. So it's coming, guys and ladies and gentlemen, but it's an education process. So many people dismiss it as a risk-on asset, which I described yesterday, and it isn't. It's insurance. And it'll take time, and strike that bingo card again, okay? I'm going to say it 10 times up here. Bitcoin is a long volatility asset, meaning you are short credit. You have sold credit. You're like, credit is a shitty investment. I sold it. And the world is moving in our direction. So trust it'll happen over time. It's not an easy process, but I've lived it in Canada. I was one of Canada's first high yield or junk bond traders. When I started, I had one account. There was literally one account in Canada, and all the rest of my accounts were in the United States. Fast forward 20 years, every single asset manager in Canada now has a junk bond sleeve. The same thing's going to happen with Bitcoin. And the best thing about that Fidelity report, it basically said this. There's Bitcoin, and then there's shitcoins. They didn't quite say shitcoins, but you can read through it's a beautiful report. So I suggest people seek that out.
They also said that they predicted 2 more sovereigns adopting Bitcoin as legal tender this year.
Wow.
When did that report come out?
Within the last
recent.
month.
Okay, because I haven't seen it. I haven't read it yet.
It's a beautiful report.
Yeah, I know Fidelity, they were on top of it. I mean, they were one of the first Bitcoin custodians for their clients. They spent a couple of years studying this before they went into it. And they know what they're doing.
They've actually, in that report, said they've been mining Bitcoin since something like 2014. So, is it Urian?
Timmer.
Timmer, yeah. Anyway, great guy, really, really wicked smart. He has a price target for Bitcoin that makes my price target of 2 million look like a rounding error. But look, these are targets. They're not limits. They are probability adjusted events, and that's what we're in the business of: is managing risk using probabilities.
All right, guys, this is gonna be an awesome panel, and we got it started early, so we'll have plenty of time for questions. I guess it's intros time. I know we already went into the main topic, and I do want to talk about BlackRock a little bit, but let's do intros. Gregg, why don't you just give your intro, and then we'll go down the line.
Sure. So Gregg Foss, Canada. I'm a risk trader, but I don't do it professionally anymore. I do it for my personal account. In 2016, I found Bitcoin, and I've been studying it for literally since 2016 and continue to learn from people at this conference, from Tone. Mark Moss and I became the Oss brothers through the Bitcoin community. I have a good friend who I'm really blessed to have met, Jeff Booth, another Canadian, who, by the way,
I tried getting him here.
he
had a
wanted to come. I
conflict.
just talked to him a couple. I'm sorry. He's sad that he didn't come.
Yeah.
Anyway, he's wrote the best book I've ever read, honest to God, called "The Price of Tomorrow," by Jeff Booth. So, I'm in Bitcoin. I'm unemployed and happy to be unemployed because I did retire in 2016, but I'm doing some exciting stuff, trying to help people understand how the financial system works. Working with a friend, James Lavish, we're putting together an education platform, online, free, and I'm a part-time partner at a pretty exciting Bitcoin mining operation in Canada where we have 400 megawatts of power off-grid that we're going to be, amongst other things, using Lake Ontario water at 4 degrees Celsius to run through immersion miners. So lots of cool stuff happening. Bitcoin's going to save the world. Because if it doesn't, I'll use the F word again, we are effed, okay? Like, honest to God, this financial system will not survive another financial crisis. People will call bullshit. And we need our insurance. And my biggest hope is we have a parallel system in place before that happens. I don't want the fiat system to fail, but it will. As Voltaire said, every single fiat fails. Expect it to happen. By the way, Canada will fail 10 years before the USA. So Canada hasn't failed yet. So you guys still have 10 years to get your parallel system in order. But get it the fuck in order, please. I have 3 kids. Thank you.
All right.
Do it for Gregg's
Nice
kids.
job.
Well, I'm Ugly Old Goat, and I'm also unemployed. So, and I don't trade for anybody, and I get people want me to all the time. But I never met either one of these guys before, but I listened to him speak yesterday.
In the mic. In the mic.
I listened to Gregg, right?
Yes, sir.
Gregg, and you know what? He's right on. The thing about successful trading has nothing to do with where the market's going. It's all, I call it equity trading. You trade your equity. You don't trade the market. I mean, you learn that first. You don't have control over where the market's going. You do have control over your equity. That's the only thing you can control. So everything that's the number one thing that you have to learn to be a successful trader. It's money management. And nobody wants to hear about that because it's like watching paint dry. But if you've been dollar cost averaging Bitcoin, you have done probably better than the 90% of, well, I know you've done better than the 90% of the traders. And the whole thing is, but nobody wants that. They think there's magic beans in this thing, and there just isn't. So, if you have not outperformed dollar cost averaging, then you got a lot to learn about trading. And I've been in this thing for a long time. Okay, he talked about the most volatile the bonds have ever been. Well, I remember 1980 when we had 20% interest rates. That was way more volatile than what it is now. But that was a different situation.
You were also there for the 87 crash. You were trading at the time, right?
Yes, I was in for the 87 crash. I actually had 10% of the Kansas City value line at one time, open interest. So, and I've done 11 years in prison, guys, so I've also made some big mistakes. So I'm not talking, out of my ass. I'm talking from real experience. And I don't want, people, I have a heart for the shitcoiners because I think most of them out there don't have any bad intentions. They just don't know what they're doing. And that's the number one thing. So I'll kind of leave it at that. I bought my first Bitcoin in 2013. I'd heard about it, kind of watched it when it was just a few cents, when it went past $1, and then finally in August of 2013, I started doing my research, and I couldn't sleep for 24 hours. I couldn't buy it fast enough. I didn't have any money in the account, so I got it through Coinbase, and they ACH'd my account, and it was check overdraft. I bought my first 10 Bitcoin for under $1,000. And that's the way it works. So I did just finish a book, which I hope you guys, it's for people that want to trade. It's called Equity Trading. That's
Yeah,
what
ugly. I
teach.
want a copy of that book. Save me one.
You got the first copy sitting over the desk
Oh,
there.
okay. That one's mine. All right, awesome.
Yeah.
Hope
Well,
you.
no, you have the how-to. That one's not published. It'll be out in 2 weeks.
Oh, that's the
Equity
how-to.
Trading.
Okay.
The
Well-
how-to is there. I used to be in the gold business, so I am a big believer in. I think Bitcoin is the standard, and I do believe the proper role for government. The gold standard actually emerged like Bitcoin. It was organic, and it came out of not just a reserve standard, but banking. Sound commercial banking came out of the marketplace and it emerged organically, and resulted in that Gilded Age, and then they nationalized it. We've had 4 generations of problems. You really need to study that history. I think Bitcoin is the answer, but not for everybody, and probably not for the governments, because they have gold reserves. If we have sound money, you don't need Bitcoin. Bitcoin acts as a governor for the people that are governing you, and you're kind of your escape money. But I think what you're going to start saying is the governments are going to threaten to go back to the gold standard or go back to it. Okay.
All right.
That's
We'll
that's
talk about
different.
that. We'll talk about
All
that.
right.
We'll talk about. All right, Mark. Let's get your full intro.
Yeah, short intro. Like he said, studying history. I think that's the key piece here. We need to understand history so we can understand the future. I, right out of high school, 18 years old, started investing in real estate, coming out of a real estate crash in California. Built up a lot of wealth. Luckily, I was pretty good at making money, but I didn't really understand the financial system. Didn't work out too well for me. I invested through the dot-com boom. At the dot-com bust, 2001, I started an internet business at the worst possible time, but actually it turned out to be a good time. I've been in the internet space ever since. I had a Fortune 500 exit there. In about 2015, then in 2008, I got completely wiped out. I was all in real estate in Southern California. That turned out not to be a good thing. I thought I had understood history, but there was pieces in my education that I had a big gap in, and that cost me dearly. So I had to dig back into my education. I became a gold bug. Which later I found out I'm just a sound money advocate, but I became a gold bug. By 2015, I bought my first Bitcoin, and at first, when I looked at it, it was a way to get money out of the banking system. I was very skeptical of the banking system after getting wiped out. And once I bought it, and I went down the rabbit hole a little bit, I said, we actually have a tool we can win with. Like, now there's actually hope. I got to tell the whole world about it. I've been making content on it ever since. I get millions of views a month on my YouTube channel. I have a nationally syndicated radio show talking about Bitcoin. I've been doing a lot of study on history. I've been doing a lot of talks on 3 revolutionary cycles that are converging right now: a 250-year political revolution cycle, an 80-year financial revolution cycle, and a 50-year technological revolution cycle that are all converging right now, which I believe tells us what the heck is going on right now, and more importantly, where we go. The future, the next couple of years are not, they're not going to be easy, but the future's bright. And so, like Gregg said, I talk a lot about building these parallel systems. So we saw that was what happened when the USSR fell, like the late 70s and 80s. And that's what took away the communist power, and also it cushioned the blow for the eventual decline. And so I'm passionate about that, and I want to talk about that a
It
lot.
feels like the war cycle is lining up as well.
So, and I won't be long, but after listening to both of these experienced risk managers, I want to make sure I parlay one thing. I got involved in Bitcoin in 2016, ugly old goat, earlier than that, Mark a little earlier, but I stand by this statement. Bitcoin is cheaper now on a risk-adjusted basis at its current price than it was when I got involved at under $1,000 a Bitcoin, okay? So much has changed, including adoption, including the fragility of the global financial system. One thought, $40,000 is a rounding error, and it's cheaper and a better risk trade right now at its current price than 6 years ago when I got involved. Yeah. I continue to add to my Bitcoin holdings because it's insurance against a world that is unraveling far quicker than even I had thought possible.
It's the only anti-fragile thing out there. It is. I can name anything else that's anti-fragile than Bitcoin. It does not exist.
All right, so I got a bunch of topics we can cover. Let's, of course, start with, well, you know what? Let's start with Canada. since Gregg's sitting right next to me. That was one crazy move. With one sentence, the world realized that, wow, people are actually going to pull the money out of the banks. The Canadian on stage, I think that's almost as important as what El Salvador did. I mean, when people look back at this period, like in the last 12 months, like the reasons to own Bitcoin have never been greater. I've been waiting for the European common currency to break up into its components, and we'll see what happens with Europe, going to war again. And I still think that's coming. I always saw that as like the biggest driver of people into Bitcoin, because like, wait a minute, I have to go back to the lira in Italy, but I still have my euros for another month. Or you see that breakup coming. I thought that would be a huge driver. The elimination of cash would be a huge driver. I saw like those two as the biggest drivers, and crackdown on AML, and Canada is leading the way there.
Yeah, it was scary. Look, I'm a proud Canadian, fifth generation actually. Two side notes. Here's a funny story. I actually am related to the founder of the Fossmobile. The Fossmobile was the first automobile in Canada. It was better than Henry Ford's invention, and actually Henry Ford asked my great uncle to go in business, and my great uncle said, "Nah, there's no future in automobiles." So they produced one car under the name of Fossmobile. But I'm a fifth generation Canadian, proud to have a granddad who also earned the Order of the British Empire, fighting in World War I and World War II. So I'm not leaving my country because it's turning into a very pear-shaped. But we have a leader who doesn't understand math, says things like the budget will balance itself. Think for a second if you were the CEO of a publicly traded company and you made such an outlandish statement. Your stock would go south very quickly and you'd be fired on the spot. But our guy is a drama teacher. He has also said he doesn't care about monetary policy. So he's 0 for 2. I like to say he was born on third base and thought he hit a triple, right? This guy is the son of a former prime minister. And he invoked the equivalent of the War Measures Act in Canada to deal with a peaceful protest, and that's the Freedom Truckers Convoy. If you had asked me 3 years ago if within the next 20 years I thought what has happened in Canada could have happened, I would have given you under a 25% probability. And now it's a certainty. It's very scary. It's why we need to own unconfiscatable assets. The Freedom Truckers, whether you support them or not, in my opinion, was about freedom of speech and freedom of expression, and that's what I live for. So I'm being sued. I told you that. I need to be really careful about what I say. I would do it all over again, the exact same way, because we need people standing up for freedom. And these truckers, if you've looked at any of the protests, it was a thing of beauty in their restraint on violence. The most violent people there were the riot police. And it was beautiful, and I'm proud to have put my money or my Bitcoin or my reputation where my mouth is. My granddad and my great uncle would have wanted me to do the same thing.
Awesome. No, thanks for that. All right. I'll let you guys comment. What other global event is coming down the line? For me, the word unconfiscatable, it's not in a dictionary still. You Google the word unconfiscatable, all you get is this conference. The word didn't exist. And I got the idea for that word when I watched the Cyprus banking incident. You remember that? When money was confiscated from the Cyprus banks. And after that, it was, okay, so what other similar events will happen? And now we have Canada, and I'm wondering what's next. Mark, you want to?
Yeah, I think, Vladimir Lenin said that there's decades where nothing happens, and there's days where decades seem to happen. And so you said that the Canada event was like one of the most important events. I don't know. It was massive, but I think what we're seeing is escalating events. So around the world, we have currencies blowing up all the time. So Venezuela, Argentina, Turkey, Lebanon, they have massive need to move into Bitcoin, right? We see them scrambling as fast as they can to get into
The
Bitcoin.
ruble right now.
Well, and the ruble, right? So I'm just kind of like, but throughout the last couple years, obviously Cyprus 2013, Greece 2015, but then, like I said, Venezuela, Argentina, Lebanon. And so around the world, they've had a massive need for Bitcoin, and they've been adopting it at a much faster pace. In the West, in the US, in Canada, in West Europe, people are like, I don't see any use case for it because our currency was pretty good. In other places, they certainly did. But to your point, I mean, this was a massive catalyst in Canada. All of a sudden, they announced, your money is not your money, right? We can take your money, and they did. There are stories of single mothers donating $50 and getting their bank accounts frozen. Whether that's true or not, I don't know, but lots of people did get unbanked from that. And then if it, again, days where decades seem to happen, and then we saw front and center one of 3 sovereign nations with nukes doesn't even have their money. They got their money frozen or seized as well. And so, I think it's definitely come front and center, but it's escalating at a really fast rate. Once you've opened this back up, you don't put it back in the box, right? So trust is super, super fragile. If you have a business partner, a wife or girlfriend, whatever, like you start doubting, and then once that trust is broken, it's gone. And so that's what I mean. It doesn't go back in the box at this point. I think there's no way to return. There's no sovereign nation at this point that could imagine holding their reserves in dollars at this point. Even on top of that, I think it was yesterday, the IMF said that they're not going to swap out SDRs for Russia. So there's just like no safe place at all. Obviously, they can go back to gold. I think Tone mentioned a lot of these nations still hold gold. China's, I've added up, is maybe sitting on 30,000 tons of gold. The Fed maybe has 8, and that's probably a big maybe. But how are they going to transact with gold, right? That's really not going to work. So anyway, that's kind of my picture of the world as we see it right now, and it's bullish.
You just like, I don't want to get too political, but you said it's interesting. They froze the money of one of, I think it's a little more than 3 that have nukes, but.
Well, I said global superpower. I think everyone else is like a tier 2 type country.
Freezing all their money. I mean, that. Anyway, it's, what are they thinking?
Yeah, I just want to mention on Unconfiscatable, that phrase is how I teach Bitcoin. And basically, that's a fundamental I learned from Tone. And one of the questions I just asked somebody, what do you have that can't be taken from you? And they start thinking, well, my house and my car, and then my bank account, my family, and that opens the door. Now, my view is a little bit different. I hope you're right, Gregg. I hope America is the last hope. But boy, America is going to have to change. What we're seeing now is simply a consequence that I saw when I went through the justice system. And that's been gone for a long time in our country. There is no due process. So people are waking up to that, okay? And people are actually waking up by getting these payments up. If they can just put money in your bank without asking, they can close it down and shut it down. America has to be an example. We can't, and that's what we're not anymore. And unfortunately, when it comes to the moral leader of the world, it is not the United States. Putin and Russia are by far the moral leader of the world now. Now, we may not like what they're doing, but as far as everything else, it's pretty hands down. And, so I hope you're right. But it's going to take.
That's pretty debatable right now, Ugly. Very debatable.
I know that. I met a lady in the elevator the other day because I couldn't recognize her accent. I said, "Where are you from?" Russia. And she said, "Everybody is bullying me right now." You don't see that as a problem? I do. We're blaming her as a Russian. Have we really changed? Are we making any progress on this at all?
Can I, as a Canadian and educated in the United States, worked in the USA, had a roommate from college that died on 9/11. Let me just tell you, the USA is still the spot, okay? All due respect. The best thing about the USA is everyone who lives here is trying to say how awful it is and therefore trying to make it better, okay? In Canada, no one even says how awful it is. They just accept it, okay? And that's the truth. The thing, your First Amendment, your Second Amendment, down to your Fourth and Fifth that you talked about yesterday, that is the brilliance of the United States. I mean, that Constitution is a thing of beauty. Live it, breathe it, please do it. And going back to confiscating reserves, Bill Miller, I'm not sure if you guys know who he is, a very famous investor who loves Bitcoin. Bill Miller laid it out this way. I'm taking his statistics. 18% of Russians' reserves were in US dollars and 32% were in the euro, and both got frozen. That's 50% of Russia's foreign reserves got frozen because they are holding confiscatable foreign reserves. Bitcoin will become the global reserve asset of the world when energy is priced in Bitcoin. And it's coming. And Mr. Putin, if he returns to the peaceful Putin, will price his oil in Bitcoin. You watch. As an engineer, the world of conservation of energy, as so eloquently spoken by Michael Saylor, Bitcoin or oil and natural gas being priced in Bitcoin will lead to Bitcoin being the reserve asset of the world. And let's do some quick math. There's $900 trillion of global financial assets. If Bitcoin becomes the global reserve asset, is it crazy to think that Bitcoin could get 10% of global financial reserves? No, right? So what's 10% of 90 trillion? Excuse me, of 900 trillion is 90 trillion, right? What's 90 trillion divided by 21 million? Giddy up. Giddy fucking up, okay? And play your probabilities off of that basis. For those who don't have their HP 12C out in front of them, that's over $4.5 million bucks of Bitcoin, okay? My target starts at 2. It's got to go through 2 to get to 4.5, and that's at a 10% global financial asset in today's dollars. Today's dollars. Don't overthink this, people. And anyone who is overthinking it is a horrible risk manager. The mark of a great risk manager is changing their portfolio when the information changes. Bank it. I'll talk to you in 20 years.
The one thing I'll just add on to that real quick is, as humans, we're pretty basic. We're motivated by two things, right? We want to rush towards pleasure and we want to run from pain. So those are the two things, the carrot and the stick, if you will, right? And so like Giacomo said in his talk yesterday, which was great, he talked about the NGU camp, right? That's the number go up. And so that's I call it the great bait and switch. People come for the money and then they stay for the freedom. But we have a lot of people in the West typically have been attracted to it because of rushing towards pleasure. They heard about how much money it's making. It's the best performing asset, 200% a year, the NGU, right? So we've attracted those people, and we've kind of started running out of steam on that, but now here comes the stick, right? So now it's running from pain. And so when you don't want your bank accounts frozen, when you still want to be able to provide for your family, the pain now has to get high enough. For myself personally, and a lot of people don't agree, but for myself personally, I like to go to the chiropractor. I believe in chiropractic. I believe that my body should be in alignment. But I typically don't go until I'm in some sort of pain, right? And so that's kind of that pain. And so we see it, and maybe one day, in nations, like I said, in Lebanon, where it's 98% inflation, or in Venezuela, it's 2,500% inflation, their need is high enough. The United States, it was 35%. That's pretty painful for me. A lot of people can sustain that, but that pain is coming, and everyone's going to be rushing in.
Yeah, so it was interesting. So the Russian finance minister actually said they're not interested in Bitcoin, but we'll see what happens in the next 6 months.
I actually saw a report where they flip-flop a lot. They're like China, right? They ban it, then they ban it, then they ban it, and still 10% of transactions in China or Bitcoin transactions take place in China. You can't ban it. You got to manage your risk. Incidentally, ugly old goat, Canada owns zero gold, okay? We sold it all. We were really smart risk managers, fucking idiots, okay? At the end of the day, though, it will be on Canada's balance sheet before I die, okay? That is my belief. And if Canada is a G7 nation, which it is, and is a G7 nation with less than the GDP of California and less than the population of California, trust me, when it goes on Canada's balance sheet, every single nation below G7, meaning the other 180 nations, will be considering it as well, including some smart G7 and above countries that realize the ECB is built on a house of cards, okay? Deutsche Bank will fail if Russia is cut off from the SWIFT system. And Germany holds all the keys to the ECB. Deutsche Bank is levered 35 to 1. Okay? 35 to 1 on balance sheet and off balance sheet items. They're insolvent right now, guaranteed. They're going to get bailed out by Germany, but when that house of card fails, it will be ugly.
So I'm very surprised that the Canadian dollar and the euro are not depreciating against the dollar. And I've been waiting for both of them. I'm still surprised. I can't explain it.
Well, I have a question for you guys, and maybe I read the chart wrong, but I don't look at the U.S. dollar and Russian ruble. But Russian ruble, the way I look at that chart, just hit all-time highs.
Yeah, it did. That
Yeah,
devalued 50%. So the value of the Russian ruble went 2x, basically. So it was like 60 to 80 rubles. Now it went to like one something. It's basically a 50% devaluation of your currency.
Okay.
And they raised interest rates at 20% to defend it.
Russia did.
did. Okay, so let's
That's
talk
not gonna
Canada,
help.
though. Let's talk Canada. The Canadian dollar should be getting shredded, and it's not. Firstly, people who are taking their money out of the Canadian bank system already had it in U.S. dollars. So what they're withdrawing is U.S. dollars out of the Canadian bank system. And then secondly, and most importantly, there's this thing called interest rate parity, right? Bank of Canada just raised interest rates. That helps to strengthen the C dollar, all else being equal. Now, it didn't jump, but it didn't fall because it offset the pressure of the Canadian dollar that would be experienced on things like bank runs. But foreign exchange is a game of melting ice cube. They're all melting. It's just a relative game. And the United States is melting, but it's going to melt at the slowest rate of these fiat currencies.
Mark, can you comment on that?
Well, I would say, actually, Luke told me this morning, it's like all the currencies fell out of an airplane and some are just falling faster than others. You know, you got Brent Johnson talking about the dollar milkshake. It's going to suck all the liquidity out of all the other currencies, and the dollar is going to become the strongest. And that's great, cool, but it's still losing value to all the other assets. And so what happens, especially as Americans or even Canadians using dollars, is we look at everything priced in dollars. We had this conversation going last night about real estate and how much it's going to lose value. And it's like, real estate is expensive, right? It's more expensive than 2008. It's never been more expensive. Well, it is when you price it in dollars. But if you price it in Bitcoin, if you price it in gold, if you price it in oil, if you price it in rice, it's actually way cheaper. And so if you look at the stock market priced in gold, we're down almost 40%. So you have to start looking at things in other assets when we're talking about currencies. Yeah, maybe they're getting stronger. The ruble is down 50% to the dollar. Yeah, but so what? The dollar's down. Well, the dollar's a little stronger to Bitcoin than it was, a couple months ago. But
Yeah, it's another surprise. The price of Bitcoin, with everything that's going on, and the charts are not looking that strong. And I'm a chartist. I still think that we're in a bull market, and we have been since that March crash. It should be higher. I know your explanation that it's just bot trading correlated to risk on assets, but if you want to elaborate on that, and then we'll get the other guys' opinions.
No, the biggest thing that it has is a cash-settled futures contract on Bitcoin, right? I mean, that is suppressing the price of Bitcoin because the correlation traders can short Bitcoin and settle in cash. If it was a Bitcoin-settled futures contract, it would be a much different story. So without the Bitcoin cash settled futures contract right now, I'd say Bitcoin should be at like all-time highs on a dollar basis. But again, like I try not to overthink this. I also think it should be at $2 million, okay? Now, it's going to get there in my opinion, and it's going to be slowly then suddenly. And what are some of the suddenly events that it gets there? Okay, I love charts, but I at the end of the day, it's like driving through the rearview mirror. Okay, no disrespect. Okay,
No,
you
don't take it.
got to understand where
Well,
the world's
that's
going.
why we advise you have a 90% hodl and your
Yeah.
10%, like
Yeah.
as much money as you would go to this casino
Yeah.
and gamble. That's how much you should be trading with.
Okay, beautiful. So here's what where we're going with this. Okay, so when you manage money, it doesn't matter what you do during the quarter. It's how you end the quarter. And the price doesn't matter. If you need to show your clients that you have 1% Bitcoin on the books at quarter end, you just buy it with both hands, irrespective of price. Because if it's going to be 1% of your entire portfolio, that 1% is going to not knock you off track in a global competition. Watch when Fidelity gets 1% at quarter end, and then BlackRock, Alliance Bernstein, Capri, and all the big asset managers in the world, Ontario Teachers, okay? Here's the funniest thing. Ontario Teachers, big pension fund in Canada, they're not buying physical Bitcoin. They're buying fucking Celsius Network. I mean, is this retarded or what? Like, I'm not supposed to use that word. I apologize, okay? But, like,
Which one,
fuck.
Celsius?
You know, no, yeah. So, but here's the funniest thing. They won't even buy the physical. But look, month-end race to portfolio painting. There will be a gamma squeeze at the end of one of these months, and things don't come back down, okay? But that's a future forward-looking thing. The world is so short Bitcoin right now, because who's short it? First of all, everyone who doesn't own it is short. That's irresponsible. But other people that are short Bitcoin, correlation equity traders, and even people like shitcoiners who are trying to play the beta between the shitcoin market and Bitcoin. They can short Bitcoin using Bitcoin futures. And then this is where the big picture comes in. And this is concerning but true. People who trade Bitcoin mining stocks can be short Bitcoin as a hedge. And look, all of these things line up mathematically. And your model will work until it doesn't. I'll speak to you in 20 years. Okay? That's all I can say.
Oh, Ugly, I know you loved what Gregg said, because you and I did an interview in 2017. I think it was the first time I had you on my channel, and you and I debated, and I see it differently, but Ugly is in 100% agreement with you. The cash-settled Bitcoin futures keep the price down, and my view has been the cash-settled Bitcoin futures are more like the S&P 500 Bitcoin futures that don't have as much effect on the price as people think. And Ugly is so now it's 1 against 2. Maybe I'm wrong.
I really don't.
Maybe I'm totally wrong.
I know that the ETFs are not bullish. I've always said, look, until you have a cash deliverable Bitcoin, and that's not what CME offer. Okay, so I don't want to go into that debate, but let me, because he's right on, but let me add a little bit here, because you know, one of the things that's been going on, that we got two things hanging over Bitcoin. Number one is this shitcoin market that's dragged us in. But there's other things too, guys. I wrote articles this last year why institutional Bitcoin investing is, you're putting Bitcoin on the legacy markets. What are we doing? But let's forget that. We also have some of the best educators. Michael Saylor's put out some great stuff. He's really educated people. But boy, you better listen to him carefully. Because he's saying, yes, you want to borrow your Bitcoin. You want to borrow the dollars to buy Bitcoin, but you have to borrow it correctly. You can't, and most of us cannot do that, because the way he borrowed it was through the legacy system. He sold stock, he sold bonds. If Bitcoin goes down to 14,000, his stock goes down. He still has the Bitcoin. The same thing happened for you? No. That's what we're facing right now. And we have a lot of people that I know personally. They thought they could borrow against their Bitcoin and not have to work, because their Bitcoin's going to 120,000, and I'm just going to make money off of that, live off of that, and hold my Bitcoin. Well, guess what? It didn't work that way, did it? That's not how Bitcoin works. That's what building is. We can't just rest on. Bitcoin is a useful tool. It doesn't build a damn thing. You build the stuff, and that's what we have to do.
That's a good point. The one thing I would say, though, to everybody out here is that if you have debt that you're not paying off and you're buying Bitcoin, you are sort of leveraging your debt for the Bitcoin. And obviously look at what that debt is. So per Michael Saylor, I mean, he's borrowing at almost free. Ray Dalio has been saying, cash is trash, and Ray Dalio is also advising to take out debt, in dollar-denominated assets. But it depends on what that debt is at. If you have I just recently locked in a 30-year fixed 3% loan on a piece of property, an income-producing property, and it's like, do I think inflation will be more than 3% over the next 30 years? Seems like a pretty good deal. But if it's 17, 18% credit card debt, you have to think about that differently.
Yeah, don't over leverage yourself. And let's talk about Michael Saylor. First of all, he used all available tools. His first tool was what's called a convertible bond. And don't get mixed up on the coupon on the convert. The convert is all based on optionality of the underlying equity. So his convert was struck at a zero, almost a zero coupon. That's not really his cost of debt. His real cost of debt was 6 1/8 when he went to the U.S. high yield bond market to fund himself in a pure debt deal, not a convertible bond deal. But even Saylor understands the necessity to have the cash flow to service your debt, right? You don't want to be called out of your loan at the most inopportune time. And that's what always happens, right? You always get called out.
Never be a forced seller.
Exactly. So borrow money responsibly, but borrow it at low rates. Never use credit card debt. Always pay off your credit card debt, but lock in term funding. Saylor, I was on a Spaces program or Twitter Spaces with him, and he was really funny. He wanted to play Jeopardy, and he had all these different categories that I would pick. And so I was trying to flip the tables on him and say, hey, Saylor, what would you really have issued your paper at? Like 6 1/8 is the number the market gave you, and they incidentally came with price talk of 6.5%, and then it showed the demand. They were able to walk down the interest rate and actually increase the price, the size of the deal. He wouldn't answer because he's a responsible CEO, and his answer was, well, if I issued it too high of a coupon, meaning like a 10% when the high yield market itself yields 4%, so 600 basis points over the regular market, his equity holders would have said, what the hell's going on here? This guy's a distressed borrower. Like, things can't be as rosy. So he did the responsible thing. Off the record, I'm confident Saylor would have issued at 10%, okay? Why? First of all, reported inflation is 7 and something. And if you measured inflation using the 1980 formula, it's over 15%. Saylor's no dummy.
If you use inflation in the real Austrian metric, which is how much has the money supply increased, then you're at about 35%.
Okay, so there you go. All this being said, you're supposed to borrow money today, as I said yesterday, responsibly. You borrow money when interest rates are low. As long as you service that debt responsibly, turn that $100 that you've borrowed today and you owe it back in 10 years, what's the value of that $100 in 10 years? It's like, I don't know, less than 65 cents, isn't it? Or $65. Fuck me. That's what you want to do. That is the simplest mathematical financial decision that you should be making. Borrow $100 today, pay that $100 back in 10 years, but the value of that $100 in 10 years is $65. Do it responsibly, please, for your kids.
So let's stick to the interest rates. So do you think the Fed is going to significantly raise the interest rate? And what would that do to, well, we care about the Bitcoin market, but the overall market as well? No, so Mark.
We find ourselves in a horrible situation where we're trying to somehow read the minds of a few people in Washington. And what they decide to wake up and do tomorrow has massive implications for our lives. It's a shame that, booms and busts are created by them increasing the money supply and lowering interest rates, and then busts are when they suck the money out and they raise interest rates. And so that's a sad reality of where we're at. So anyway, back to the question, what do I think is going to happen? Well, I'm not really good at mind reading, but I would think that, first of all, there's pretty much just no way they can do that without imploding the system. I think a lot of us were saying that I've been saying that I don't think they're going to raise them anything meaningful. So yeah, maybe 50 basis points, something like that. But I don't think there's anything meaningful coming down the pipe. I think that now this Russia-Ukraine war is providing perfect cover, so they're already starting to walk that back. Now, what would happen if they did that? I mean, we'd have to start discounting equities based off of the future cash flows because of that interest rate. So as that interest rates climb, a couple things happen. One, we'd see equities fall, but on top of that, money is created. We talk about money printers. It's not really being printed, right? So the Federal Reserve issues reserves to the commercial banks. The commercial banks create the money into existence through lending. And so when interest rates come down, we borrow more. I locked in a house at 3% interest. If it was 4.5% interest, I might not have bought that house. And so that money wouldn't have been created into the system. And so interest rates rise, equities fall, and new money creation also falls at the same time. And I just don't see it happening. Back to the question, I don't see it anything meaningful anyway.
Ugly, your thoughts?
Yeah, well, I went through, I remember very vividly what happened, in the 1980s when the Reagan solution was to raise interest, and it worked. In fact, it works.
Closer to Mike.
It worked. It gave us this generation that we had of growth. But, I always, coming from that point of view of thinking, I never could understand how can we possibly have these low rates and actually, even though you have almost a negative rate in real terms. That's the problem that you have when you have a Fed. This has been going on for 4 generations. This is the thinking that has to start over again. So I'm not going to be concerned with that. I'm taking a whole new approach. My year this year, my intention was to become an arbitrator of Bitcoin between nations. Well, the only way I can do that is I got to play some legacy system game that I don't want to be in. So, in my estimation, the solution is not coming from the top down, and maybe this panel disagrees, and maybe you do, but rather we got to do this thing from the bottom up.
100% agree.
I think we have to relearn what banking is. I think what my mentor, E.C. Harwood, wrote, he called it the lost art of commercial banking, and we lost it. We don't know how to create, each of us can create money, not ex nihilo, but you can create Bitcoin so long as it represents new wealth coming into the market. That self-retiring commercial paper, that grew up, that was organic, just like Bitcoin was. And then we nationalized it, and that's where we are now. So I want to focus on getting it back and not what these guys are going to do.
Back to the question, the Fed raising rates. So they're leaking information out through Goldman Sachs, and they've said they're going to raise 7 times. Now, don't forget that they typically go by 25 basis points at a time. It'll be interesting to see if they come with an 1/8 of a point increase or a 5 basis point increase. Okay, so let's understand that we're talking 7 times at least 25 basis points, and they could do 50s in there. Okay, pure math. They ain't raising meaningfully, as Mark said. You cannot support the debt spiral, as I walked through yesterday, at a 3% coupon on the debt in the numerator. Your global economy will never keep pace with the organic growth of your debt. Organic growth of your debt. That's with interest rates close to 0. When the Fed raises, and they'll probably try and raise 25 in March, and you'll see the equity markets puke, and then the Fed will walk it back and they'll blame it on Ukraine. I think there is a very low probability, in fact, close to 0, nothing's ever certain, close to 0 that they institute 7 rate hikes, okay? It just ain't happening. The math doesn't support it, and the equity market will get crushed. And when the equity market gets crushed, pension funds, which are 60-40, have no returns coming from the bond portion, which is the 40% right now because interest rates are at all-time lows. When I started trading in the 80s, yes, 10-year rates were double digits. That's when you could put money in bonds and actually get a return that was meaningful. But bonds are a fixed contract. They're only math. That's why I love them so much. You can't mess around with the math. There's no subjectivity to it. So I don't think the Fed has the ability to raise rates without crushing the equity markets, which puts all pension funds in the U.S. in an unfunded basis, causes an uprising by everyone who's counting on their pension funds, and then Biden whispers to the Fed and says, look, I'm not going to get elected if you don't, and there's supposed to be a separation of the two, but there isn't. My God, you guys got a lawyer running the Federal Reserve. You've lost the plot, people. A fucking lawyer. He's never sat in a risk chair. But when the equity markets puke, he will understand that he's going to walk it back, and we're in QE infinity, okay? QE infinity, which means fiat currencies debase on an accelerating basis forever, and you need to own hard assets. And for the record, I own some gold. I also own real estate. But the best hard asset ever created by man is Bitcoin for its portability, transferability, unconfiscated ability. But I don't manage risk by being all in on one trade. It's just not how I was brought up. And I'll restate this. And I don't need to be 100% in Bitcoin to participate in the beautiful asymmetric upside. Asymmetric trades define careers. Define your career. This is the best asymmetric trade opportunity I have ever seen. Not 100% certain, but you got to play the odds, much like you play the odds on the, out in the casino.
I would like to add something to that. So I think, we're talking about would they raise rates? Could they raise rates? If they raise the rates, they crush the market. They can't crush the market because of the pensions and entitlements and on and on and on. I think we talk a lot about can they get a soft landing? Can they keep the markets from crashing? All these different questions. But I think we have to sometimes look at things a little bit wider and check our own personal biases and maybe ask ourselves, do they want to keep the markets from crashing? Which is a question to ask, right? So we see on a long-term debt cycle, like Ray Dalio talks about, like an 80-year debt cycle, that's about what they last. We saw about 80 years ago, we had a global reset of the financial system under the Bretton Woods Agreement. The entire system was reset, and we saw the IMF come out publicly and say they're calling for a Bretton Woods 2. So that's a global reset. Of course, Klaus Schwab wrote a book called The Great Reset. We know that there's a regime change happening. We know that CBDCs are coming. And so how do they reset the system per what they're calling for, the IMF calling for the Bretton Woods 2 agreement, or a new Bretton Woods 2, reset the global system, put us onto a new system, install a CBD system? How do you do that when we have debt all-time high? How do you change out the currencies? Well, to think about it, from different viewpoints, potentially there might need to be a crash in order to switch to another system. But that's probably a rabbit hole we can go down.
And the war is
it's always war.
Gives them another out. Yeah.
I think the one agreement is it's all Bitcoin. That's the thing that's independent, and there's no argument there. I think that where the contention is within the Bitcoin community is, I'm very worried about the transition and how people really are embracing putting Bitcoin into the legacy system. Tell me why. I'd really like to hear, why would you want to do that when my view is if you have Bitcoin on, whether it's, I trade on the exchanges. I have Bitcoin on the legacy system, but the counterpart, I trade on the exchanges, but only a very small part of it. How is that not unconfiscatable? It is. Why do you want Bitcoin in your IRA? That's, why you completely defeated what you have Bitcoin for. And we're working again, and yet the short term, this is good for Bitcoin, it'll make it go up. Gosh, you got to think about what we're doing now.
So with all due respect, I don't want the fiat system to fail. I want to help develop a parallel system that will allow an orderly transfer. And when you develop a parallel network and you create a network transfer, you don't turn one system off, right, overnight and say, okay, we're going from MS-DOS to iOS, right? You run both of them in parallel for a while to make sure that they work. We want Bitcoin to succeed because we know fiat will fail. But there is an outcome where the U.S. maintains global currency status, reserve currency status, and Bitcoin is the reserve asset of the world. And that's a world that I want to live in. I don't want this world where I can't hold Bitcoin on an exchange because I'm worried, or in an IRA, or in the case of Canada, RRSPs or tax-advantaged accounts, you're supposed to take advantage of those. That's why you have RRSPs and IRAs.
Take advantage of them, but understand your risk.
A risk, but listen,
Right.
listen, guys.
You know, constitutionally, Bitcoin's not legal tender. Constitutionally, which you respect, and I do too, it's gold. So let's make gold legal tender and keep Bitcoin out of it.
I'm going to draw on Bitcoin's a nice shiny rock. Excuse me, gold is a nice shiny rock, and I own it as well. Thank you to the crypto couple over there. Fuck, people. This is about a new transferability, portability, and actually a technology
Exactly.
that is more valuable than a 2,000-year-old soft metal.
So why do
okay?
you need the legacy system to do that? I don't need it to transfer it.
I
why
have
do
three
I want
kids.
It at all
I have
on it?
3 kids, and I want to live in a world that is peaceful. Bitcoin
Let the
stops.
governments have gold.
Fuck the governments. At the end of the day, this is about not having world wars. You know why world wars
Then
happen?
don't nationalize Bitcoin. Don't
Don't-
make it legal tender.
With all due respect, I disagree with that because I believe Bitcoin will offer the incentives to avoid
I
these
agree,
types of
but
wars.
This is where the battle's going, guys. And then you need to figure
The-
out.
Hey guys,
the
line
reality-
up. Let's get some questions for the audience as well. So if you have a question, there's a microphone stand
While
right
they're
there.
walking up, I would just say, in regards to both of those positions,
steal one.
Bitcoin is money for your enemies. Bitcoin is a protocol that everybody can use. We have no control who uses it. So maybe, like old Goat is saying, Ugly is saying over here, maybe we don't need to encourage them from using it, but they're going to use it. It is what it is. And to
But why give it to the lawyers by calling it legal tender?
Right, yeah. But to Gregg's point, I mean, if there's tools available, like if you want to invest in Bitcoin through your IRA because you think it can grow tax-free, I mean, you know, good luck with that. Understand what your risks are. As I made the case in my talk yesterday, I think the single biggest attack vector is custody. So you give up custody, you may not get it back. Also, I'm not a big fan of deferring taxes because anybody think taxes will be lower in the future? But that's another subject.
Taxes are not even worthwhile now. You could tax us to oblivion and still not pay down the debt. It's pure math. Like, we should actually stop paying taxes right now and understand that bonds are worthless, and that start going with the 60% of the pension assets, and the 40% moves into other alternatives. But listen, look, I'm a freedom-loving citizen. I respect this. I don't want to live in a world where you have to live in citadels and whatnot, okay? I love the freedom that America offers.
Surfer Jim.
Yeah, you guys are smart guys, and I really appreciate everything you've said. I'm losing my voice because it's so much fun to talk to everybody here. But Gregg, regarding fiat currency sticking around to be currency and Bitcoin being the reserve asset that backs that up, we all know about the Lightning Network and the ability to use Bitcoin like current cash systems are today. Do you ever believe we could get all the way to Bitcoin and get rid of the dollar totally and the parasites who run it?
Great question, and this will be an opinion. You need a certain level of government, and I'll call it interference or Fed Reserve interference. It's the way they smooth out. And don't forget, they believe they are helping everyone. We know they are punishing the less privileged with what the Federal Reserve does. But in the short term, look, I lived through the great financial crisis. March 2009, I rode the train. I was certain that the world was over. I mentioned this to you guys. The Fed did what they needed to do, and thank God they did. Now, they had to do what they did because they created all the problems prior to that. But the Troubled Asset Reserve Program, TARP, was a solution that I didn't want to have to live through the non-TARP result. It would have meant neighborhoods in my neighborhood perhaps being overrun because that's where, you know, the privileged people live versus the underprivileged. I, again, want a parallel system. And this is Michael Saylor. This is not me. The U.S. as reserve currency will probably be the only fiat that exists, and you'll have Bitcoin and U.S. dollar fiat. And the United States, once again, comes out on top, as you should. You're the smartest, most powerful, and most free nation in the world. And all other fiats, see ya, gone.
I'm actually on record that the U.S. will not be a single country by end of this decade. I think there's going to be a split. Maybe even multiple, like somewhere between 2 and 5 countries.
I think by the end of the decade, we start to see the big nation states collapsing. But back to the question that Surfer Jim asked, and do we think that Bitcoin could be the legal reserve and using Lightning and it could replace the dollar? The one thing I would say back to, and even what Ugly was saying over here about not taking it to the legacy system, is that technology can already solve a lot of problems that we have. It's the laws that are preventing that. So, for example, like owning equities is very messy. There's about 6 or 7 people in that chain. Having them tokenized, I could buy a house with Bitcoin. That should be very easy, but we have to go through the legal process. And so back to legal reserve status, we have taxes that have to pay. Every single Bitcoin transaction is a taxable event. And so we can solve a lot of the problems that we have, except for the government is standing in the way. And so, unfortunately, in order to get to that new system, the government has to get out of the way. And so at some point, it has to go through some legal process.
Well, one thing that you mentioned lots of phrases that we're just in total agreement with. Gregg is talking about he wants a smooth monetary transition. I think that's what that's what I'm shooting for too. That's what we want. And as far as the legal mechanism that's already there for the United States, it is the gold standard. And the thing that I see Bitcoin becoming is actually the governor to make the gold standard work. It will keep it honest. And because that's your escape. Now you can go between multiple jurisdictions. If somebody has sound money and they're operating their gold standard right, you're going to put your investment, you're going to invest in that jurisdiction and not this one over here that's not doing as good a job. This is the purpose of Bitcoin. Bitcoin will act as a governor over the governors, and it's completely independent from those governors.
All right, let's get one more question in.
If now is the right time to borrow to buy Bitcoin, and you manage the rate of interest that you're borrowing, what are the other right ways to borrow or to buy Bitcoin with debt? Is it anything besides managing the interest rate that you have to pay?
I'm not a huge fan of advocating for borrowing money to buy Bitcoin. I think if you want to do that, but I did make the case that if you have other debt you're not paying off and you're buying Bitcoin, technically you're doing that. So for example, I just recently bought a new property, 30-year debt at 3%. I could have paid cash for that, but instead I took a loan and then I just bought more Bitcoin. So technically, I guess I am buying Bitcoin with a loan. So there's different ways to look at that. But back to kind of the point Gregg made, we're all in different situations. The main thing you have to be aware of is do not be a forced seller. That's what crushed me in 2008 in real estate. I was forced to sell. If I would have held onto my properties through, I would have been okay, but I couldn't. I was a forced seller. So, when you talk about Michael Saylor and what he did, his company throws off $30 million a year of free cash flow. Even if he lost 100% of that money, he'll have $30 million at the end of the year. So that's a pretty good situation to be in. I'm not in that situation. So you have to kind of ask yourself, what is the risk of me taking on this loan? Can I service this debt? Let's say there's a 2-3 year downturn in the economy and you lose your job. Can you service that debt? And I guess that's just a personal question you have to ask.
Yeah, great question. Again, echoing Mark, you gotta, borrow responsibly, right, and manage your risk. So the other risks, I'm gonna play devil's advocate here. Will your bank freeze your bank account? There's an old expression, right? You borrow $1 million, you don't sleep at night. You borrow $100 million, your banker doesn't sleep at night. Think about this. You owe the bank money. Are they going to freeze your bank accounts? Just want you to think about that for a sec. Okay, it might be a reverse attack vector. But then coming back to, so responsible borrowing. And by the way, if you don't want to borrow, don't. Understand it's the cheapest it's ever been, but if you're not comfortable borrowing, I'm not telling you to do it. I borrow. Why? Because it's cheap. I also have assets that I will liquidate before I ever have to liquidate my Bitcoin. All right, so I'm in that business, risk management. I want to come back to something that Goat said here, and this is going to be true. You guys are privileged United States citizens. You got to start thinking about citizens that live in countries that aren't as privileged as you, that need Bitcoin way, way, way more than you guys need it, okay? So we talk about the USA needing Bitcoin, but trust me, there's 180 other countries out there that need it way worse than the USA does, okay? And that will cause the price to go up.
The problem with that, though, is he's right, and I mentioned Lebanon, Turkey, right? Obviously, we know Argentina, et cetera. The problem, though, is that you need to get it before you need it. you need to dig your well before you're thirsty. And so when they started freezing all the Canadians' bank accounts, it was too late. You see in Russia, there's lines at the ATMs. By the time you got to get in line, it's too late. And so think about that.
Yep. All right, last question. Really quick answers. Yeah, because we've been on stage for over an hour.
You've talked about taking on dollar debt to buy Bitcoin. How about taking on debt in weaker currencies to buy Bitcoin?
Interest rate would be higher. It all kind of evens out.
Yeah.
In my quick opinion. Like a lot of foreigners borrow in dollars for the lower interest rate, which that's what a lot of. Yeah, it all evens out. Like I always tell people, it's a good question, but I tell a lot of my friends, they're like, well, I borrowed in dollars because it was like 3 or 4%, and in our own currency, it was like 8%. I'm like, you should have borrowed in your own currency. It's going to devalue more than 8%. So a lot of people make that mistake. But yeah, you could be better off borrowing in a foreign currency because they'll probably devalue against the dollar. But the bank could then redenominate your loan. They can do it, right? Just like Canada started taking away people's money, right? A foreign country can just say, yeah, now you owe that same percent, but now we have a new CBDC. But like, you may not get that canceled. Like a lot of people think that they're just gonna get their debts canceled. Yeah, it's not gonna be that easy.
Yeah, when gold was seized, nobody knew it was coming. It was just done. And that's where, if you have Bitcoin in your legacy account and you're trying, that's, what good, you're not, when the day comes, we're going to tax it 30% or we're going to socialize it. That's the battle we're fighting. We need to get rid of that. Bitcoin brings back freedom. Bitcoin can restore our Constitution.
Those in Russia that borrowed U.S. denominated debt at a lower interest rate, instead of a higher interest rate in their debt, well, their currency just devalued 50%. Had they taken on those loans in rubles, it would have been an advantage instead of taking it on in U.S. dollars.
My experience, as I mentioned, I started at the Royal Bank of Canada in 1988. The reason that all the South American countries defaulted and lesser developed countries is because they did borrow in U.S. dollars, and therefore their currency got crushed, and the interest expense that needed to be paid back in U.S. dollars was impossible to service. So look, there's something called interest rate parity. Look it up in your economics textbook. It defines what a currency will do in relation to the different interest rate spreads of the various countries. It's a game. Don't get caught in the game. Don't overthink it. That's basically.
And also in the case of Russia, if they are removed from SWIFT, then they have no one to pay that loan as well. If you borrowed in dollars from a foreign bank, it works the other way too. Russians can't pay back their loans because they're not allowed to.
Okay, last question.
All right, real quick.
There's like tax incentives, like in opportunity zones. If you have a big equity portfolio, you can move over to that. Like, I believe there's going to be tax incentives for Bitcoin, and I'm excited one day to sell a little bit to like get cash flowing real estate and enjoy life, get time, right? Where do you guys see tax incentives coming for Bitcoin? What time frame, and where do you think they may be if America wants that capital to be allocated in our country?
I don't think that's coming at all. If anything, I'm more worried that the tax beneficial retirement accounts are not going to be beneficial anymore. I don't see America going in that direction. El Salvador is going in that direction. But the Western countries whose financial systems and political systems could be collapsing, they're coming for that money. I don't see them creating tax advantages for Bitcoin.
Our lack of care of infrastructure is just going to continue, I guess.
Well, I think what he's talking about is like economic zones that have special tax treatment, and so you hear all these, AOC talking about the rich use these tax loopholes. They're not tax loopholes. The government has policies they're trying to put forward, and if you help them, they give you tax breaks, incentives to do that. And so, hey, we need housing, so we'll give you credit for providing housing or economic zones building these areas. So the question would be, or the answer would be, if the United States saw some sort of like national security issue or interest in securing hash power, for example, and then they could say, hey, if you start a mining farm, you get tax breaks for doing something like that. But I think kind of to Tone's point, I mean, the thought that the U.S. would see this as a national security issue and would really be incentivized to get people to start working in the Bitcoin ecosystem more, while it's a great thought and we would probably leap ahead of the rest of the world if we did it, the chance of that happening is probably very slim to almost zero.
Well, tax code is lobbied for, so I don't think they come by action or do public policy. There's special interests behind all of them. And I would say, I mean, what we have to deal with is we do have to pay taxes in the jurisdiction. So I'm still a U.S. citizen. I still pay my taxes every year. Because if you agree to do business in that jurisdiction, you've agreed to pay their taxes. You know, now, does the United States government have the right to tax my hodl that I'm just holding and not doing anything with? They're going to say yes. But
Well,
you
they're
know,
gonna see a
isn't
lot
that
of
where
us
we
not
fight the
sell
battle? That's where
all
we're
this
fighting the
pent-up
battle.
money.
When I'm trading, anything that I'm making, yes, I pay taxes on. But if you're just hodling Bitcoin, there's no tax due.
All right, we are over on time. Gregg,
Just
last thought.
nothing to
And
add.
then we-
I just want to do one. Shake my hand, sir. I'm a big fan of. You don't always have to agree on everything, right? Just discuss it. This is the beauty of freedom of speech. Discuss it. Talk to your councilman. Understand that Bitcoin can actually save, like Cynthia Loomis understands. It can change the world. I really hope the USA doesn't break into 5 different countries. Canada will be broken up first, okay? You'll have the Western Canada. One thing that Trudeau did do, he united the West and Quebec. They both hate him. Who knows, okay? But I really hope it doesn't happen. There's a lot to live for, a lot to look forward to. Thanks, everybody. What a great
Thank you, guys. Thank you, guys. Yeah, there's a lot of things that we want, and then there's what might actually happen. Could be very different.
Thank you, Tony.
All right, thank you, guys. Oh, I have the mics. Hey guys, we're gonna move around. We got 2 more things, and then we're actually gonna be breaking for lunch. So we're not gonna have any official break. We're just gonna move on. Hope you guys enjoyed our financial panel. And don't forget, check out. We do have an art gallery. It's actually back there, behind the sponsors. And shout out to our sponsors as well. Hope you guys talked to a bunch of merchants. Picked up some of their great products. And don't forget to check out the art gallery. We'll have more announcements. All right, we're going to move right along. And I'm going to let my friend Surfer Jim come back up to the stage to do an intro.
Okay, there we go. All right, I got a couple minutes while everybody's getting reorganized here. So for those people that need to use the bathroom and whatnot, now's the perfect time. To use up some time, I thought to myself, what could I talk about up here? And I am overwhelmed beyond belief at the love that I have gotten from strangers all over the world, simply because we align ideologically around the best money in the world. And it kind of keeps blowing my mind. I'm this older guy. I lived in one area my whole life. The people I always knew lived all around me. I grew up surfing. It's been my life. I have a core group of friends. We're a unique breed of people. We really resonate with each other as surfers. You can meet a surfer anywhere in the world and you're friends automatically. Similar in Bitcoin. It's hard to express, but I think a lot of people here know what I'm talking about. Some of you may know, a little over a year ago, I'm a bit of a shit poster on Twitter, and I posted some stuff, and some rich scammer dude called me out on it, and I was absolutely blown away. The entire Bitcoin community rallied behind me. Just this regular dude, a pleb in the Bitcoin community, but everybody just jumped on this dude. This is a famous guy. I don't even want to bring his name up because he doesn't deserve the attention. But I was just blown away. The love that came from all over the world towards me was beyond belief. And our next speaker is a similar type of guy, meaning I meet this guy. He doesn't know me. He just ideologically aligned around Bitcoin, and we chat. I met him a couple years ago at another conference, and I hadn't seen him in a few years. We maybe communicate over Twitter, but I see him the other night at the poker game. We walk up to each other, hug each other like long-lost brothers, and then we immediately into like a half-hour conversation about all things Bitcoin and life and whatnot. It's just like a giant family of people. And I would encourage all you folks here, introduce yourselves, shake hands, find out how they got into Bitcoin, tell them how you did, where you live, what you do, whatever amount of information you want to expose about yourself. We do have to be cognizant about the fact that we are trying to overturn the power structure of the world through the monetary system. So OPSEC is somewhat important. Not everybody wants to go by their full names or their names at all. You see people in costumes on purpose, because this is a little bit of a dangerous area, but we are a community that embraces each other and we help each other. Quick side note, yesterday I'm speaking to a gentleman from Lake Tahoe. His fiat job was affected by COVID. He wants to be working in the Bitcoin space. We had a long talk. I'm trying to encourage him. This morning, happened to be talking to somebody totally different who says, I want to go to Tahoe and build something. And I'm like, those two should talk. And then I saw the guy and I said, go talk to that person. And they're connected now. And that's how it goes. We are helping each other. I just want everybody to embrace that. I think it's part of the ethos of this community. So, let's all be a big happy family and change the world. What do you say? All right, so our next speaker, he is one of these technical guys, one of these brainiac dudes. He works on Bitcoin at the core level, which I can't even understand, but what he does benefits me, so I love the guy. Justin Moon, come on up here and show the people what you know.
Can you hear me? That good?
Thanks, brother.
All right. It's great to be here. I went to every one of these things for about 2 or 3 years. And made a lot of friends, and I haven't been to one in probably 2 years since COVID, and it's good to see some old friends again. A lot of you I haven't seen for a couple years, but a lot of you I had seen in Austin. We ended up starting a little meetup there, and it became kind of a little pilgrimage while the conference circuit was closed. So it's great to be here at Unconfiscatable, because I guess when you think about Bitcoin, what's interesting about it, there's kind of two things. It's a thing that you can own that people can't steal from you, right? And that's what Unconfiscatable means. And then it's you can send it, and no one can stop the transaction, right? It's an unstoppable transaction that you can, and this is what's unique, and this is what the world needs, right? And it's sometimes when we talk about these things, we're very confident, right? You cannot take my Bitcoin. You cannot stop this transaction, right? I think there's sort of a sense in which we believe that we can't lose. We believe that Bitcoin's it's inevitable, that we have a sense of destiny. We're going to win no matter what, and you see a lot of this on Twitter, Reddit, social media. We're very confident, and one problem with this is that if we actually believe that Bitcoin is going to win, that it's going to take over, that you as an individual don't really have much of a role to play. You sort of don't have any agency. You don't matter, right? And if you look back in history, and I done some reading in history and listened to some podcasts and stuff, some ebooks recently, and you look at people who attained true sovereignty, groups of people, right? They didn't really act this way. They believed in agency. They believed in power. They believed in politics. And a lot of these things we sort of don't believe in, right? As a people, we sort of we like to wait. We like to run, we sort of like to hide. We complain a lot. We like to tweet. And we sort of are primarily interested in kind of stacking sats, right? If we can't play a role in the success or failure of the project, one thing that's left is to just make as much money as you can. So that after the inevitable success, you can kind of rebuild the world or enjoy it as much as possible. Right, and so this is just not how sovereigns in the past acted. Right, they were they didn't wait, they didn't run, they didn't hide, they didn't tweet. It's sort of a different look. So, one thing that's great about our culture is that we have these fantastic memes. right? We have we're very good at condensing knowledge into like 2 or 3 words, right? And one of my favorites is Bitcoin fixes this. It's a fantastic meme. You know, it communicates the idea that, you know, if you have a corrupt money, if you have a dishonest money that is easy to steal and hard to transact with, right? The opposite of Bitcoin, it sort of corrupts everything because it's in the middle of every single economic transaction, right? And Bitcoin fixes this is a you know, a 3-word meme that sort of communicates that if you replace this dishonest money with a more honest one, a more fair money, that it could remove a lot of corruption from society. And it's a great meme, you know, but it isn't literally true. It isn't. It's the map, not the territory. So a great example of this recently is this Honk Honk Hodl fundraiser, right? There's this interesting protest in Canada, bottom up, like Bitcoin, leaderless, like Bitcoin, a lot of normal people wanting freedom, like Bitcoin. And so I think they were on Patreon or something like that, and they got canceled. And so, you know, some well-meaning Bitcoiners said, okay, Bitcoin fixes this. Let's use Bitcoin instead of Patreon and dollars and all that. And they sort of just assumed that it would work, right? They assumed that, you know, that success was inevitable, right? And so they didn't think about how to distribute the money to the truckers, right? To a leaderless movement. How are you going to get the money to the people, right? To my understanding, they were all Canadian nationals, subject to the laws of the place, right? And what they were doing is illegal. And, you know, in a global system, maybe it would have been better to have people outside of Canada running this fundraiser. And then there was an obvious person involved. I guess I won't say who, but there was a very suspicious person involved who ended up, you know, giving all the money to the cops in the end. You probably shouldn't have involved this person. So this is a really interesting example of, you know, but when Bitcoin doesn't fix this, right? Our sense of kind of like apathy and overconfidence led to kind of an embarrassing situation right here. And another interesting meme we have is, you know, the idea of a pleb, right? A couple years ago, Bitcoin Twitter and the social media stuff started to be like overrun by influencers and grifters and stuff, and this pleb movement arose, being like, hey, it's a protest against all these influencers taking over, sort of like kind of a declaration that people didn't want to follow these leaders, maybe, and a bottom-up sort of movement, right? And so from that perspective, it was very cool. But you know, I think people stopped, you know, like you think about how we want the post-hyper Bitcoinization world to look, right? You know, we probably want to be more like nobles than peasants, right? And sometimes some of the discussion on Twitter, you know, the toxicity and all that. I think we took the word pleb a little too literally, perhaps, as much as the movement was great in the beginning. Another one is have fun staying poor. It's a very funny meme. You know, it's very funny when a hedge fund manager insults Bitcoin and some pleb goes and says have fun staying poor to a billionaire. You know, it's pretty hilarious, right? It's a great meme. It's a great meme. It communicates that, you know, you either have Bitcoin or you don't, and that's where the world is going, and you should own some, right? And if you don't, you're poor. You know, but it's sort of the opposite of why. That literally, it's the opposite of I think what we like about Bitcoin, right? Bitcoin is a world where you can sort of make everybody rich, right? Where everybody can be independent, self-sovereign, right? There's a slogan I like more than have fun staying poor. It's every man a king, you know? This is from American socialist Huey Long. Every man a king, right? How does a socialist have a better slogan than we do? It's kind of a thing to think about, right? Like, you know, I think sometimes, just to summarize this sort of set of talking points, I think sometimes we've taken our memes a little too seriously. They're great as memes, but they're not literally true. So another thing I want to talk about is that, you know, I introduced this thing like, you know, Bitcoiners have this sense of destiny and a sense of fate, and that we're going to win, right? Which is great. But one of the consequences is you don't really have agency, right? And like individuals don't really participate in history. That's kind of the world. We have like an end of history worldview. Like, oh, we figured it out, right? All done, you know. Which you know, I want to question a little bit. You know, what at the same time, we talk about individualism, right? We're interested in individualism and not collectivism. Yet we don't really believe that individuals have much of a role to play in the success or failure of the project, right? This is what I would contend. I don't think we all totally believe this either, but I think we do more than we should. And so one example here that I think of is a really interesting example of like one person that made a really big difference. And I always struggle to pronounce his name, Alexander Solzhenitsyn. He was a Russian author, lived in the gulags, and he wrote a book. It was like the first book that was published after the Soviets took over. It was like A Day in the Life of Ivan Denisovich or something like that. And it just sort of honestly portrayed life in the gulags. I didn't read that book, but I read his next one. He sort of he became sort of like a beacon of like truth and honesty in the Soviet Union. And so all these normal people started sending him letters of what it was like in their community, what it was like to live in the gulags, all the horrible things that had happened to them. And eventually this was published as a book called The Gulag Archipelago. And it sort of like undermined the moral legitimacy of the Soviet Union. Because at the time, a lot of Western people actually admired the Soviet Union. They thought it was a more fair system. This book comes out, kind of like Bitcoin. It's like a bottom-up thing, just individual people writing letters, a letter campaign. And then one guy's like, okay, well, I'll risk my life and publish it, right? And so this was, copied by hand, passed around, read at night, stuff like that. And this is one guy. If this Alexander didn't make these risks, I mean, maybe the Soviet Union is still around, right? Of all these individual people who wrote letters, they risked their lives as well. So it's like an interesting role where like a bunch of individual people actually can really make a difference. And on the other side, like, why the hell, if you're the Soviet Union, would you let this guy publish this book? Like what a blunder, right? So I guess I want to cast some doubt on that idea that one person couldn't be the thing that makes or breaks Bitcoin. I think maybe it could be the case that it could come down to one person, right? If you don't believe that, then why try? Why not just act in pure self-interest at all times? So think for a second, let's assume that Bitcoin does fail, right? What if Bitcoin fails? What is the world going to look like? Where are you going to live? What kind of food are you going to eat? Are you going to be able to travel, right? Like if Bitcoin's kind of the last stand of freedom and it fails, what is the world going to look like? And I did some introspection recently. I started thinking along these lines, and I kind of asked myself, if it failed, how do I know it wasn't me that killed it, right? Like that I couldn't have done something better along the way. And I think for me personally, there's not a lot of like sins of commission, like things that I did that were bad. But I think there were a lot of errors of omission, right? Things that I could have done that I didn't do. And I think that's true of a lot of my friends in Bitcoin. There's more that we could do. And so I'd like to just pose that question just as something to think about. If it failed, how do you know that you weren't the straw that broke the camel's back? And if you wanted to live your life in such a way that you weren't that straw, what would you do differently? And okay, so I have one more thing. Assume that Bitcoin fails, right? Think about that. But what if it succeeds, right? It's not black and white, right? Like we could have a world where Bitcoin takes over, it becomes the world reserve currency, this and that. But there's many different ways that this could play out, right? Like who leads this conversion, right? Is it an ETF? Is it bankers? Is it Wall Street, right? Is it a top-down, like is the last leg of adoption here top-down, right? Do the oligarchs end up with half the Bitcoin, right? And what does that mean, right? Or is it more of a bottom-up thing, like was discussed in this last panel, right? Do the truckers get some Bitcoin, right? Do productive blue-collar people get more Bitcoin, right? I think these are two very different worlds. Like one scene I like the best that is sort of what I guess I fear about how it could play out. There's this movie Hypernormalization, and in the movie it portrays basically how the financialization of the world. And there's a scene where in like 1972 there's a bond offering in New York City, and the city expects that bankers will show up and buy these municipal bonds and then resell them, right? And the offering's at noon, you know, no one shows up. 1 p.m., no one shows up. 2 p.m., no one shows up, right? And basically the bankers refused to participate and eventually formed they agreed to buy bonds under the condition that they sort of created a new council to run the city, right? And it was like something like 8 seats on this council, and 7 of them were commercial bankers, right? So like the bankers sort of took over New York City. And I would hope that it's not some sort of like, you know, that when we renegotiate the new world after Bitcoin succeeds, if we assume it succeeds, like who's going to be at that table, right? Who's going to be at that table to actually sort of like negotiate what the political structures are going to be? You know, I'd hope it would be some of us. You know, I hope it wouldn't be the people at Coinbase or Binance or FTX. And I think that's the path we're on right now, is that they'll be the ones representing us. Another thing is like, did society collapse, right? Bitcoin wins. It becomes a global reserve currency. You know, is it just a smoldering wreck? Is it, you know, that's something I would, you know, this previous panel sort of expressed that as well. I hope we don't go down that road. Another question is, how do we organize, right? Like, let's say you know, Bitcoin takes over and we have to rebuild the world. We're like the least likely group ever to rebuild the world. We're a bunch of disagreeable libertarian nerds. We're keyboard warriors, right? Being honest, we're not the most likely people to succeed here, but you know, maybe we could improve. It's something to think about. Yeah, so I think I'm gonna skip some of these next points, keep it short and sweet. It's like I guess I'm trying to present some different points of view that I haven't heard, that I've been thinking about. And then so the question is, what can you actually do, right? If you think if maybe it's possible that you could make or break Bitcoin, and not to be like cocky about it, but I think you should sort of have that point of view. Like, what could you actually do? And I think one thing that is really good about in Bitcoin right now is meetups. Like there's not enough meetups, and the ones that exist are really powerful. They coordinate a group of people that, you know, that wouldn't otherwise know each other, and it's sort of like a bedrock that we can build broader Bitcoin community on. So that's one thing I started a meetup a couple years ago, basically because I knew there were people in Austin and I couldn't get them to hang out with me. On Twitter, I DM'd them and they're like, yeah, sometime. So I started a little meetup, and it was 2 people, 3 people, 10 people, 15 people. A year later, 25. The next year, 50, 100. Now it's 200 people every month, right? So it's like, it's this community was just waiting to happen, right? So I think that's something that you could really think about, you know. Another phrase I hear a lot this last year is like, call your senator, right? I don't know if this is, I don't know, this reminds me of like the ETF-driven top-down worldview, right? Like begging for an ETF to save us, right? It's sort of a contradiction, you know? We're begging senators, we're begging for ETFs. Meanwhile, we kind of think we're destined to win. There's a little bit of a contradiction there. So I don't know, like instead of calling your senator, maybe become your senator, right? You know, we saw a lot of complaining on Twitter the last year. For a while, it became like COVID Twitter, right? I don't know a single person who ran for office in their local jurisdiction and solved things. You know, I know a lot of people who tweeted about it for 18 months, 2 years. I don't know anybody who actually fixed it where they live, which is to me very concerning. And so I guess I painted a bit of a caricature of what a Bitcoiner is. Like I'm trying to make a point, exaggerating a little bit. So you know, to think of like the opposite of this caricature, as like think of something you could do, you know, instead of waiting, hiding, tweeting, complaining, these sorts of things, stacking sats, right? Just being concerned with how much Bitcoin you yourself own. What would be like the opposite of that, right? Like one thing I think about is like, what if you just lived out of a backpack for a couple years, just went from church to church, tried to get them to accept donations, have a treasury, teach kids how to do their allowance, families how to do their allowance through, you know, using Bitcoin, how to save for the future. You wouldn't make a lot of money doing this. You certainly wouldn't become an influencer. You wouldn't get famous. No one would know. But I think, you know, if we did succeed, you'd have a lot of people that would be thankful, and you'd help make, you know, a Bitcoin world much more positive, much more bottom up, much more community oriented. And so this is just a couple things I've been thinking about that I wanted to get up here and share, maybe a different point of view. So thanks for listening, and yeah, if you have any comments about this, come say hi to me afterwards. Thanks a lot.
Hello, are we on? Okay. All right, how's everyone doing? Right before lunch, last panel. So my name is Pete Rizzo, editor at Bitcoin Magazine and editor-at-large at the Kraken Cryptocurrency Exchange. So today we're going to be talking about mass payments adoption, so different than what you've heard about on stage earlier today. Introducing the panel here, so I guess when I call your name, guys, come on stage. First, we've got Will Reeves, CEO and co-founder of Fold, a Bitcoin rewards card that gives Bitcoin back on every purchase. Will? All right. Next up, we have Britt Kelly, a core member at B2C Pay Server and a self-hosted open source crypto payments platform. Britt. Next, we have Chris Hunter, co-founder and president of Galloy, a Bitcoin banking as a service solution built on Lightning. We have that? Okay, there he is. Great. Get him a microphone. Last but not least, Ken Kruger, founder and CEO of Moon, a platform that enables people to pay with cryptocurrency. Oh. And do we have another chair, or I can stand? I guess I'll be the standing. Oh, I've got it. Great. Welcome. All right, before we get started, let's just do a quick show of hands, see how you guys are using the Bitcoin network. How many people have made a payment with Bitcoin this month? You've actually sent a transaction to someone on the Bitcoin network. That you guys are eligible for this? Okay. All right, keep them up for a second. Okay, yeah, about half. Okay, how many people never spend Bitcoin and actively try not to spend Bitcoin? Okay, all right, a decent amount. I'm gonna sit down. Okay, well, let's start there. I know on the stage we had some lively conversation earlier, some bullish predictions on the Bitcoin price, people talking about $2 million Bitcoins, $4 million Bitcoins. This panel, of course, about mass payment adoption. Curious for you guys, are you guys trying to make me spend my Bitcoin? Why are you doing that? Chris, sorry. Oh, Chris, over there, sorry.
Sure. Good afternoon, everyone. Chris Hunter, co-founder of Galloy. We're also the creator of the Bitcoin Beach Wallet. That was our proof of concept that we created in 2020 in El Salvador, largely on the back of the fact that the venture capitalists told us we were 5 years too early, so we wanted to show the world that Bitcoin could actually be used as money, which led to nation-state adoption. But to come back to your question, you know, most humans don't deal well with paradox, right? And Bitcoin is both an asset and a network, but it's also both a store of value and will quickly become the most widely used medium of exchange worldwide. And so this kind of gets to the heart of the question, where you don't want to spend your Bitcoin, but it's also going to be probably 15 years from now the most commonly used money in the world. And it's tough for people to get their head around it, but the way I explain it to my friends, who most of whom don't understand Bitcoin well, is Bitcoin is this emergent technology, right? And we're seeing the birth of this new financial system, and birth in nature is always messy and violent, right? And that's expressed in the Bitcoin price. And so the Bitcoin price will continue to go up. It will continue to then to moderate and become less volatile over time. So it's a personal question whether you want to spend it now because you have this point of view that it's going to go up, but this paradox that the price is going to go up, which is a disincentive to spend it, will become less of a tension over time as Bitcoin becomes more valuable, less volatile, and does become more widely used as money.
Britt, why am I spending Bitcoin today?
I would say not spending Bitcoin would be kind of a luxury. I think there's a lot of people out there who are doing it out of necessity. You know, if you have the ability to hold it forever, that's great. But there's definitely a lot of people who are using it because they are, you know, outside of the traditional financial system. There's people who are using it out of convenience too. We're seeing a ton of new Bitcoin apps in the app space where, you know, young people are using it because it's easy. It's on your phone. I mean, people use things out of convenience just as much as people use things out of necessity. So you can have it and hold it if you like. You can spend and replace, but either way, at some point, I would suggest at least learning how to spend it and use it.
Right. Will, do you want to take that question? Why am I spending Bitcoin?
Yeah, I think Bitcoin, as it relates to payments, has always been largely driven by people on the edges or the fringe. And whether that's I can't play poker because my poker tournament doesn't let me pay with USD anymore, right. I need to buy something special.
Like Drake recently, right? I think that was Drake.
That was
the
Drake,
rapper.
yes. It's largely been driven by those that need it out of necessity, and following that path and seeing how that edge has gotten larger and larger and larger over time. And in the past week, seeing it go from something that we can all point to, hey, these are fringe edge cases, to governments are shutting down people's ability to transact, to save in their own currency, and even more recently, foreign governments are able to do that to world citizens in other countries, and we're seeing that fragility more and more, and that edge is quickly becoming the center.
Ken, do you want to take that? Do you have a microphone? Okay, great.
Yeah, so my company, Moon, our product pretty much allows you to spend Bitcoin anywhere Visa's accepted very privately. We don't request any personal information. It's the only Visa card that does not require KYC to spend your Bitcoin. So that's really what we've seen. It's very powerful for two categories of people. One are people who have opted out of the fiat system entirely. They're in the developed world, and they really appreciate that privacy-preserving nature. And then on the other hand, there are people internationally who are using Bitcoin for payments out of necessity. So they're experiencing hyperinflation. They're rapidly trying to get their assets out of their local fiat currency into Bitcoin. Once it's in Bitcoin, they then want to use it as something to live on. So that's something very, very powerful. And for us as a company, we're all about allowing people to live on Bitcoin.
Yeah, that goes to my next question, which I was going to have you guys kind of explain a little bit about, what's the business model that you're building for your project or business? How does it actually enable payments, and where do you guys come in, and how do you make money off that? Because I assume that's the opportunity you see here. Chris, on the end, do you want to hop in there and share?
Sure. So, we're a little bit different than most companies in the space. First of all, we're fully open source, which is not only in line with the spirit of what Satoshi put forward in the white paper, but we actually think that provides a strategic advantage to our company versus everybody else who's building on Lightning in a closed source fashion. But the simple version of our company is we don't want to be the bank, but we want to be the leading infrastructure provider or Bitcoin banking software provider for people to set up their banks around the world. And what it means to be a bank on open money will be very different than what we've seen in traditional fiat, where we will serve traditional financial institutions or retailers, but we also serve towns or charities or your religious organization or governments. Our proof of concept is a community bank for a town. But the simple version of what we do is that Bitcoin, the settlement layer, is layer 1, and Lightning is layer 2. That makes it effectively free and instantaneous to transact. What we're creating at Galloy is open source operating system level 3 for anybody to then set up a bank on top of that. So you could think of us as Linux for the future financial system if you think Bitcoin is going to win out as money.
Sorry, just is that the business component? You're really building on that third layer there for businesses.
That's right.
Okay.
We're effectively building layer 3 operating system.
Okay. Britt, I know that you do not represent a company here. You represent an open source project. What's the opportunity that B2C Pay Server is aiming for? What kind of payments do you enable?
So I will also note that we do receive donations from a lot of different companies. So although it's an open source project, it is funded by various generous donors, which includes some companies and other projects. And there's various reasons that those entities will contribute to the open source projects, such as BTC Pay Server, that are somewhat interesting, which is important to note that you might have a company which is operating, to make a profit and, produce results for your shareholders, whatever. But you can also invest in open source projects which enable more people to enter into the Bitcoin space. And so investing in open source projects to allow people to use Bitcoin is contributing to the value of their company. And so there's also a lot of capital moving into open source projects through donations and through contributions to individual contributors, even for like Bitcoin Core and stuff. So it's not all open source volunteerism, there's definitely interest to move open source projects forward as well. And yeah, obviously BTC Pay enables any merchant or any individual to accept Bitcoin payments. So that's really the whole point of the project.
Great. Could you pass your microphone to Will and maybe, got a rush there to offer a microphone. So Will, explain your business model. How does it enable payments? What type of payments does it enable? I know you have a bit of a different take here.
Yeah, so Fold is a Bitcoin rewards company, and so we essentially incentivize people to spend through us and at our merchant partners to earn Bitcoin back as rewards.
Well, they're spending fiat in this case mostly.
They can spend both Bitcoin via Lightning, or they can spend fiat via a Visa card or their own debit and Visa card. And so it's kind of a funny thing, a business model on Bitcoin payments when, Britt just explained there's wonderful open source software that brings the cost of accepting payments to zero. You can own that yourself. And so where does business start to generate on top of such a new payment system? And so you definitely have to get creative in that world, and your business model will start to change. And so Fold has focused on the rewards element there, where we share in revenue from merchants who are looking to expand their user base, get access to the very, very quickly growing Bitcoin community and those who want to accumulate that. And so for us, that is where we are seeing the most growth in the revenue. But at the bottom line is we are seeing increasing payments via Lightning and Bitcoin, and that essentially edges out and obsoletes the traditional payments models of interchange revenue on Visa network and things like that. So it's going to be interesting going forward, and businesses like ours are going to have to be creative in how to deliver value while also making sure that we have a sustainable model underneath.
Ken, wondering if you can pick up there and talk about those challenges. You mentioned a little bit about your business model to begin. Could you drill down a little deeper? What kind of payments are you enabling?
Yeah, so for us, we're really saying you should spend your Bitcoin. You should do so in a privacy-preserving way. And we have a pretty great offer to our users, and that is spend your Bitcoin. You're effectively getting a conversion from Bitcoin to dollars for free. As long as you're spending it through us, there's no fees for it. We also don't know who you are. So you're getting a free private transaction from Bitcoin to dollars, and you're spending it. And for us, we get paid through interchange. We're taking advantage of the traditional payment system, and you're reaping the rewards because we're covering the cost of your conversion to dollars. So that's really the way it should be. You shouldn't have to pay money. Shouldn't have to pay fees to spend your own money, which is often the case if you sell Bitcoin to then go spend it, right? And if we're competing with the fiat system, really the way we look at ourselves is almost like a stopgap measure until every merchant starts accepting Bitcoin directly. We're going to have to use and leverage these traditional payments rails.
Switching the subject here, I know the panel's presented some thinking on this. Just thinking about Bitcoin payments internationally versus in the West. Ken, let's stick with you. How do you look at that? Are you looking at opportunities only in the West? Are you looking internationally? What's your take on just how payments are developing in both of these areas?
Yeah, so when we launched our product, what was really interesting was that I started getting lots of emails in Spanish. There was huge demand.
From El Salvador, maybe?
Yeah, a little El Salvador, a lot Venezuela, Argentina, a lot of the places that a lot of the other speakers have spoken about so far. And there was a huge demand where we've seen situations, specifically people who are unbanked, underbanked, they can't make international payments. So say, for example, you're in Nigeria and you want to sign up for Spotify. Wow, something that we all take for granted. You can't really do that in Africa almost anywhere. The African banks prevent you from spending internationally. There are all these kind of arbitrary limits in place. So we found a lot of folks come to us and really just try and do the things that all of us as Americans take for granted. And that's something that's very powerful. We want to continue to enable that type of functionality for folks. We even have people learning Bitcoin just to get access to making these types of payments. I think that's very powerful to kind of educate people and kind of dangle something in front of them to learn a little bit.
Well, curious if you have a different approach there. Obviously, you mentioned gift cards, rewards. Are you thinking mostly about the West? Are you thinking about international? And then how do you see the two opportunities?
Gift cards have been a very interesting tool in the growth of Bitcoin itself. It has been a intermediary from getting into Bitcoin and then having access to traditional merchants and their payment systems. And so you see massive growth from companies like what we've seen with Fold or BitRefill and Paxful, providing this immediate ability to connect people who do not have access to these services, traditional banking services, but finding access to merchants to their everyday spending needs through gift cards as a means. It's a really interesting kind of relationship that these two payment systems have found together. And so Fold has found our primary niche is growing in the US and North America now, but our gift cards are used globally for various things to give people access to services that they wouldn't have. And again, folks like BitRefill, Paxful, and others are doing a wonderful job in increasing people's access, again, at the edges, so that they can top up their phone, buy goods and services, send money abroad, and it's something that I think we're only going to see continued adoption of. But as we start to see these payment systems start to mature, like we see with Galoy and BTC Pay Server, we're going to see that gift card as an intermediary become a temporary stopgap, and we're going to see it just go straight to the source as the payments acceptance infrastructure gets more mature.
Let's pass that over to Britt. Curious, I know you represent an open source project, maybe don't know as much about your customers or people using the software. International, Western world, how do you think about those two things?
Yeah, we are not collecting any data on the user, so it's impossible to know specifically who is, the major users of this open source project. But that's one of the beauties, is that anyone can deploy a BTC Pay server using various methods. So whether it's in the cloud or on some Raspberry Pi or an old computer, you can connect it to any kind of wallet, whether that's a hot wallet or a hardware wallet, or you want to do, PSBT transactions. There's various ways that you can accept Bitcoin using this tool, which is traditionally used by merchants. Obviously, it's a payment processor, but the idea is that you will set it up and it can create a new invoice and a new address for each payment, which is very good for people who are collecting payments potentially for various reasons that might be, potentially labeled as political or terrorism, something like that. You want to have, no address reuse, and something which, if they shut your server down, you still have the private keys. You can set up another server instantly. It's a great way to really hit the ground running if you're a small merchant or you're an individual, or even if you're a big company, such as like Namecheap. It's one of the easiest ways to accept Bitcoin as a merchant or an individual. So anyone who is willing and potentially out of necessity needing to accept Bitcoin, it's a great option to avoid centralized solutions if that's not an option or it's something that you don't want to do.
Moving over to Chris, I know you mentioned that you're a U.S. company, obviously has seen success internationally, working with the Bitcoin Beach project. How do you think about the West? How do you think about international? Are you going to be focused on international for the foreseeable future?
Yeah, I mean, all of our clients are outside of the U.S. We would have loved to have started in the U.S., but the regulatory burden and the cap gains tax treatment just didn't make it favorable. To answer your question, I'd like to take a half step backwards and just paint a picture. There's, I think, three broad ways I think about answering the question. One is Bitcoin is extensible and provides all these possibilities that we don't have in the fiat system in terms of privacy, in terms of micropayments, streaming payments, and that's going to express itself in many ways. But let's put that to the side. There's two broad paths. There's basically the global south and the Middle East, where people don't have access to financial services, and Bitcoin provides amazing possibilities there, and we've shown that in El Salvador and elsewhere. But more interestingly, we have clients in highly regulated markets like the EU, and there's amazing possibilities there as well. People are like, oh, on Lightning, Bitcoin is just a little bit faster, better, cheaper Visa. And it's much more than that, because since 1971 in particular, the cost of compliance in a fiat standard is the whole reason why we have all this roll-up of banks, right? And basically just, you've got JP Morgan Chase and a few other global money center banks, because the cost of complying with FinCEN and all these other regulators is so high, you can't be just a small independent community bank. With open source money, and this is not going to be some utopian panacea, but with open source money, we're going to revert back to a place where you can have a community bank for 100 people, right? Because you can have things like proof of reserves, which means much less regulation, which means you can move to a system where you don't have to be a $100 billion corporation in order to cost effectively be your own bank. You can actually be your own bank in a village of 3,000 people on the Pacific coast of El Salvador, or in the middle of Iowa, or anywhere else. And that's what's really interesting to tie it back to the West. We think about just providing financial services for Bitcoin today for people who don't have it, and that's a huge use case. But even for people in America or the European Union, this is important stuff as well for a number of different reasons, which we can explore more if you want.
Yeah, Chris, I did want to stick with you. Something you just mentioned about the big companies. Obviously, we've seen big entrants in the space, right? PayPal, Venmo, people who traditionally, we associate with the payments. People might use them for payments. How does what you do fit in with that? Is it changed or challenged or by this movement?
I mean, not at the risk of sounding arrogant, we don't really worry about that. I mean, we've seen on Wall Street and financial services, just think about buying a stock, right? In the 1970s, you wanted to buy a stock, you had to pick up the phone, pay a couple $100s to buy a stock, right? Then stuff like E-Trade came along 20 years ago, and you could buy it online for $10. The insight is the cost of everything on Wall Street for institutional money movement basically asymptotically approached zero. As Will alluded to, we're going to say the same exact thing in payments. And look at the Collison brothers who've co-founded Stripe, which is a $150 billion corporation. They're very smart guys. They basically on Twitter a couple months ago had this open conversation where they know that their existing franchise is going to go away in terms of the rent that they extract in the fiat system now. They know this free, fast thing called Lightning is going to eat their lunch. And so it's just a question of whether you're an existing actor like Visa or PayPal or new actors like we have on the stage here. These services are going to be provided. The underlying cost is basically zero, and it's a question of how do you build a business model around that. So we're just focused head down on building this operating system, and we've got point of view in terms of how we make money, but we know the costs are going to approach zero, and it's a real threat to the existing actors because they either need to adopt or die.
Why don't I toss it over to Will if you want to pass him the microphone. Curious what your thoughts are on that, the incumbents that are coming in the space. How do you think about it? Is it an opportunity to work with somebody like a PayPal or Venmo? Are you directly competing with that stuff? How do you look at it?
I mean, there's the reality is, Fold and other companies have to rely on a lot of traditional banking infrastructure now for on and off ramps into the system. But the reality is, the further you integrate, the more the properties that we love about Bitcoin start to fade away. Bitcoin becomes confiscatable. Bitcoin becomes censorable. Bitcoin becomes all these things that we know it is outside of these systems, but the further you integrate, it becomes more and more fragile. And so the balance that companies need to make is what trade-offs are they making and what is the end goal here? Are we going to increase adoption, to increase a wider base here that allows us to have a larger market for peer-to-peer non-custodial solutions out there? Like, is this what it is? Is it a beachhead to create the demand, then to have, hopefully we can then transition to these forms of managing money that are more akin and true to Bitcoin's core properties, because if we're not able to do that and make that transition, we're stuck in the exact same system that we have. And so that's I think a balance that all Bitcoin payments companies are ultimately making, and those are happening in real time now as we make partnerships and inroads with the existing system.
Ken, how do you think about the incumbents entering the space?
Yeah, so I think a lot of the traditional institutions see the writing on the wall, right? A lot of the banks and the payments networks have dedicated teams specifically for Bitcoin and crypto, right? They're saying, hey, we don't want to go the way of Yahoo when Google came along. I think a lot of these larger institutions learned that lesson. They're looking at the past and saying, we don't want to be disrupted. So they're trying to disrupt themselves. I don't know how successful they're really being, but they're trying, right? And I think as a community, it benefits us because it's massively picking up adoption. People are learning what Bitcoin is, and it's almost the gateway drug until someone comes to an event like this and really understands what it's all about. And I think it's really good for us. But like Will said, we have to be very careful if we become too reliant on these systems. if 90% of people or 99% of people utilizing Bitcoin are using it through these traditional institutions, you lose a lot of the benefits. So it's important that we're also building solutions that are, upholding the core values of what Bitcoin is all about. And that's something that we have to walk a very fine line. And it's much, much harder, for us to offer a no KYC Visa card that you can spend with Bitcoin. I mean, it took me 3 years until I got the right people on board to allow that to happen. And, it's a constant fight. But I think that's something as a community, we have to put up that fight. We have to convince people. We have to win people's hearts and minds and get them on board with the vision here. So one step at a time.
Yeah, switching up, my panel on the stage yesterday was about the future of Bitcoin code. Bitcoin developers have spent years building the Lightning Network. You guys have alluded to it a few different times. Britt, I want to move it over to you. How does Lightning change what you're doing? How does it influence what you're doing? Can you speak about Lightning and how it's going to change Bitcoin as a means of payment?
I would say the biggest improvement is the just instant experience, the user experience of that instant payment. I mean, on-chain payments are cool. It on your app, it looks like it goes through, but if you're not really a technical person, like, you want it confirmed instant, you want to see that, like, fast tech, and I think that the Lightning Network really brings that to the user experience, which is incredible. In terms of merchants, obviously, cash finality or Bitcoin finality in a store is obviously very important. You can't really wait for confirmations when you're making a sale in a physical store, so that's also an improvement. And just the ability for merchants to manage their own liquidity is in some ways a little bit of a hurdle or a barrier to entry, but it also allows merchants to do very cool things, such as identifying a payment between your Lightning node and, let's say, Fold's Lightning node, and being able to offer something special. So there's a lot of user experience with the speed, and also some very cool things that you can do behind the scenes that just improves the user's experience without them having any idea what's going on. They don't need to know if it's on-chain or off-chain. They just want to pay as quickly as possible.
So would you say the project is mostly focused on Lightning at this point, or are you also supporting on-chain transactions?
I would say that there is more development happening in the layer 2, but in general, one of the main focuses of the project right now is actually improving the sort of like merchant dashboard and the overview, so that individual users or merchants who are using BTC Pay Server can see, statistics and accounting on how many transactions you've received and how much you have in all of your wallets, which even if you're an individual and you don't have a Bitcoin accounting software, I highly recommend checking out setting up a BTC Pay Server for yourself. It's very cool. You can label all of your transactions and do your own personal accounting, even though you're not a merchant, but you can connect several wallets. It's very, very cool to be able to get an overview of, like, your money management, even if you're an individual. And it's been a big focus and a big desire for a lot of merchants for the past few years, and that's one of the big focuses.
Okay. Will, curious if you could take Lightning. How is that working with your business? What are you doing with Lightning today? How does it change what you're doing in the future?
I mean, so Fold, we accept payments from people who bank with us, have checking accounts. We accept anyone's debit card, credit card, and we accept Lightning payments. And the payment that I like to see come in more than any other is a Lightning payment. I know it's there, it's settled. The fraud aspect is completely mitigated. There's zero cost to us, and just those things alone, operating a payments business is essentially zeroing out some of the major cost centers of running a payments business, which is fraud and middlemen in between charging fees. So I love Lightning payments and our Lightning users. Now, we stopped accepting on-chain payments a while ago. Part of that is because there's actually a ton of overhead and poor UX paying for retail everyday items with on-chain. And Lightning brings a lot of those user experience upgrades like Britt was just talking about that really transform how someone can experience Bitcoin. And also at the same time offering probably the larger thing is a global payments network around this. So we are committed to developing the Lightning ecosystem, again, generating demand for it. Part of what we did early on is that we gave you more rewards when you spend with Lightning versus on-chain or even a credit card. And what that did is when the Lightning ecosystem was very small, it led a lot more demand for people to uptake new Lightning wallets to try them out, Blue Wallet and some of the early stuff. And so what we saw is that oftentimes the most important things are incentives and how do we change user behaviors. And so I think as the ecosystem grows, we're going to see tons of new service providers operating on Lightning, which we already are. That's only accelerating faster and faster. Before it might have been a handful of companies. Next year there will be thousands, and that alone is going to drive incentives and adoption up there, which is then going to be contributing back down to the development of the ecosystem with BTC Pay and other great projects like that.
Ken, do you want to take that? How do you think about Lightning Network? What's it adding to your business?
Yeah, so we started with Lightning before on-chain. It's actually kind of ironic. We're adding on-chain this upcoming week, but we've been on Lightning since 2019. We started building. And it's been very powerful because when you think of a payment and the experience you want, it has to be fast, has to be cheap. And the other thing that we found to be very important, it has to be private, right? And as we've seen more and more chain analysis tools go out there and they're monitoring the flow of all the Bitcoin, I think it's going to be more and more important for people to use the Lightning Network to make sure that their payments remain private. You don't want all of your information out there. So that's really important. That's pretty much it.
Yeah. Ken, do you want to take that? Your take on the Lightning Network? I know you're very focused on that. Sorry, did I get you guys mixed up again, Chris?
Yeah. No, all good.
Switcheroo.
Yeah, maybe I'll set some historical perspective, and this is just building on everything that Ken and Will and Brett just said. Lightning is absolutely critical to the future of Bitcoin. Full stop. With 100% certainty and conviction. What I mean by that, at Galloway we published our thesis 2 years ago. Our whole company is completely dependent on Lightning, and what I mean by that, people will read the Satoshi white paper and it says peer-to-peer electronic cash. They say, okay, let me compare Bitcoin to something like Visa or PayPal, which feels like digital cash to me, and then they're like, oh, Bitcoin sucks because it takes 30 minutes to have finality with 3 block confirmations, and that's where they go wrong. And in our thesis, we outline you should not compare the Bitcoin base layer protocol layer 1 to PayPal. You should compare it to Fedwire, where all dollars settle, right? And Fedwire is a private closed member club that only operates a limited number of hours per week, and you have final settlement in 3 or 4 or 5 days, right? And it's not extensible in any way. And Bitcoin is the opposite. It operates 24/7, 365. If you're a human with an internet connection, you can play. You have final settlement basically after 3 block confirmations or in 30 minutes, not 3 days, right? And we built all these layers on top of Fedwire post World War II in order to enable commerce in this country, right? For people and businesses to conduct business. We have commercial banks, and then in 1956 this thing called Diners Club, and in 1958 the precursor to Visa, right? So we got Fedwire, final settlement, commercial banks, credit cards, ATM networks, peer-to-peer stuff like Venmo, PayPal 20 years ago. We're going to build the same layers on top of Bitcoin. So Bitcoin, the settlement layer, layer 1, is where final settlement happens. Layer 2, Lightning, is basically where most humans will ultimately onboard to Bitcoin. As Bitcoin becomes the most widely used money in the world over the next 10 or 15 years, the majority of humans will never touch an on-chain transaction. So Lightning almost becomes their base layer of entry point. And so Lightning is perhaps the most important thing for Bitcoin, full stop. And like I said, we're building a layer 3 on top of that already, as many other people are.
I want to leave some time for questions. Going to wrap it up here, sticking with you, Chris. We're going to talk about kind of bring in some of the subjects and themes that people have talked about, obviously, on the stage before today. Canadian government's getting involved, the Ukraine government soliciting donations in Bitcoin. How do you guys see this development, especially as we think about this migration of payments to Lightning from the Bitcoin layer, base layer? How do we think about, or what's your take on what's going on with, obviously civilians looking to make payments, looking to express their rights and freedoms with payments? How do you think about that? And what do you see as the current state of the situation?
I'll try to keep it brief. It's pretty complicated, right? Like we want to operate, we will operate in a fully compliant fashion, and we're not the bank. We're a software and services provider that allows other people to set up their own bank, and those clients, if they're not compliant in their jurisdiction, we probably won't serve them. But then there's the possibility we're providing open source code. Anybody can just come see the entirety of our code, fork it if you want, use it in your own way, which raises the possibility, will somebody use our code in order to send unstoppable, uncensorable transactions on their own, even though they're not compliant? That's a possibility, right? And so it remains to be seen how the world will evolve over the next couple of years. What happened with the trucker convoy in Canada is probably just the tip of the spear. What's happening with Russia and SWIFT is probably just the tip of the spear. So I don't have a crystal ball that predicts in terms of how the world will evolve, but my best guess is there's probably going to be some forcing function event, just like COVID was a forcing function event 2 years ago that really changed the way we live our lives. I think there will be something like that happens in some reasonably short number of years from now that really pushes Bitcoin to the forefront as, kind of a real rail that the majority of humans start to use. I'll leave it at that.
Britt, Canada, Ukraine, Russia, how do you think about that? How does it impact what you guys are doing?
Well, I mean, we obviously want to create tools for people who are inside the system, outside of the system, anywhere in between. And I think that being able to say that those options exist and being a part of that is definitely motivating even more people in the space lately. I think it's a great, I don't want to say initiative for people to start building on Bitcoin, but I think that there are more people who are feeling called to action and called to create on, uncensorable money and money that is helping people out of when they have to use it out of necessity. And tools like BTC Pay Server are always going to be there for someone. Like Chris said, it's open source. Anyone can fork it. Anyone can use it. It's there if you need it. And in terms of, countrywide conflicts, I think some of the previous panels are speaking on this. Obviously, the optimistic approach is the side-by-side systems happening. But like Chris said, if there is a drastic event and the pessimistic approach here, we need these tools available. And so they exist prior to that situation happening, and we need to keep building them for preparation as well.
Will, your take, payments in a time of global conflict, how do you guys think about it?
I think the events over the last couple weeks is probably as large of a kind of a mass awakening moment to the importance of the project of Bitcoin since, Chancellor on the brink of bailout for the banks. And the difference is that Bitcoin wasn't really available or known at that time. Now the infrastructure is mind-bogglingly huge and developing at a fast clip, where it is essentially accessible to nearly everybody in the world now. And so when you have these mass kind of realization moments that are very clear on the value proposition and the tools at hand to solve the problem, it's going to get very interesting.
Ken, you mentioned privacy being a component of the service. How do you think about the state of global payments right now?
Yeah, so I think that there's a large movement that's forming around privacy, truth, authenticity. I think we've had a lot of that missing, and people are seeing that. And a lot of the recent global events are bringing that increasingly to the forefront. I have friends of the family that are not technical at all. 2 years ago, they asked me, "What's the stupid Bitcoin thing you're doing?" And now they're coming to me, and they only use Signal. They're asking me if they should buy a privacy phone. They're saying, should they put all their money in Bitcoin? So it's really interesting to see that very rapid adoption and seeing this movement from places I didn't see coming at all. So I think it's very powerful, in offering a privacy preserving tool. I think is going to be increasingly important, whereas right now it may seem very niche.
Still got a few minutes here. Time for questions. I think. We got hands. Okay, so I'm just gonna roam out in the audience then. Ooh, maybe introduce yourself. Ask a question.
Hey everyone, I'm Justin Rudrick, Bitcoin Vegan. Met some of y'all all before. I got a quick question. So, Britt, earlier you said that you all are open. You're open. Well, pretty much, I feel most of you are open source projects because you're on Bitcoin. And so, Britt, you said that you all accept donations from companies because these companies rely on your business to thrive so they can accept payments. So I want to ask, are all four of you or any one of your companies working with educational projects the same way the companies are working with you? Because if we don't bring users educated correctly, then they won't be able to use the open software anyway. So is that something you all are doing now or something you all are open to doing?
Thank you.
Absolutely. Obviously, BTC Pay, you know, we're trying to push education on how to use the project, how to get new developers into the space as well. But another thing interesting to note is that one of our recent donors to the project was actually an investment firm. And part of the reason they wanted to be a donor was they wanted some research on, you know, what's happening in Bitcoin. They're in traditional finance. They basically donated because they wanted the ability to ask questions, learn about Bitcoin, learn about open source projects, and so there are also people interested in learning about Bitcoin beyond just individuals as well, which is interesting.
All right, another question over here. Oh, somebody want to add? Chris?
Sure, I'll just keep it brief. I mean, education is supremely important for us. We do it in a number of different ways. Probably the easiest example to see is, you know, last June, President Bukele got up and said Bitcoin would become legal tender in El Salvador. My partner Nicholas and I were running around El Salvador June and July, August, talking to bank CEOs and others, and the lack of Bitcoin knowledge was astounding, which led us to create the first Global Lightning Summit since 2019, and we felt it was very important to host it in El Salvador in order to educate the local population and the business leaders. So we created Adopting Bitcoin, a Lightning Summit. We had 700 people from 30 countries, and we thought that was going to be a one and done, but it was so successful we're going to repeat that as an annual event. But we also have a weekly Twitter space that grew out of that, where we bring together people every week from around the world who are leading Bitcoin adoption in order to get the word out, you know, help people understand what they can do with open source code, how they can deploy in their communities. That's just one of several initiatives that we have to try to educate people.
A quick question for Will. I have a Fold card. We saw a demonstration yesterday from Guy Swan buying somebody a Uber gift card using Lightning from his phone. And I thought that was a pretty powerful demonstration. Why can't, when I click on Add Funds, see an option to add Lightning to my own account? I think you guys mentioned this a year ago, and it still hasn't happened. And so why can I buy a gift card using Lightning but not add, you know, $25 to my balance, given that you just said that it's much easier for you guys to do that than to have to take them from a bank?
It's a wonderful question, and probably the biggest one that we get right now. Part of it is that we are in transition, and that question has a little bit more to do with regulatory issues and compliance under the hood than a gift card. So there's a very different regulatory regime around what's called a closed loop payment method, like a gift card at Uber where you can only use at Uber, versus an open loop system where you can use anywhere. And this is where all the fun regulations around FinCEN and all of these things start to get real hairy. But it's not an impossibility, and is actually something that is coming soon, I'll tell you. But I will say I could probably pass that question off to Ken, who has actually cracked some of that code and maybe could enlighten you and maybe the rest of the group on that. But the quick answer is it's a regulatory issue, not technical.
Yeah, so you can do that in Moon today if you'd like to. That's been our focus for quite some time, and it's extraordinarily painful to work with some of these institutions where they're the gatekeepers, and you need the permission in order to do that and get through 17 layers of compliance departments. So I feel your pain.
All right, I think we might got time for one more question.
Hi, Nate Secor. My question is, for someone like myself that has a business, that has a website that somebody else kind of runs, what would be your advice for me? How can I accept Bitcoin? It's called a channel manager, and I just don't know. They take Visa and MasterCard and payments like that. How would do you have any advice on how I could integrate and take Bitcoin through the Lightning Network or even direct payments straight on my website, where they don't call into my business and say, oh, we want to just pay you direct, and kind of like that antiquated method?
You should use BTC Pay Server.
Short answer there.
Agreed.
You should find me after.
This is going to be the last question here and then lunch. So,
Hi, I'm Charles from Italy. Just a quick question for everyone. If you have a meeting next week with the CEO of PaySafe, that is a global payment network, what do you suggest to him about integration with your companies?
It's a great idea.
What was the name of the company?
The company is PaySafe. The brand has been Skrill and Teller. They were the leading payment solution in the sports betting arena and poker. It's like a kind of people.
Could you repeat the question?
Yeah. I mean, I think integration is very important for our world and the whole world. But it's very tough to make this integration for regulatory jurisdiction. There are a lot of problems. And obviously, the guy of the old system owns a lot of power. And this power comes from the community that is quite big. So in this case, I'm speaking about PaySafe, that is company listed in NASDAQ, that offer products to millions of users all around the world. So my question is, if you have a meeting next week with the CEO of this company, that same time is even CEO of an association payment of 500 companies, how do you explain the value of the business proposition to make an integration with your different companies? Thanks.
I mean, I think it's pretty straightforward. And so, I mean, technological innovation is largely a given, right? And so think about 100 years ago when the automobile was introduced. If you were a horse and buggy manufacturer, you can try to delay, prevent, obfuscate, lie about the value of an automobile, right? But an automobile is a superior form of transportation to horse and buggy in many ways. And so you can either acknowledge reality or not. And the reality is this effectively nearly free instantaneous payment network called Lightning is going to take over the world. There's going to be some inflection point. And so if you've got an existing payment network that's closed in permission as opposed to this open and free network, you just have a question to ask yourself. When are you going to abandon largely your rent-seeking activities in this closed permission system and start to adopt, perhaps with a new business model, this open free system, right? It's not an easy question to ask, but that's the question to be asked. And then you've got 4 different companies providing 4 different solutions on the stage here, and there's many different ways to answer that question, but that's the ultimate question to ask.
all right, everybody, give it up for the panel here. Mass payments adoption. I'm going to turn it over to Mr. Tone Vays. Thanks, everybody, for being on the panel.
All right, thank you guys. Awesome panel. Good job. Oh, Will. Say hi to you. So fun. Thanks for coming. All right, guys, we're going to be breaking for lunch real quick. If you have a gold wristband on, VIP speaker, we do have lunch for you. Hopefully next time we'll be able to provide it for everyone. Couldn't do it this year. And don't forget the after party and the scammies tonight. It's at the place on 7th, same place as the pre-party, same place as the poker game, okay? Most of you have been there already. Just Google place on 7th. It's about a 10-minute walk, all right? Thank you, guys. Hope everyone had a great time. Don't forget Scare City. Congratulations again. Great. We should have you up on stage. Nice chain. One second, I gotta find someone. Oh, you're wearing a watch. Beautiful. Hold on, don't leave yet. Don't leave yet. Hi, how are you? Yes. One second. Don't leave yet. Don't leave yet. Sure, so just go. For one person. 1 second. Yeah, I know. I know. I thought it was like
Hey, hey. All right, let's give away some stuff just for the heck of it. All right. Who has never played with an open dime? Everybody. All right, so can I get an assistant to hand out a few? Oh, Shelly is awesome. Shelly is like the Vanna White of giveaways, okay? I mean, all right. I have 3, 6, 9, 12, 15. 15. First 15 hands. Look, if you already have one, come on, be nice to somebody who's never played. I see some hands up here, very questionable. All right. All right. This is an awfully hot mic, by the way, who's ever.
I can control it, but talk closer to the mic.
Jeez. All right. Okay. I have a Shamory Goodnight Bitcoin book. All right. Does anyone have a child that may benefit from Goodnight Bitcoin? You? It's your first conference, right? Is this your first Bitcoin conference there? Young lady, yes. No. All right. Whose first conference is it that has a young child? Look at this smiling, radiant person here. For my niece. All right. For the niece, okay. Why are you filming this, bro? Okay. What else we got? More stuff. Bitcoin Standard, everyone's read it, right? Who doesn't have a copy and may read it? She looks very responsible. I think that you are going to read this for sure. There's no doubt that that is going to get read. Oh, nice. Am I allowed to say that or no? No. And that is Dee's mother, who's right there and going to enjoy and learn about Bitcoin. Okay, Bitcoin Clarity. You can get it signed. Kiara's here. Any takers? That guy doesn't even know what he's doing. He just has his hand up. He's talking to someone else. Any takers? This man right here. Got one already. All right. And how we doing on time? 2:19. Perfect. Okay, programming Bitcoin, very technical. You already kind of got to be halfway there. Is there anyone who may benefit from that? You don't have it? You'll take one from the merch thing. Yeah? You think so? You got it. Okay. So, I wanted to take a minute to just thank some sponsors. You know, everyone thinks we're making all this money here, you know, making all that money, but it's really hard. It's really hard to put all this together and make it work. And really, it wouldn't work at all without the sponsors. So let's go ahead and just name how wonderful they are from the top. Start9 Labs, amazing company, right? If you haven't checked them out, get yourself an Embassy, play around with it. I know every time I'm in a room with the Start9 guys, they're usually always the smartest people in the room. And that was in the thesis when we invested in them. And it was part of it is because they are so brilliant and really smart. Okay, next up, Coin Homes, right? We've been waiting for this since we got into Bitcoin. Don't sell your HODL, get a mortgage, no underwriting process, no bullshit, no what's this and that, just limited KYC, driver's license, whatever the state requires. For a 2 of 3 multi-sig, your house is kept in a trust at a traditional, conventional loan that's not a borderline usury rate like some of these other lending platforms. Like, this is huge, right? Arvin, CEO and founder, is back there. I don't think I've met a Bitcoiner who does not want to get mortgages or build their citadels and deal with Coin Homes. So really excited about Coin Homes. And it's in the US only right now, but this is a big opportunity in developing countries, so that's coming for sure. Okay, who else we got? Voltage. They didn't have a booth, unfortunately, but the future of nodes, right? They're powering all these. Graham is a genius, and Bobby is amazing, and there's no excuse not to run a node, right? I mean, let them do it for you. Really happy to have some new awesome Lightning companies here too as sponsors. Okay. Pay with Moon. Ken Kruger, awesome guy. So fucking nice. Really, really such a great guy. And that's so much fun if you want to play with that too, you know? Just load an anonymous debit card in your browser with Lightning, okay, and spend it. You can make the name whatever you want. You can be John Smith, okay? Really, really cool, innovative company in the payment space. Really excited about that. Ballet, okay? Bobby Lee, beloved in the space. Everyone loves him. You know, it's the only borderline shitcoinery, but we needed someone to pay for that poker game. All right, so you can take it up with him. I wanted to see the panel with NVK and watch them duke it out. But thanks for that. And they made the most amazing, cool, all-in things for our game and all their giveaways. So really great. Okay, who are we missing? Anybody? Blockforge, who's not here. They're from Arizona. If you're buying new and used mining gear, okay, they're the best. And their customer support is like second to none. You'll have somebody on the phone at Blockforge in 2 seconds. Non-scammy. Shout out to Oshi for giving us a way to pay for Lightning if people wanted to get cash back or get a deal. That was definitely really cool. And is that it? You know, the sponsors were on like every sign up here. Blockstream, does everyone have a freaking Jade? Come on. What an absolutely great gift for everyone. And thanks to Samson, Adam Back, and Mr. Tone Vays for getting everyone a Jade. Really cool. Okay, what else? Is that it? Who else? I think that's it. It's funny, we don't have the sponsor slides, but Brains, right. Brains, Slush Pool, 3 years in a row. Right, they're back again. And look, we don't charge a lot for these sponsorships, okay? And we try to deliver as much value as we can, okay? This is not the gold, silver, platinum scam sponsorships. You know, these are really affordable, good deals. And honestly, without them, we couldn't do any of this. Okay, so how are we doing on time? Are we ready for the... You tell me when it's ready. All right, Tone's got some of these paintings, okay? Oh, hey, wait. Before we do the painting, who's always wanted a cold card but never had one? Honestly, you really do, though? You don't have one? Don't lie to me. Okay. Oh, that was kind of an interception, but... hopefully that didn't break. Okay.
I know someone. Yeah. Hey guys, these are great. We still have a bunch, and we'll probably bring them for the future. And whoever is either drove here or lives in Vegas or has the ability will put this up on the wall or in their office. I have one saved for you. Oh, you did? Doug Scribner. Oh, okay, we'll have one more. All right, I think I have to give it to Doug. All right, we have one more, though. There will be one more. There is one more I can give out. So, all right, one more. Shelly, you're here. Live here. All right. No, you guys have one. It's going to be so hard.
All right, how about this? Everyone gets one. We'll figure it out.
Oh, boy.
We have enough. Come on, we have enough. We have enough.
We'll have to save some for future years.
It was a custom
You know what? I think this is a good item for a raffle. So anyone that actually can like that's gonna be hanging up on the wall, and we'll maybe do a raffle. You know what? I'll think about it. We'll do it later. We're gonna give D a shot.
Okay. Ready to go? All right, so last up on the sponsors, I was really hoping the room would be full, but it's full enough, and everyone here is a Bitcoiner and really nice and respectful, so we'll work it all out, especially if you don't get one, we'll get it up front. So we have a 2-minute video from Azteco. All right, if you don't know what Azteco is, just real quickly, it's basically Bitcoin vouchers, a voucher system like topping up your mobile phone all over the world, right? You can just walk into your local 7-Eleven or grocery store or whatever, buy Bitcoin with cash or whatever payment necessary. Amazing company, super cool, trying to change the world. They have a 2-minute video that they've prepared, and that's it. All right, really cool. All right, give it up for Azteco. If you all follow Beauty on Twitter. All right, so Mr. Ben Price. Ben Price here. No, not yet. Okay, Paul says not yet. All right, guys. Also, if you didn't check out the Scarce City Art Gallery, just giving them a huge shout out. We never really do stuff like that. We got a lot of old schoolers here, Casacious coins, collectibles, a lot of fun. Plus, I hear that's where there might be some sampling of some of that Bitcoin wine going on in there, if anyone wants a taste.
Good to go? All right. Hi, everyone. Thanks for coming. It's fantastic to see so many, like, seriously great Bitcoiners in one place, one time. These things, I think, Justin was talking about the importance of meetups earlier, importance of conferences, things like this, where you can really kind of like spread knowledge and then let it disseminate out into the world as people go home. So we really appreciate you coming out, supporting the cause. I'm going to keep this pretty quick because we're about to do I guess like a workshop that teaches you about mining, proof of work specifically, which is what kind of like powers Bitcoin, what keeps it secure, what makes it better than a lot of the shit coins out there. So I know there's a lot of you out here who have been talking about Cardano and insert shitcoin here. I hope you're in the room and can learn a little bit about like really why Bitcoin is secure, how it fundamentally works. And so a little bit of background on me. I'll do a soft shill. We had some people up here Will Reeves from Fold, Ken Kruger from Pay with Moon. I'm starting another company called the Bitcoin Company. We got some people in the crowd, Dread, D++, who will be up here in a second, Ben the Carman, fantastic developer. So we're all working on this project together. Our goal is to bring Bitcoin to the world, just like many of these companies. Azteco, strange video, but if you don't know what they do, you just like scan this code and they send you Bitcoin. So I'll do their pitch for them. But yeah, what we're working on is something pretty similar to what like Fold and Pay with Moon have now. We have a kind of like loyalty program that lets you convert or pay Bitcoin and buy gift cards or open loop Visa cards. That's coming out very soon. We're gonna be beta testing here in the next week or two. So I guess if you guys want in on the beta, go to thebitcoincompany.com and sign up. That's really all I'm gonna do to show this so far. We have a lot more big plans to build an exchange, to build banking services, but for now we're giving out rewards and trying to like stimulate this circular economy. But without further ado, because I know Dee is kind of crunched on time, we're gonna start the Proof of Workshop, which is a clever name that she came up with. It's gonna teach you about Bitcoin mining. You're gonna do some mining on your phone, understand how proof of work works, and we're gonna give away a bunch of free Bitcoin in the process.
All right. I'm D++. I'm so happy to be here. Thank you all for coming. I am going to be explaining how Bitcoin mining works. I call it demystifying mining proof of workshop. So before we start the workshop, let's kind of get acquainted with each other. How many of you in the audience are miners? That can be home mining, that can be mining at scale. Awesome. Okay, and how many of you in the audience would consider yourselves to be technologists? You're developers, you're tech savvy. Okay, how many of you aren't really particularly tech savvy? So I'm feeling like half and half. Okay, well, regardless of your technical skill level, I'm confident that we can all understand how mining works today. Now, when I set off to attempt to understand Bitcoin mining, I was very confused. I was reading articles in mainstream media that were saying things like, miners are competing to crack crazy cryptographic puzzles, or they're competing to solve really difficult math problems. And it makes no sense. It made zero sense to me then. So you can imagine I was delighted when I found that it's way, way simpler than that. It's extraordinarily simple what's happening. There are no crazy cryptographic puzzles. There are no difficult math problems. In fact, a show of hands, how many of you here today can compare two numbers? You can look at two numbers and ascertain which one is larger and which one is smaller, or maybe perhaps they're equal. Okay, anyone in the audience cannot compare two numbers? All right, unfortunately, that's Fish over there. I am gonna have to ask you to leave. I really want 100% success rate today, and if you can't compare two numbers, I am gonna have to ask you to leave. Now, I learned how to compare two numbers in 2nd grade, and if you can do that, you can understand mining. So we're gonna talk about what numbers are going to be compared, but before we get to that, I need to introduce one concept to you, and that is hashing. Now, how many of you are familiar with hashing? Okay, 50-50 again. Okay, so what is hashing? So a hash is a function that takes something in and spits something out. Okay, we give it a thing, it gives us a thing back. So let's talk about what goes in and what comes out. Now, what goes into a hash function is anything. It's the kitchen sink. I can input a number, a letter, a word, a sentence, a paragraph, an entire book, the entire contents of my entire hard drive, a cat video, a cat photo, or a single character. Okay, so the input is any arbitrary input of any arbitrary length. Got it? Now the output, regardless of the length of the input, will be of fixed length. And because the output is always of fixed length, you can think of that output as being like a summary of the input, or a fingerprint, a unique fingerprint. The output looks random. It's actually not. It's deterministic, meaning the same input always will yield the same output. And let's talk about what's happening under the hood. Now, inside of this function, what are we doing? We're slicing, we're dicing, we're blenderizing that input to the point of no return. Meaning, when I take bananas, strawberries, kale, spinach, orange juice, that's my favorite smoothie, and I blenderize it, I can't unblenderize it, right? It's a one-way function. So similarly, hashing is a one-way function. We can go in, but we cannot come out. Meaning, if I were to hash my password and show you that fingerprint, that summary, you would have zero information about what my password is because you cannot undo the hashing operation. The only way you could know my password would be if you were to guess and check and compare your hash with mine. If they're equal, you cracked my password, but you'd have to brute force it. Now, if my favorite websites are smart, hopefully they're saving a hash of my password on their server and not my password in the clear. So if someone were to compromise that data, they wouldn't see my password. So hashing is used everywhere, all over the internet. It's used extensively in cryptography. It is not unique to Bitcoin. It's used in Bitcoin in a number of places, in transactions, in key generation, in addresses, and it's used extensively also in mining. So let's review. A hash is a function that takes an input of what length? Any length, and it will always output a fixed length output. It's a summary, it's a fingerprint, it's deterministic, same input gives us the same output. It's a one-way function like a trapdoor. When I fall down a trapdoor, it's easy to fall in, but I can't get back out. I can't reverse the hash function. That's important. Now, any minor change to the input will yield an entirely different hash. Entirely different. And there's no telling how that hash will look until we hash around and find out. How's everybody feeling about the concept of hashing? You feeling good about it? Okay. So you understand hashing. You can compare two numbers. So we can all mine Bitcoin. This is going to be really fun. Now, like I said, hashing predates Bitcoin. There's different types of hash functions, different algorithms, if you will. Can anybody tell me what hash algorithm Satoshi Nakamoto selected for Bitcoin? There's a few, but the one we use the most and the one we use, okay, SHA-256. Now, the SHA part is a very creative acronym. It stands for Secure Hash Algorithm. What does the 256 denote? Someone said bits. What does that mean? The length of the output. So when I told you that the output was going to be a fixed length, I wasn't lying. In the case of SHA-256, the output is 256 bits, 256 ones and zeros, 256 binary digits. A little hard for us humans to read, but computers read these binary digits just fine. Okay, so let's try this for ourselves. Let's actually try hashing. If anyone has access to a Linux-style command line interface, you can do a SHA-256 sum. And if you don't have a Linux terminal available, don't worry. I was kind enough to create something for you. So we're going to head over to a URL. You're welcome to follow along. Oh, internet would help. What do you guys think the Wi-Fi password is? I don't know. Detroit? Oh. Well, I was on the guest Wi-Fi, and it looks like it disconnected me. So it's Detroit. 301? Okay. All right, let's see if this Wi-Fi works. Otherwise, we're going to get a Wi-Fi hotspot. And while I'm waiting to connect to the internet, what you guys can do is you can try this hashing program that I created for you. It's d++.me. Go ahead and pull out your phones if you feel inclined to. And let's try hashing something together. So I'm going to hash a word or a short phrase. Can anybody give me a word or a short phrase? Unconfiscatable. Yeah, so if you want to play along, you can go to d++ spelled out .me /SHA256. So I don't know if I spelled this right, but unconfiscatable, when hashed, yields this result. Now this result is a number. And I wasn't lying to you when I said it was going to be a 256-bit number. I simply compressed that number. I compressed it into 64 digits. It's a little easier for us humans to read this style of number format. There are some letters. It's a very highly compressed number format, so don't worry about the letters. Understand that it's a number. Does everybody understand that the output of a hash is simply a very large number? It's almost infinitely large. It's very hard for our human minds to comprehend the magnitude of a 32-byte number. This is the same size as your private keys to your Bitcoin. Okay, so it's a very large number. Now, if I were to make any change to this input, the output would change entirely and would reveal no information about what was changed, right? And the only way to see how the result changes is to actually hash. I can't predict what's going to happen. So if I put exclamation point at the end, the result is completely different. Can everybody see that? One more. Completely different result. No relation to the previous result whatsoever. It looks random, but it's not, because it's deterministic. Now, how many of you have looked inside of the guts of SHA? What developers are kind of in the audience that have looked inside? Okay, so if you're a developer, we're going to treat this like a black box, meaning I'm not going to tell you what's happening inside of this blender. But if you are a developer, what's happening under the hood is some bitwise rotation, some bit shifting, some addition, some constants, and some XORing. Outside of the scope of today's lesson. Don't worry about it. We'll do another one, like next time we'll do SHA by hand. Who would enjoy that? It'll be fun. Next time we'll do it. But today we're not going to go into the inner workings of SHA. We're just going to treat it like a black box, and we all understand it's a deterministic one-way function, takes an input of any arbitrary length, and returns a fingerprint of fixed length, okay? Any change to the input yields a entirely different fixed output. Right, now the output is called a hash. Sometimes it's called a digest. Can anybody tell me in cryptography what we like to call the input to a hash function? It has kind of a cool name. What do we call it? You can call it a message, but it's often called, what's the input to a hash function? Come on, think of Lightning. What are we revealing in those HTLCs? A preimage. Who said preimage? Perfect, okay. So the input to a hash function is called a preimage. I just think that's a cool word. I think it sounds like a cool new wave band or something. I don't know, preimage. So, okay, so we're feeling good about SHA. Great. Okay, so let's get back to the comparison of two numbers, right? What numbers are we comparing? Well, the first number we're going to compare is going to be a hash. It's just a really big number. Now, I mentioned you can hash anything. Could I hash an entire Bitcoin block? I could throw a block into SHA. I could, yes. Now, the result of that hash is a number, and I'm going to compare it to a given target, okay? The target is another number. They're two numbers. Now, if the hash of my block is less than a given target, and we can all do less than, right? I mined a Bitcoin block. I found a block that follows the rules of Bitcoin. I get rewarded with the honor of adding my block to the immutable Bitcoin blockchain, which is an open, permissionless database. I get to add my block to the blockchain, and I get rewarded with 6.25 baby just born Bitcoin, plus all of the fees from all of the transactions included in my block. All I have to do is find a hash that's less than a target, and I found a block. It's that simple. So, show of hands, how many of you are finding today that mining is actually a more simple process than you would have previously thought? There's no cryptographic crazy puzzles, math problems. It's a comparison of two numbers. You get a number that's less than a target, you get 6.25 Bitcoin, okay? We're gonna see an example, yes we are. So I took the time to write a program for you in JavaScript that will show you an example of what's happening. So this is a Bitcoin block. The block has a block header with some metadata and some transactions in the body of the block. Now I'm gonna take this whole block, I'm gonna throw it into SHA. It's gonna give me 256 bits, a fixed length number. So let's try it. I'm gonna hash this block, okay? And I'm gonna compare the result of that hash to a given target, which is a number. And the target is here. Now it's a weird number again because there's some letters, but all I'm looking for is to see if my hash is less than a given target. So when I hash my block, I get this result. EC3B, again, it's a weird compressed number, but it's a huge number. So I want to compare this to a given target. Now, because these numbers have the same amount of digits, an easy way of comparing, and we can all compare, an easy way of comparing would be to simply look at those leading zeros in the beginning of the number, right? So if our hash has the same number or more of leading zeros, that means it's less than or equal to the target, right? Does that make sense? Yeah, okay, so these numbers, they're really big. They have the same amount of digits, in this case 64. I can look at the two numbers and I can ascertain which one is smaller by looking at the number of zeros, leading zeros, in the beginning of that number because they have the same amount of digits. Now in this case, my target has only 1 0. My hash, however, has how many zeros? So is my hash less than our target? No, okay, it's not less than, but if it's less than the target, I get 6.25 Bitcoin, and I really want 6.25 Bitcoin. So I showed you when I made a very minor change to our input that the hash changed completely, and there was no way of knowing how it would change until we hashed around and found out. So could I add something random to the Bitcoin block to change the hash? Could I add, say, a random number somewhere in the block, just plug it in, hash the new block, and see if that new hash is less than the target? Could I do that? Okay, this might sound a little silly or even archaic, but believe it or not, this is entirely how Bitcoin works. Mining is a process of guessing and checking random numbers, plugging them into blocks, checking if the resulting hash is less than a target, and repeating the process until we find that number that when plugged in gives us a hash that's beneath that threshold. Now there's a special name for that number that we're looking for. What do we call that random number that we plug in to the block? It's called a nonce. A nonce stands for a number used once. They're used extensively in cryptography. if I find the nonce that solves the block, I call it the golden nonce. Okay? So let's try putting a random number in here and seeing what happens to the hash result. Can someone just tell me of their favorite number? Oh my gosh, okay. 23? 69, 23, okay. We'll try 23. Now take a look at the block header hash before and after I add the nonce value. Like I said, the block header hash changed completely, but is the new hash less than our target? Does it have those leading zeros that we want? It does not. So can someone give me another number? 2. No luck. 73. Well, I cheated a little bit because I tried some of these at home. I tried some of these at home and I kind of remembered that 125 worked. Now, there's more than one winner, meaning there's more than one number that I can plug in here that will give us a valid block. I happen to remember that 125 worked, and wow, we found the golden nonce. Lucky number 125, when plugged into this block, yields a hash that is less than our given target. Can you see this 0 here? So we found a block. This is exactly how Bitcoin works. The only difference between my program that I wrote for you guys with love and Bitcoin mainnet, there's only one difference. It's the same algorithm. It's the same process. The only difference is what? Is that on the Bitcoin mainnet, their difficulty target is a much smaller number. Okay? It is much, much, much smaller than the target that we're using today because it's a lot harder to find a block, right? Okay, so I have an idea. How would you guys feel about mining Bitcoin today? Should we mine? So here's what I'm thinking. I'm thinking of adjusting the difficulty. I'm thinking of making it a little harder. So if I wanted to make it harder to find a block, I'm gonna change that difficulty target, which is a number, right? So if I want it to be harder to find a block, would I make the difficulty target smaller or bigger? Who votes smaller? Okay, who votes bigger? The consensus, I think, is smaller, and you would be correct. So if that number is smaller, it's going to be less likely that a hash will then be beneath that threshold. Does that make sense? It makes it harder to find Bitcoin. And this is what Bitcoin does, by the way, every 2016 blocks. It looks at the previous 2016 blocks. Actually, I think there's a bug where it ignores one of them, but that aside. And it adjusts that difficulty target. Okay, so here's what I'm thinking. I think we're gonna mine a block, and we're gonna win Bitcoin, meaning if you find a golden nonce, you're gonna get a block reward. Now, I'm not gonna give you 6.25 Bitcoin, sorry, but I'm feeling generous. I'm thinking whoever finds the block is gonna get 250,000 Satoshis. Sound good? Okay, so here's what's gonna happen. I'm gonna give you a URL. You pull out your phones, get your browser ready. I'm gonna give you a URL. The second you get that URL, you're gonna plug it into your favorite browser. You're gonna brute force, guess and check that nonce value just like we do in Bitcoin. And if you find that golden nonce, you're not gonna raise your hand, you're not gonna be polite, you're just gonna yell it out. And the first person to yell it out is gonna get 250,000 Satoshis. Sound good? Does everybody have their phones ready? Okay, now I did make my simulator quite accurate, meaning there is a upper limit to that nonce value. It's about 4 billion. So if you're wondering why you can't put in a number that's more than 4 billion, it's simply because that's how Bitcoin works. It's only a 32-bit number, which is actually quite small. Any questions before we get started? We can compare two numbers, we can guess and check random nonce values. This brute force process, again, is exactly how mining works. Who's ready for the URL? Okay, I'm gonna give you the URL. I think I'm gonna pump it up and play some music. You're not gonna be polite. You're just going to blurt out the answer. Sound good? Okay, I think we're ready. First, let's pump it up. Let's pump it up. I got some music for you guys. And hopefully X-Frog has some audio for me. Well, the audio may or may not work, but we've got a cool video for you. All right, and let's give you that URL. I'm thinking we're gonna do, all right, d++.me/mine. Starting now. Might be on mute. It's d++.me/mine. d++.me/mine. You gotta scream it out. All right, let's not trust her. We're not gonna trust her. That's something we gotta verify. Remember, don't trust, verify? What'd she say it was? 14475. Okay, 1475. All right, congrats to the lucky winner. So you're getting 250,000 Satoshis. I don't know. Come find me after. We'll do a Bitcoin or a Lightning transaction. Your choice. All right, any questions? She guessed. How'd you do it? You guessed and checked random values. That's exactly how Bitcoin works. Question over here. It did not. So what we do in Bitcoin is we look at the length of the blocks coming in. We want them to be around 10 minutes. If they come in too fast, we make that target bigger or smaller. Smaller. If they come in too slow, we make the target bigger or smaller. Okay, so who wants another try? Should we do another try? Do you guys want to squeeze another 250K sats out of me? Okay. Is there a method to the madness? What do you guys think? Is there a method to this brute force madness? No? There's no strategy. There's no cheating. You cannot cheat this. She guessed him. What's up, Neil? What do you guys think? You want to make it harder? What do you think, Dred? Go ahead. There can. Well, let's look at this difficulty target. So this is a compressed number. It's got 2 zeros, but really in binary that's 8, 9, 10. So really it's 10 zeros in binary. 2 to the 10 is 1,024. 1 in 1,024 on average guesses will solve this block. So yes, there are a lot of possible nonces that will win. And she happened to find one. Okay, so you guys want to make it harder on yourselves? So you want to adjust the difficulty target down, meaning it's harder to find a block? Okay, we can do that if you insist. Why don't we do one more at this target? Okay, so same URL, go. You found it already? Nope. Oh? Am I playing that? Okay. 24175. One more time. Okay. All right. You guys were like cheating. You were noncing while I was talking. Probably because he's on a different URL. You gotta use the URL that I gave you. So who gave me 1987? Okay, come find me after. You're getting 250K sats. Now I think it's still too easy. So here's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna increase the difficulty, meaning I'm going to decrease the difficulty target. Okay, so I'm gonna give you a new URL. Don't use the old URL, okay? This one's pre-image. d++.me/pre-image. Too easy. Say it one more time. Be sure you're on the correct URL. It's d++.me/preimage. It'll redirect you, but make sure you're on the current difficulty, which is d++.me/preimage. That's right. All right. You got it on the correct difficulty target? Let's hear. 6265262 654. You got it. All right, 2654. Who was that? All right, do you want 250K sats? You do? All right, you're getting 250K sats. Come find me after. Bitcoin, on-chain, Lightning, whatever. All right. How does everybody feel about mining? Is it way less complicated than you previously thought? It's a simple brute force operation of guessing and checking random values that when plugged into the block header yields a hash less than a given target. And if you can find one, you get 6.25 Bitcoin, or if you're in my class, you get 250K sats. All right, there's no time for questions, unfortunately. If you got some questions, come find me after, okay? That's it. Thanks for plugging in my laptop. Now we gotta unplug.
What's up, everybody? I'm Nico. I co-host Simply Bitcoin. I'm going to talk about something that you guys probably did not know. 2021 was one of the most important years in Bitcoin's history. But not, Bitcoin became legal tender. Everyone knows that. Public companies put Bitcoin on their balance sheet. It wasn't that. 2021 was the year of the great mining migration. The Chinese Communist Party banned Bitcoin mining within its borders. The hash rate, which represents an estimate of the computational power actively mining Bitcoin and process securing Bitcoin, just fell off. 50% of the hash rate just disappeared. Because of that, Bitcoin had one of the largest difficulty adjustments in its history, 28.6%. That difficulty adjustment created one of the most profitable times in Bitcoin's recent past to mine Bitcoin. With profit comes incentive. It's such a powerful incentive that I actually hit a buddy of mine that lives in mainland China, and I asked him, hey, bro, are you worried about the hash rate? And I swear to God, this is what he said. He said, Nico, which apparently is how you pronounce my name in Mandarin. He said, what doesn't kill the honey badger makes it stronger. They've tried banning this 5 times before. Absolutely blew my mind. Someone 1,000 miles away was speaking the same language. That incentive created by that difficulty adjustment incentivized people all around the world to plug in those S9s, to plug in their mining, out of the pursuit of profit. So in a completely decentralized manner, people all over the world pursuing profit, the hash rate of Bitcoin decentralized. Most of it went to Canada, most of it went to the US. And not only did the hash rate recover in 6 months' time, now it's already breaking an all-time high. So think about that for a second. No coercion, no central party, no boss telling those miners to be plugged in. It was people just pursuing profit. Absolutely beautiful. And if you guys, I'm assuming most of you don't mind, if you're just looking at Bitcoin, you wouldn't have noticed that the Bitcoin network lost 50% of its hash rate. What other network could do that? None. Only Bitcoin could do that. I'm going to talk more about the great mining migration and the unintended consequences that came as a result of it with these awesome panelists. I'm going to give them very awesome introductions. We have Roy. He mines in the former Soviet Union countries. We have Ben. He is the chief mining officer at Bitfarms. And last but not least, we have Zach. He is the content lead at Brains. So first question to you, Ben. As a result of the great mining migration that I just talked about, we have 35% of the estimated 35% of the hash rate is located in the United States alone. Does that worry you?
No, not at all. I think getting the hash rate out of one country like China is very, very good for Bitcoin. And when you look at Bitcoin being, effectively the monetization of energy, you want to look to the areas where you have huge amounts of electrical infrastructure and resources. And if you want low price electricity, you've got to look for that electricity and energy that's being underutilized. And so the United States has the second largest amount of electricity production in the world, second only to China. When you're leaving China, it makes perfect sense to be going to the United States, especially after they spent, 3-4 decades outsourcing all manufacturing abroad. So all those power plants still exist, all those transmission lines still exist, transformers, all of that stuff still exists and is not being utilized. Bitcoin miners are the perfect solution to fit that gap. So highly positive for Bitcoin, I think, to do that. And once you are in the United States, it does cost you a little bit more to get set up there, but the stability of the legal jurisdiction means that you're actually going to be able to rely on your operations long term. As someone who operated mines in mainland China back in 2015 and 2016, that is not a place that I can operate long term sustainably. The United States and Canada is.
I want to jump in on that a little bit to add some context, though, because we have, creeping up on 40% of hash rate in the U.S. now, and something to keep in mind is we'll never see, and I'm sure you'd agree, we'll never see a repeat of something like China hash rate centralization again. So even though there are significant advantages to operating farms in the US and in North America in general, that sort of era is over. Like China's hash rate centralization was sort of an elephant in the room for all Bitcoin narratives for most of Bitcoin's history. Critics love to cite this sort of centralization narrative. And China killed that with its latest ban, and it will never happen again anywhere else. Like, there's too much money on the table, too many people having access to too much mining hardware and cheap power in every other jurisdiction in the world, that you may see, like, between Canada and the US, close to 40-50% between the two jurisdictions. But then, of course, you have provinces and states and all sorts of sub-jurisdictions in both countries. You'll never see another country with over 50%, even close to 50% of hash rate ever again in Bitcoin's history. Thanks to China.
Bullish. So, look, I'm forced to cover the news, to do well on my show. And what I've started to notice is in the last, I would say, year, 2 years, right? You have articles from The Guardian, you have articles from the New York Times, and not to mention the World Economic Forum, which has tremendous influence around world leaders. They've all been highly critical on proof of work. Now, the Bitcoiner in me is telling me that's because they can't control it. And it's funny because they're advocating for proof of stake. Does that concern you guys at all, right? We're definitely entering the then they fight you stage. These are powerful institutions that have tremendous amount of influence. Does that keep you up at night a little bit?
It's like, obviously it's never fun when, people talk badly about like an industry you care deeply about. But the glimmer of hope, or it's more than a glimmer of hope. The bottom line here is all of those narratives come from basically 2 or 3 data sources, and maybe 5, half a dozen people constantly saying the same talking points. So it's a mirage. The data, sort of pseudo-academic studies that they cite every single time are, riddled with problems in the methodology that they use to sort of arrive at this. And then it's just, blown so far out of proportion with proposed bans and endless op-eds about how bad proof of work is. But it all comes from 1 or 2 academic, pseudo-academic sources. So no, I'm not worried at all, because while facts may not always win in the short term, they definitely win in the long term. And the facts are on our side. So you can publish as many op-eds or propose as many bills as you want. We're going to win, and you can regulate yourself out of our industry if you want to, but you're never going to kill our industry.
Absolutely. So also developing, I would say, you're getting little, hints here and there. You have CNBC articles saying oil executives, energy executives are meeting up with Bitcoiners in these secret conferences, but of course they don't mention the energy companies. I'm going to pass this on to Ben, and I think this is going to change everything. How long until energy companies start mining Bitcoin themselves? Because I feel like it would make sense for them.
That's already happening, and it's been happening for a couple of years now, but at small scale. Back in 2017 and 2018, you started having oil and gas companies, mostly in Alberta, starting to pick up the practice. And now it's spreading everywhere. You'd be surprised by the kinds of companies that you would be, or that are actually running Bitcoin mining pilots. You'd be surprised to hear those names. But you don't need to press release something that's so immaterial. So if you are Exxon or BP or something like that, and you set up a Bitcoin mining operation, you can do that completely under the radar without really letting anybody know. But when you look at, again, the monetization of energy, and again, that ESG narrative, which is a narrative, there is no better technology in the world than Bitcoin mining for reducing emissions at oil and gas sites. So if your goal as a nation state or whatever is to reduce emissions, there's no better technology than flare gas mitigation turning into Bitcoin mining. This is a brilliant solution to the problem, and it's the only technology that does not rely on a public subsidy to reduce emissions. It's a free market.
And I really fundamentally believe this, it actually incentivizes green energy, which is something that they want, right? Without, essentially how it works now is government subsidies, right? It's what makes them profitable. Bitcoin potentially makes them profitable, period, without the need for government subsidies. Roy, I'm going to pass you a question. you mine in the former Soviet Union countries. What advantages do you find mining there versus mining in the West?
First of all, you have great talent at an inexpensive rate. You have a lot of, when I started mining, I was looking for old, ugly buildings with a lot of power, things that people don't understand. So we actually mine in one of our places is a former Soviet missile bunker. It's not a launch vehicle. It was actually a storage thing. It's about a 300,000 square foot building that doesn't have any snow on it, and we're very, very far north in some of the places that we have because we generate so much heat. So you've got great talent. Energy can be a bit can be a little bit difficult there, but with renewable stuff, you do a mixture of solar and wind and things like that, you can get your price down pretty well.
Awesome. So speaking of former Soviet countries, Kazakhstan has around 11% of the hash rate, and of course, if you're just a user of the Bitcoin network, you would not have noticed. But it was not that long ago where Kazakhstan had this revolt, this populist revolt, and the government of Kazakhstan actually shut down the internet. So overnight, 11% of the Bitcoin hash rate literally disappeared overnight, right? So, and I think that as Bitcoin continues to go up in market cap and it takes away government's ability to manipulate people through monetary policy, I suspect that this might be a potential attack vector. Zack, I know you wrote an article recently about Kazakhstan. What are your thoughts on this?
Yeah, I think Kazakhstan's a good example, sort of following China's ban of like the persistent evergreen threat of geopolitical change that affects miners everywhere. Kazakhstan was like a, kind of a destination spot for miners throughout Bitcoin's history with some tax advantages, cheap energy, lots of cheap energy. And then after China banned mining, lots of all sorts of sizes of Bitcoin mining companies, but lots of big miners shipped a lot of machines to Kazakhstan. You saw a surge in that region's hash rate. And sort of over the past 6 to 8 months, you've seen the Kazakh government sort of wrestle with this and change a lot of policies and propose even more changes that make things significantly less friendly for miners. Obviously not to the scale of a full ban like China. But the internet outage and then changes in sort of energy policy and tax incentives just underscores the fact that you, in the same way you would hedge your Bitcoin custody across a couple different wallets, and obviously if you need quick access to it across hot and cold wallets, miners are becoming more and more aware that you need to hedge your hash rate by distributing it across a variety of geopolitical locations. And in some cases that may be all within the same hemisphere, may be spread out all around the globe, but the geopolitical risk in every jurisdiction is always there. And that's not to say the US will copy something like China. Those are obviously two very far apart ends of the spectrum, but the risk is always there and you have to hedge against that risk no matter where and with what size you mine. Ben could probably speak to that better than I can.
Yeah, what I would say is that the technology exists to safeguard your operations in this way. We're selling energy online, digitally. So instead of having something like a nat gas pipeline or a crude pipeline to transmit your energy to a market, we're doing that on your fiber optic line, right? Having a backup system enables you to have all that connectivity. So Blockstream has satellites just for this kind of purpose. Starlink has satellites just for this kind of purpose. You can have a satellite internet connection and it cannot be shut off by your local, ISP. So when you're generating hundreds of thousands of dollars or millions of dollars worth of Bitcoin in revenue, why would you not have a small insurance plan in the form of a satellite connection? And, if you have that, that circumvents that entire problem entirely.
Absolutely, and I know that, shout out to Samsung, Adam, they've been working on that at Blockstream. So, yeah, obviously the Kazakhstan miners didn't prepare. I have a question for you, Ben. Like I said earlier, China has been hostile towards Bitcoin, right? They banned Bitcoin mining. In fact, recently a law just came out where Chinese Supreme Court said that if you were caught transacting in Bitcoin, they'd give you 10 years in prison, which is, that's when you're winning, right? They wouldn't do that unless you were winning. Most of the major mining manufacturers are located in China, right? Do you see that as a potential point of weakness?
Well, there's a couple things there. The first part of this is, the idea of what China's really against. China's not against Bitcoin. China's against people circumventing capital controls. As a Chinese, you are limited to about 50,000 US dollars sent out of the country legally. That's not enough to send your kid to school in the United States. So how are you going to do that? They've done all sorts of things to try and restrict those capital flows out of the country. And if, most notably in 2017, I believe it was, at the beginning of 2017, they banned the withdrawal of Bitcoin from exchanges. So you could go to a Chinese exchange, you could buy your Bitcoin with RMB, and you could withdraw it to your personal wallet or to a foreign exchange and sell it for that currency. And that's how people were circumventing those capital controls. They put in a policy at the beginning of January that you couldn't do it for Bitcoin and Litecoin, which were the big ones at the time. What happened was Ethereum just took off like a rocket, and it went from about $7 up to $430 in the span of a couple of months because of the surge of volume going through Ether as a way to circumvent capital controls, right? So this is something that is a long-standing goal and policy, and they're against Bitcoin as a capital, circumvention technique. But that being said, there's a lot of things that China is against, but they still allow to be manufactured and exported out of their country. Famously, fentanyl is not allowed for use in mainland China, but it is all manufactured in mainland China, right? That they can be against Bitcoin mining in mainland China and still produce those products and export them overseas because it's good for GDP and everything else. So I don't think that is a big risk. What I would say, though, as a North American miner, I'd rather work with a North American equipment supplier. So it would be easier for me working with a counterparty in the same jurisdiction, with the same languages, the same time zones. That would be a lot easier for me. I do think we'll see a lot of disruption from North American mining companies as all this mining hash rate comes over to America. We saw Intel recently with their announcements. I think there'll be one of a number of companies that come up in the United States and start to compete in this space.
Absolutely. Yeah, the Intel miner just announced a couple days ago, the second version. It's almost on par with the XP, right? With the Antminer S19 XP. Question for Roy. Roy, in the last couple of years, I don't know if this is different than 2017, but I would say in the last year, 2 years, we've seen a huge rise of what I call pleb miners. Some people call them home miners. Do you think that that's just part of the cycle, or do you think that this time is different?
Well, the numbers are a bit different. So I think that will cause the pleb miners to stay in a little bit longer. I think that, which is very good for the network. I think we're still going to probably see. I don't think that the bear market will be as deep, but we're probably going to see a little bit longer. And I think that people who have made it through one or two turnings are really sort of expecting this. Some of the new people may fall out, but that's just sort of the way that's the way that the network works. So there should be some opportunities for people that are sort of bulwarked, ready for that.
I think if I can just jump in on that really quick, I think I definitely agree. We'll see like not as harsh of a bear market and a lot more surviving like pleb, small scale, home, retail miners, whatever you want to label them. But it's interesting to note and important to note, I think, that these smaller scale miners have a lot wider variety of incentives to keep mining than your bit farms or large institutional miners that at the end of the day just want profit, right? When you look at smaller scale miners, they have a much wider variety of reasons to mine, including obviously no one hates making money, profitability, but also even if you're just mining at break even or even at a small loss, a large percentage of the segment of retail miners care about clean Bitcoin, KYC free Bitcoin that you can mine. So even if you're not, making the, 15, 20, $30 a day from whatever model machine you're mining, you have those sats coming in and that's what you care about. Also, retail miners are becoming increasingly more sophisticated with how they use heat from the ASIC. So even if you're not mining profitably, even if you don't care about KYC-free sats, you can heat your pool or heat a small greenhouse or whatever you want. So the incentives that retail miners have and the way they can create new and creative tools for all of the different outputs that an ASIC can give you, not just money, incentivizes them to stay in the market longer, gives them just different ways to participate, and they'll stick around longer. So yeah, we've seen a huge inflection in terms of the amount of retail mining, and they're going to stay.
Actually, a quick story about that.
Hit it, Roy.
One of my employees and then also my father-in-law use Bitcoin miners to heat their sauna house. And actually, when electricity prices went through the roof these past few months, with all the things that's going on, one of them asked me if he could take a few machines home and use it to heat his apartment. So you can run an S9 at 500 at 500, and it's not using a lot of power, but it still generates a lot of heat.
So last year, and again, I think that this is a foreshadowing of what's to come. By request, I was asked not to name the specific company, but a large public company that mines in the U.S. started censoring transactions. And in fact, what they did was the Office of Foreign Asset Control has certain countries that are blacklisted in the United States. And what this company did, I don't know if it was requested by the U.S. government. I don't know if they just did it just to stay safe on the regulatory standpoint. I have no idea. But they weren't including transactions, which I think is completely against Bitcoin's ethos. Of course, they're not going to be able to stop transactions. The worst thing they could do is delay them. But I definitely think that as we have more and more public companies in the United States, I think that might be an issue in the future. Zach, what do you think about that?
Yeah, not Bitfarms, another company, just so we're clear. We love Bitfarms.
Got to say that.
This was an interesting, very short-lived experiment in just the basic functionality of the Bitcoin network. And this was not at all requested. Some companies, this particular company is not alone. Some other companies across the Bitcoin space are overzealous to be sort of like hyper compliant, to each their own. But this experiment failed because the goal was to sort of create a clean mining pool where no transactions sent or in any way connected to possible sanctioned parties were included in your blocks. The problem is that every Bitcoin address is public, and so every solved block and sort of Coinbase payout can be dusted with the smallest amount of Bitcoin from one of these parties, and then your whole experiment sort of implodes, which is what happened. Why this sort of sanctions compliant pool only lasted for, I think it was a couple of months before they called it off. But Ben can speak to this also. To prevent any sort of some of the leadership change, the new leadership at this particular company realized this effort was futile. But to prevent anything like this in the future, just to explain the basic functionality of it, you can set up, if you have like an excess stash of coins, a bot that has a stash of coins connected to potentially nefarious addresses and dust every payout address. And then all of this is, futile at the end of the day. So you cannot, like you said a minute ago, you cannot win with this strategy. The only thing you can do is exclude yourself from processing certain transactions, which ultimately limits the amount of revenue you claim from being an active Bitcoin miner. So more money for us at the end of the day. Like you can only lose, and the strategy doesn't even work anyway. So,
Ben, do you want to add to that?
Yeah. So Bitfarms is a publicly traded Bitcoin mining company. We have about 1.5% of the hash rate globally right now. So we're interfacing with government officials all the time. Because we're public, because we're transparent, and because we put out press releases, it's really easy to see what we're doing, right? And so obviously there's going to be a lot of interest there in governments. But I think with a lot of these pushes for regulation, they all come from a lack of understanding of Bitcoin and trying to bridge the legacy system with the new upcoming system. And so when you look at regulatory pushes, they tend to all look at Bitcoin and say, how do I squeeze this thing into my existing boxes, right? And so that's where this kind of push comes from. It's not a good idea. It's not a technically feasible idea, but that's where this drive comes from. I think over time, as people understand the economic value that Bitcoin mining is bringing, especially to a lot of these political jurisdictions, you'll see that, hey, the job creation, the GDP, the higher amounts of tax revenues and everything else, that's going to be the core focus for politicians going forward, because Bitcoin miners are investing in areas that nobody else is. For our company in Quebec, We took over a former hockey stick factory. I mean, there's something, nothing's more iconic than a hockey stick factory or maple syrup for Canadians. And they outsourced that to China about 30 years ago. Nobody was willing to invest in that space and that infrastructure. We came in, we created jobs, we started generating Bitcoins, we started generating tax revenues for the city, giving the local hydro municipality a bunch of revenue, which gets reinvested in the community. Like, that's the thing that most of the governments at the end of the day are going to want to focus on. So I don't think it's too big of a risk, because the economic benefits that Bitcoin brings are going to overwhelm any other concern on the other side.
I'm glad you clarified that. I think Bitcoiners, at least myself, I think we're all a little bit paranoid. And I think, I think that was one of the topics that concerned me. So, and I want to pass this on to Ben. And for anybody that doesn't know, Bitcoin sets a base layer for, as in before, if you had a stranded energy source, that energy was essentially wasted. It was useless. There was no way to monetize that. And now, all of a sudden, if you have a stranded energy source in the middle of nowhere and it's too far away to send it to a city, battery technology is not that great. What are you going to do with it? Bitcoin gives that stranded energy value. So the question that I have for you, Ben, is how is this going to, of course, this is speculation, but how is this going to change the energy landscape? I think this changes the world completely, how humans organize each other. What do you think?
Yeah, it's a really cool point about Bitcoin. I think most of this ESG stuff comes from the fact that people don't understand electricity. How does it work? How is it generated? How is it transmitted? The reality is that there's a big difference between energy, which is easily stored, and electricity, which is not easily stored. Right? Energy can be a barrel of oil, a piece of wood, a uranium rod, but electricity, kilowatts, megawatts, that's a flow of electrons. You cannot easily store a flow of something. That's why batteries are expensive. That's why all these technologies are really difficult to work with. And when you look at an electricity system, how it works is you always have to have excess electricity supply relative to electricity demand. If at any point in time electricity demand exceeds electricity supply, there will be a blackout. That's how it works. And so there's always a gap built into the system between the amount of electricity that we produce and the amount of electricity that's actually consumed. And I think a lot of people think that when we turn on a Bitcoin miner, we're somehow taking away heat or power from somebody's home. And that's just not the case at all. What we're doing is, because we want that low-cost electricity, we're looking for electricity that nobody else wants, right? That's the cheapest electricity possible, is the electricity that has no other demand or use. And so we're coming in there and we're monetizing that gap. And so Bitcoin is solving a problem through mining that the electricity industry never even thought to address. They thought it was a baked-in, problem, and this is just a fixed cost that you have. Now Bitcoin miners are providing demand response. And by providing that ability to turn off instantaneously and see that power to the grid, you're able to maximize the utility of all those electricity resources and minimize the waste. And that's huge, because waste is 17% of all electricity, generated in the world. It's the largest single consumption of electricity is waste and transmission. So if you can have a technology that now comes in there and monetizes that for you and utilizes that for you, that's really game changing. And that's going to happen. It's happening all over. In Texas, we do it in Quebec. We've run curtailment programs for 4 years. It's going to be a big driving force for Bitcoin moving forward.
I love hearing Ben explain the economics of mining and traditional energy markets, and it is a difficult thing to understand conceptually and also to meme generally. But if you think about what he just described, that gap of excess supply that always has to be there, that is where miners love to operate, because it's the cheapest energy that no one's currently using. Well, what happens when you apply a price to that? It incentivizes expansion, right? So the more that buffer amount of energy grows, the more you can expand real demand for energy, which means larger cities, bigger businesses, a more robust energy grid. Miners monetizing that buffer of energy literally expands energy infrastructure, or creates the opportunity to expand energy infrastructure everywhere in the world. There is, and this is not moon boy hyperbole, but there is literally no energy demand like Bitcoin mining, because it is the only location independent, flexible load client for energy markets anywhere in the world that has ever existed. You can go directly to the source where energy is created, monetize that buffer, give them energy companies money to expand that, and then in turn expand the demand that sits beneath that buffer. And a couple logical leaps away from that, human prosperity expands, because energy is one of the highest correlated things to human prosperity expanding, and miners play a direct role in expanding the opportunity for larger, more robust energy markets. So it's not small stuff.
Absolutely.
Let
I
me
think
speak to that
yeah.
on a smaller scale. You know, one of the opportunities that we just found recently, we were on an island where there's a moratorium on solar because the grid couldn't take any more power back into the grid. So the power company said you couldn't put any more solar in. So we came to them and we've worked with them, and we're putting containers in to actually to take that, to allow them to expand the solar adoption on this stranded energy. So it's not just the larger scale things. As a miner, you can find very interesting ways to do this and get very creative. Another thing is, you know, I would imagine in the next 5 years, at the bottom of every windmill you see, you're going to see a container full of miners.
Yeah, right now we're in the process of like mining companies expanding more and more with partnerships in energy markets, but inevitably every energy company will become a Bitcoin mining company or have a Bitcoin mining department, because like especially with certain types of renewables and nuclear power, they produce way more power than they can ever sell, or the production schedule is off with the demand schedule, and creating that location independent flexible load of Bitcoin mining or introducing it into their infrastructure allows them to expand and monetize much faster in a way they've never been able to before. So
Guys, so we have around 9 minutes left. Look, I realize that this is a topic that, again, if you're a user, you don't have to deal with this, right? So I want to take this time to ask questions, because perhaps some of my questions were complicated. So if anybody wants to ask questions, let me know. I have a microphone. Okay. Yeah, fine. All right, let's talk ESG then. Ben, how do you feel about ESG, bro?
So, ESG
is
environmental social governance. This is the latest attack on Bitcoin. Again, coming from I think an idea of how do we bridge kind of legacy with modern. You know, like I said before, there's no greater economic incentive or technology in the world for reducing emissions other than Bitcoin mining. It is by far the most cost-effective solution on the planet that we have to achieve those goals. So I think, on the face of it, it's rather silly. When you dig into where this comes from, it almost entirely comes from digiconomist and Aleks DeVries. This is one guy, one source, who's incredibly biased and does not follow his own methodology. So it's a difficult thing to fight against the deluge of ESG narrative when there's no substance to swing your sword against. It's like fighting a ghost with a sword. I mean, it's really hard to win this battle. But I think what we can try and do as Bitcoiners is just push the education side of things and make people understand the positive benefits that Bitcoin brings, because this is empowering people all over the world. It's saving people. It's improving environments. You know, just in North America, you've got us doing it in Quebec. You've got Coinmint in New York, in a former Alcoa plant. You've got Riot in Riot Windstone in Texas at a former Alcoa plant. These are all, you know, areas where people are investing in places and creating jobs where nobody else will do it. And they're utilizing resources in a way that maximizes their utility, minimizes their waste. It's a hugely beneficial technology for their own stated goals. And that's what needs to be constantly hammered down on, is if you want to reduce emissions, find a better technology than Bitcoin mining to do it. It just doesn't exist.
Roy?
I think it's great. I think ESG is fantastic, because anybody that believes in it should stay the hell out of Bitcoin.
That's a good point. Okay, so things have changed. Things have changed. Miners are lasting a lot longer. I think the mining landscape has changed as well. So, and I want to ask every one of you, because again, You get into mining, you might be using stranded energy sources, the flared gas guys. You might be just taking advantage of a good deal that you have with the city, so you have good power costs, right? So I think everyone gets into mining from a different angle. But what I can say is that things have changed tremendously. So I'm going to start with Zack. What have you seen changed? Is it better? Is it worse? Et cetera, et cetera.
Yeah, definitely a lot of change, and I think like almost all of it is across the board for the better. The spectrum of profiles of participants in the mining market is more diversified than it's ever been. Like you don't just have a few large conglomerates in a couple jurisdictions around the world. Like right
Before you get that, could you define to everybody what a market participant is?
Yeah, sorry. Just like people who mine, I guess, like what they look like, what their needs are, the products that they want to use. It's more diversified than ever. You have like massive, large-scale farms in North America and South America being built by companies like Bitfarms. You have home miners in Arizona with 2 S9s that are immersed in their garage and everything in between. And like immersion is not like a simple process in general. And you have tools and companies now targeting small scale miners for this sort of activity. And then on the institutional side, like just an ever expanding portfolio of financial products for lending and hedging risk, and demand response programs. Like in Texas alone, I think ERCOT has like a dozen different type of demand response programs miners can participate in, and every state has their own basket of those. It's bigger and more diverse than ever before. Especially, I spent a lot of time like thinking and looking at and working with retail miners in particular, and the amount of companies being created to offer them like third-party hosted solutions or direct hardware sales or small retail-focused immersion mining products, and everything else on top of that is bigger and more active than ever. So the market is huge. It's diverse. It's rapidly growing, and almost regardless of where the Bitcoin price goes over the next 2 years or whatever time frame you want to look at, the mining market will be as active as it's ever been. It's not going to really slow down.
Ben?
Yeah, I think what we see over time is incredible increasing level of sophistication and professionalism in the industry. When Bitcoin mining first started in January 2009, it would just be Satoshi on probably 2 or 3 desktop PCs in his basement running the entire network. Right? Over time, you've seen it go to hobbyists and then entrepreneurs, and now it's becoming, more professional institutional companies. They're becoming publicly traded. They're becoming audited by, big 4 firms. Like this is an increasing level of sophistication, and with that, what you get is increasing level of sophisticated products, a way to participate in the market, way to finance your business and your operations, way to hedge your risks. Increasing levels of sophistication for an industry that's been, I think, plagued and held back by a lot of, scams, con men, negative actors over the last 12, 13 years. This increasing level of sophistication can only bring with it increasing levels of investment and adoption. And as we see, public companies starting to dominate the mining landscape, you're going to start to see an increasing level of transparency into the industry as a whole, right? And that's going to get rid of, I think, a lot of the more, risky concerns that people on the outside might have, that governments might have, that regulators might have, and just investors in general might have. So I think it's incredibly bullish what we've seen, and we've reached a level now with Bitcoin mining where the hardware is highly commoditized. Which is really, really important, because with the altcoins and the shitcoins, anybody can produce, a miner, but there's no scalability with it. And so when Bitmain introduces their new Dash miner or script miner or whatever, the instant profits on that are tremendously huge, which means that they can charge an incredibly obscene high price for it. But then they run the miners while they're selling them, and then by the time you get them, the network hash rate's already grown and the economics are destroyed, and then you're sitting on a very expensive paperweight that can't generate any revenue, right? With Bitcoin, you don't have that. We're at the cutting edge of computing technology at 5 nanometers. We're ahead of Intel, we're ahead of AMD, we're ahead of NVIDIA. This is incredible levels of sophistication here on the chip side. And so what that means is that the lengthening of that hardware life cycle means that there's different models, different equipments, and different solution for different budgets and applications. So it makes an S9, which is a 6-year-old miner, you can replug it into a flare gas situation or a windmill or a solar plant, and just monetize that excess production that they can't sell, right? And if you do that with low cost hardware, it doesn't matter if your marginal cost on the electricity is basically nil, right? Now for the more expensive stuff, that makes sense for companies like us who are trying to maximize the revenue out of each megawatt. But for other companies, they're trying to maximize the dollar out of each megawatt, right? Maximize each utility, or maximize the amount of units sold. So it's incredible level of sophistication. It's really widening up the options.
Right, we got a little bit of time left. Do you want to add to what Ben said?
I was going to say another piece of that is that mining best practices are becoming more well known. While mining is probably one of the most competitive things on the planet to do, it is also a great co-opetition, and there's just so many more people and so many more lessons to learn, and people are always willing to help. So it's a really great industry to be involved in.
Absolutely. Guys, that wraps up our time, but we have time for questions. So I have a microphone. Let me know if you have a question.
Are there any major are there any conferences for miners, or if you want to get into mining, that exist now? I'm a GPU miner, so I'm just asking. I think that would be cool if there isn't.
Well, all gamers hate you. There's a couple. One of the seminal ones that's been around for a little bit is Mining Disrupt, happening later this year in Miami, I guess. Bitcoin Magazine at Bitcoin 2022 has some great mining programming planned, like a separate track there. There's a couple around. I can't name any offhand besides those two. But not directly conferences, but there's always a large host of mining-related spaces on Twitter, like almost every day of the week, pretty much. This one account, Stoic Bitcoiner, always hosts a great Spaces conversation. So just scroll through Twitter if you're not in the mood or available to attend a mining conference in person. There's always great conversations there, lots of ways.
There's a lot of good stuff to be learned on Telegram too, and Discord.
Guys, there's a microphone over there, so just go up to it and ask your question.
Hey guys, I'm a pleb miner, and one of the concerns I have and see in the overall space is the lack of decentralization of mining. It's becoming more centralized, and I know like Bitfarms, you guys are decentralizing to some extent, putting farms in Paraguay and different countries, and but still having 10 to 100 big mines around the world is less decentralized than having 1 million pleb miners all around the world. So I'm just wondering if you guys have any concerns of the centralization of mining in terms of how that will decrease the security of Bitcoin in general, because obviously the mining is what secures the blockchain. So just curious what you guys think about that.
Yeah, I think I'm the right person to address this question. So, centralization and decentralization are big subjects always with Bitcoin and crypto in general. We as a company do believe in the Bitcoin ethos of decentralization, which is why we build so many facilities in so many areas. We're going to be in 4 countries by the end of the year with 10 facilities, multiple jurisdictions, multiple electricity providers, multiple contractors, and everything else. The amount of your cash flow and your revenues is too important, I think, to centralize it all in one facility, because it will give you external pressures, whether that come from your electric utility provider, your regulators, or your politicians who are in that area. If all your revenue is coming from one facility, one location, I think you as an entity are at greater risk. I don't think it threatens the industry as a whole, though, because the industry is spread out all over the world, and that open incentive for anybody to join and participate in the network is fundamental and can't be changed, right? So we have an increasing amount of Bitcoin mining happening in the United States, but it's happening not just in one city, it's happening in states all over the United States, even in places like California, which have probably the worst electricity grid in the entire country. There are still people mining Bitcoin there. Now, maybe regrettably, but it is spread out well across the United States, and it's going to continue to keep spreading. And power to you plebs, because we need the plebs in the same way that you need bigger Bitcoin miners. But for this industry to scale and continuously scale to the way, if you're thinking about protecting the value of the asset Bitcoin, having the large-scale institutional mines is the only way that the security of the network can scale with the value of the asset in perpetuity, right? And so we serve a function just like you pleb miners serve a function.
Yeah, and the other great thing about pleb miners is you guys are the best at dollar cost averaging. I joke that I've bought every top and every bottoms in Bitcoin since 2016.
Yeah, I was just gonna, like, Ben put it well. Two things to the pleb or the centralization concerns. First, like Ben said, and as his business can attest, large-scale miners are incentivized to diversify their hash rate. So the centralization is only concerned if you have a lot of hash rate in one jurisdiction, like we saw with China. 50% of hash rate evaporated overnight when that jurisdiction decided it didn't like mining anymore. And a lot of corporate miners learn that lesson very fast. You still have miners from China who are trying to get back online. You have a whole bucket of miners who moved to Kazakhstan, then got screwed there and are scrambling to get online again, or change where their financing is going to build new farms. The second part of that, though, is I firmly believe that the surge in retail mining products and services and just general activity is a direct response to the increasing industrialization and institutionalization of mining. And we will always have both buckets of miners continuing to grow. It's been the past 2-3 years, we've seen a lot of institutional growth. In the past 18 months or so, a lot of retail growth, and both of those will continue to grow in tandem. And as long as we have those two categories growing well and strong together, we'll see a very healthy mining market. I know some miners don't like the existence of large corporate public mining organizations, but I think they're just another important piece of the market, just like small scale retail miners. So yeah.
And one thing, go ahead, Ray. Go ahead.
I was going to say, big public companies are great places to get used equipment from for smaller miners.
Absolutely.
I will want to jump one thing really quickly in terms of decentralization. There are different kinds of decentralization. Physically is one part of decentralization, but you also have to think about ownership of the hash rate. And what we do as a publicly traded miner is we can effectively make that hash rate available to investors through the shares and decentralize and distribute the ownership across a greater amount of people. And so that's a very helpful aspect, because now you've got millions more people who are invested in Bitcoin mining directly, which is a net positive, I think for Bitcoin in general. And you're not going to be able to achieve the levels of institutional scale without the institutional investors coming in and investing in Bitcoin mining.
And Zach, you mentioned China, and it's actually really interesting. According to the CNBC article, it came out in February, it's estimated that still 10% of the hash rate is located in China. And those can't be over-the-board public company, or, big companies in China. Those have to be, they're a little bit bigger than pleb miners, but in essence, they're pleb miners because they are mining underground. And again, this goes back to what I said in the beginning. The incentives are so irresistible that people are literally willing to go to prison in communist China to mine Bitcoin. Absolutely mind-blowing. I don't see anybody at the mic, the question mic, so I'm going to wrap up the panel. Thank you, everybody, so much. Appreciate it.
So I'm just supposed to introduce Aleks any way I can, right? Oh. Hey, Tone, should I just introduce him now?
Yeah. Just do your thing.
Anything else you want me to do? Just introduce Aleks.
Mention the after party and the Scammy Awards is at the place on 7th, like where a poker game was. You were there, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. So the after party is there.
It's at 9 o'clock. We're at 8 o'clock.
Yeah, it's at.
I got it. It says after party. Well, it says 8 o'clock.
All right, everybody, I'm here to pump you up again, wake you up. But I got to remind you, there's going to be partying tonight, baby, hardcore, at the place on 7th. The Scammy Awards starts at 8 o'clock tonight. And then I think the actual awards start at 9. So be there, 8 o'clock. It's going to be awesome. I mean, it was hilarious last time. You do not know who is going to get called out. It is great. Now, speaking about calling people out, the next guest is not scared to call people out, okay? I met Aleks Svetski online in June of 2018. He was on my This Week in Bitcoin show. And right away, he impressed me with his conviction, okay? He believes what he believes with Bitcoin. He does not change his tune in terms of Bitcoin and what he stands for, his principles. He is from Australia originally, which is a beautiful country. Things were not very free there. He got out of there. He's not a tree. He's in motion. He is living the life of all these catchphrases of mine, okay? And he can seem, quote unquote, harsh, but he gets to the point. He believes he is not here to fit in. He's not changing, and he is not here to be the normie messiah. He doesn't waste any time. So it is a privilege to hear him speak, but he's going to give you the freaking truth, okay? And there's not going to be extra stuff. He's not going to try to be nice to you or anything like that and say that Bitcoin is going to make all these normies wise and smart, because it's not. But you have the choice to listen and learn, and the dude is freaking hardcore Bitcoin. So take it away, Aleks.
Thanks, brother. Thank you, Adam. I can't see this. All right. Before I kick this off, just to get a gauge of the room, has anyone ever read the remnant articles that I wrote? Let's see if I can get a show of hands. Okay, all right. And has anyone ever seen me talk before? Let's see. I think it's the same people. All right. So, I got one more question. Who thinks that we need mass adoption for Bitcoin? Let's see some hands. All right, fantastic. I am here to disappoint the fuck out of all of you, because mass adoption is a scam. The idea of mass adoption, this is like one of those phrases that just pisses me off, and it's pissed me off since the first time I ever heard it. And in the early days, I didn't know why it pissed me off. It just did. And last year, I kind of decided to deep dive and explore why it pissed me off. And the answer comes in the form of a meme, which is this one. Thank you. And I mean, I updated the meme specifically for this conference, and it was a really sophisticated update, which was inspired by one of yesterday's talks. So, mass adoption is a fucking scam. So I'm here to talk to you guys about why the real thing that we need to be focusing on is selective adoption. And this image here I love, because this is kind of like the story of my life. Like, yes, you are all wrong, fuck you, and we are right. Now, this little guy here by himself represents Bitcoiners, because that's just the way it is. So, I wrote an article about 6 months ago, which made a bunch of people rage quit from Twitter. And the premise of it was mass adoption is never the goal for anything transformative. The masses, who are the herd, they by definition come last. They do not set the trend but follow it. They are the laggards. They either have no idea what they want, or they simply default to what is available. And I'm going to dig into this idea as we go through. But before I do, I just want to give a couple examples of previous technological and societal transformations that had nothing to do with mass adoption, but that had everything to do with this idea of selective adoption. And I'm sure, you know, I mean, some people, whatever you think of Henry Ford, you think of him. But this quote, which is attributed to him, is quite accurate. Is, you know, if I'd asked people what they wanted, they would have said faster horses. And the same goes for all of these people here. So you've got Galileo, you've got Einstein, you've got Newton, you've got Tesla, Steve Jobs, Henry Ford, and every single other innovator, every single person who's ever changed the world didn't do something that was appealing to the fucking masses. That was never the goal. What they did was they created something fundamentally different and incompatible to what came before it. Like, Tesla didn't build a better candle. He helped introduce electricity into the world, which was fundamentally different to the candle. Steve Jobs reimagined the way we could, you know, work with personal computers. Einstein, all of them the same. Galileo is actually a great example of someone who didn't, you know, succumb to the prevailing doctrine of the times. And I mean, we know what happened to him and everyone else who was supposedly a heretic. So our Holy Father, Satoshi, also said the same thing. Like, if you don't believe it or don't get it, basically piss off. I don't have time to convince you. And that's the premise that we as Bitcoiners need to take, because all of this idea of, like, you know, begging people to come and adopt it because we need everyone here for Bitcoin to succeed reminds me of, like, some, you know, beta guy, you know what I mean, chasing women and, like, begging for them to like him. You know, like, it actually just scares the girls away. You know, like, if you're a woman here, how much do you like it for guys, like, chasing you around and trying to fucking please you? Like, it doesn't work, right? So we don't need to take that posture. We have something better. It's fundamentally superior. And everyone else needs it. We don't need them. And they will default to what is better over time because it is fundamentally better. So let's look at a couple examples of, like, what mass adoption actually looks like. So does anyone remember this guy? Babies are dying, right? So he believed in mass adoption so much, and in his mind, like, mass adoption meant we need to turn Bitcoin into fucking PayPal 2.0, and he lost his mind, and he's probably in a mental institution now, sitting there looking at his Bcash that's down 98% against Bitcoin because no one gives a fuck about mass adoption in that sense. The other examples of people who want mass adoption are these guys. So the shitcoiners and the scammers. So they wanted to change Bitcoin so that it's more appealing to the dumbass sheeple and the lemmings. And basically Bitcoin and Bitcoiners said, fuck you. And, you know, they went on and they did their own things, like, you know, Ethereum and smart contracts and world computer and NFTs and whatever other, like, this retard in the middle. And, you know, this idiot Raoul Pal, right? Like, you know, you'll always hear that word come out of his mouth. You know, but for mass adoption, we need to do this, this, and this. We need a bunch of blockchains. It's like, no, that's not how this works. The other example of mass adoption is what I call lipstick on a pig, right? So these companies here, like, fine, they're great companies, you know, they're doing stuff, but really, what are they doing? They're just making existing fintech a little bit nicer, a little bit smoother, you know, more people can, like, you know, or at least, you know, more people in first world countries can transact amongst each other. But really, like, they're cucks to the government. Like, to really put it bluntly, is like, they're not reinventing anything, they're not recreating anything. It's not a 0 to 1 innovation. These guys are just 1 to N innovations. They're slightly altering the existing paradigm. And to me, that's not interesting, that's not important, that's not how we change the world. None of this stuff actually matters. You know, the fact that PayPal's selling you IOUs for Bitcoin, like, whoop-de-doo-dah, like, it doesn't matter. The ETF goes here, all that sort of stuff goes here. There's nothing fundamentally different or important or engaging about any of this stuff. The other example of mass adoption, this is like a recent mass adoption, you know, maximalism, is like, you know, people who support the current thing, you know, like, this is what mass adoption looks like. We, as Bitcoiners, should not be lemmings. It's not the goal here. We need to think a little bit deeper about the things we want. So this is kind of the separation. I'm going to go into what selective adoption means in a second, but on one end, if we selectively adopt Bitcoin, if we focus on the people who matter. I don't know if anyone's seen The Matrix. I hope you have. The original one was great. The fourth one is an example of mass adoption. Like, the first one is an example of selective adoption. Is this idea that, and I'll talk about it later actually, where Morpheus is talking to Neo about the people that they should actually unplug. and that not everyone is ready to be unplugged. But really, we've got freedom on this side. So citadels, sovereignty, localism, capitalism, family, tribalism, like this is, by definition, they're all things that we must self-select into. They're all things that involve some sort of boundary, some sort of exclusivity. Whereas this other stuff, like, you know, communism and everything, is all about like equalizing everyone. You know, we all know what we're all in this together means, especially over the last 2 years. So we want to be very wary about these things that we just throw around. Because, like, mass adoption is going to get us here in 2030, where you're going to own nothing and be happy, just like everyone else, in the pod, eating bugs, and being, like, you know, jabbed every 6 months. So, the great lie of mass adoption continues. Stagnation, corruption, theft, like everything that we see in the world today, like with what I call the twin evils, fiat and representative governments, like democracy as an example, these are all inventions designed to weaponize the masses, because by definition, there will always be Pareto distributions at every level of existence. Whether, you know, you look at nature, you look at anything in the universe, you look at any physical law, you look at any biological system, you look at any other complex system, and you look at human beings, there is always a 80-20 distribution. And whenever we focus on designing something for the 80%, we actually destroy the 20% who actually make the difference. And we need to invert that kind of thinking. Like, democracy is just one of those perfect examples of rule of the competent by the incompetent. You know, and we've kind of seen that happen, and Bitcoin actually fixes that and changes that, so long as we remain true to the essence of what Bitcoin represents. So this is kind of where everyone's probably heard of fix the money, fix the world, and I think it was always missing a line. And this ties into a little bit of what Justin Moon was talking about earlier today, which is the necessity as individuals to become the best versions of ourselves. Like, the idea, like the word elite has been co-opted and, you know, been given to people like Christine Lagarde and, you know, Queen Elizabeth and shit. They ain't elite. I want to rephrase those people as parasites. Like, to be elite, think of it this way. It's like Bruce Lee was elite. You know, Alexander the Great was elite. Or Steve Jobs was elite. Or Einstein was elite. Or Newton was elite. Like, elite means to be the best version of yourself, and that's what we need to think about as Bitcoiners, is that we want to be elite, we want to be noble, we want to be the best, because that's how you actually set the trend and create a new world that the lemmings will default upon, because they won't have a clue. They don't know. They will walk into a gulag with a smile on their face, and they will walk into a free citadel with a smile on their face, and won't know the fucking difference. So unless we create the citadel, unless the 20% create the citadel, unless the 300 Spartans create the citadel, there ain't going to be no citadel to walk into. Like, if we change Bitcoin, if we change the values, if we do all that sort of stuff to make it all nice and cushiony and, you know, welcoming for everyone and all that sort of stuff, we actually, we undermine the value of creating something incompatible with the old. And that's so important. Like, we can't, if you think of Bitcoin as this new island, and you look at the old world is burning right now, and Bitcoin's this new island. The only thing we should be doing is building effective bridges so that some people can get across, and there must be a price to get across, whether that price is financial, emotional, spiritual, intellectual. There needs to be a barrier, because people need to qualify to come across this new world. And then at some point, when we've got enough of a critical mass, we blow up the bridges, and who gives a fuck about everyone else? Like, because at some point, the rest of the world just stops functioning, and we don't have to convince them to get Bitcoin. Like, this is the piece here, is like, if we focus on mass adoption now, we fail. If we focus on selective adoption, we end up getting mass adoption by default. And I've kind of placed some notes here. It's like, it will occur if Bitcoin is superior, not just because it's another flavor of what exists today. The masses will always follow, the 20% always lead. We can't just be better, we also must be fundamentally different and compatible with the old. So they'll come through. Like, the remnant, as I call them, or the first movers, or the producers, or the prime movers of the world, we're like the tip of the arrow, we're the tip of the spear. We go first, we set that, and then the rest follow by default. And this graph here, I did an article like 2 or 3 years ago called Bitcoin and Lockdowns. And what you'll notice about the adoption curve has nothing to do with price, in terms of like actual dollar amounts. Like there's 0 and there's infinity divided by 21 million. So that's like the upper cap of Bitcoin, which in other words is infinity. And what happens is like we move from one end of the spectrum, which is where we are now. We're kind of in the phase of Bitcoin being a luxury. It's something people desire, something they want. It's something, particularly in this room, where we probably sit in the side of like we don't necessarily need Bitcoin to survive like someone in Nigeria might. So we have the luxury of acquiring Bitcoin as a curiosity, right? And at some point, that's going to change. At some point, the world gets so fucking retarded, the world gets so stupid, unrealized capital gains or, property theft or increased taxes or UBI or whatever other stupidity and machination that the government and the state will conjure up in their desperation because they fucking screwed everything up. That stuff is all coming, and as we move to the other side of the thing, the necessity to be able to store the product of your labor increases dramatically, and that's what brings everyone to Bitcoin. We don't have to beg anyone. They're going to come because they have to, not because they want to. So the question is we need to make sure that we have a Noah's Ark that is stable and strong enough for the masses to flood on, not to build it for them now so that, we compromise the integrity of the actual Noah's Ark that we're building. It's kind of why me and Mark Moss, who was talking earlier today, we wrote this book, which is going to go out soon, but it's called the Uncommunist Manifesto, which is a pushback to the stupidity of what's happened over the last 150, 200 years with Jesus Christ, like, did anyone know the Communist Manifesto is the most widely read political and economic book in history? Fucking hell. Like, that, it's no wonder the world's retarded. We don't need, this idea of, lizards in back rooms to explain the stupidity today. Like, we have this because people believe in, the academic justifications of Marx. But anyway, to kind of wrap up this thread is like why we need to think about selective adoption is like, these are the enemies. Like the shitcoiners, the bankers and wankers, the fiat billionaires who don't care about, a world that is fair. They don't give a shit about that. They just care about like, okay, if I can politicize my way into changing the game so that I can win, then that's all that matters. These are more of the enemies. The health ministers who are extremely healthy, the politicians who are extremely political, and the finance bros with bitch tits. And then we have the lemmings, right? Like, this is all of this stuff is what we are fighting against, because all of this is madness at the bottom and at the top. And obviously, this is like the big boss, Dr. Evil in real life. Like, so we must, like, we have a moral duty to selectively adopt. We have a moral duty not to go out to everyone. Like, there's an essay which I recommend everyone read called Isaiah's Job, and it is actually what inspired a lot of this thinking for me. And it was written in the 1930s by Albert J. Nock, and it inspired people like Murray Rothbard and Ayn Rand and all of that. And in there, he makes this he makes the claim, or God makes the claim to Isaiah, that you should go out and be a preacher to the remnant. And what that meant was go and preach the message and know that 99 out of 100 people are going to walk past and not listen, but one will, and the one that does is the one that matters. The other 99 don't know what the fuck's going on, and they're never going to know what's going on. And there's no point in you diluting your message to talk to them because they're flakes anyway. And when the times get tough, which, mark my words, the next 5 years, as Bitcoin faces a bigger and bigger, boss in the game, times are going to get tougher. And what we want is the 300 beside us, not a bunch of lemmings, because they're going to run at the first sight of the government saying, oh, it's illegal. They'll be the first ones to dump their Bitcoin. They don't give a fuck about no movement or anything like that. So we want to tap into the people who will. Like, so the truckers, for example, they got off their asses and they went and they parked their trucks in whatever it was, the fucking capital, somewhere in China. So like they're the people we want to get onto Bitcoin. So focus your attention, your energy, your effort on those people, because that's how we win this. It won't come from getting a bunch of sheeple on. so this was the quote that I was mentioning before from Morpheus, which is, the Matrix is a system, Neo. The system is our enemy, but when you're inside, you look around, what do you see? Businessmen, teachers, lawyers, carpenters, the very minds of the people we are trying to save. But until we do, these people are still part of that system, and that makes them our enemy. And it's a harsh word. Not many people have actually thought what this phrase actually means. You have to understand, most of these people are not ready to be unplugged, and many of them are so inured, so hopelessly dependent on the system that they will fight to protect it. And that's such an important line, and I think one of the most important little quotes out of just about any movie made in the history of humanity. Because that is the case. That is the hard to swallow pill that everybody who wants to be all kumbaya and nice about Bitcoin as a revolution wants. They don't want to believe this. And the reality is, when Morpheus went out, and the whole premise of the Matrix was they didn't just go and unplug everyone. They unplugged specific people who had enough curiosity, had enough desire to want to be unplugged. So what we as individuals and as Bitcoiners need to be is beacons of truth, beacons of signal, who don't dilute the signal just to appeal to the lowest common denominator. That's what fucking politicians do. Seriously. Like, that's their job. The job of the politician is to dumb down the message so far that they appeal to the moron, and then they basically tell 5 morons that I'll give you 15 cents each. They go to one intelligent person, they tell them that they'll take $1 from them. He keeps 25 cents and gives 15 cents, earns 5 votes and loses a vote. Like that's politics for you. And that's like the cancer that's eating the world, which we need to basically abolish. So we as Bitcoiners need to sort of win this. And this quote here in the middle where who knows Francis Puleo here? I hope everyone, yep, he's a fucking legend. He's like my Canadian brother. But this was one of my favorite tweets, and I remember seeing this. It's war is coming. Deep down, you can feel it. They're coming after Bitcoin next, the last bastion of liberty. The great reset cannot succeed if Bitcoin succeeds. I'm so fucking ready for this. And the crypto dweeb, we can't win. And this guy's like, we don't want you. Fuck you. Stay at home with the women and children. So like, that's the energy we need. Because if we have that energy, then we actually like build an army of people who will stand up to the shitstorm that we are going to face over the next 5-10 years. This is not going to get easier. If you think clown show is over, man, prepare to be disappointed. Like we're kind of in the eye of the storm at the moment because like the pressure was on, and now like we're sort of pulling back for a second. Clown show episode 2022, episode 2023, episode 2024 is going to get next like level 9,000 out of 10 on the retard scale. So like it's going to get really bad. So we need to be ready for that stuff. There is always, exactly, it's going to get worse. So anyway, that's what we need in order to survive the madness, in order to avoid the world of the masses, basically, because the world of the masses is not a pretty place. What we want is like the world of the nobles. We want the world of like primo, like hot chicks and shit everywhere. We want like statues, like ancient art. We want to like have no roads because fuck the roads. That's what the government gave us. Like that's what we want. So anyway, if I think we have 4 minutes of questions, so I'm happy to open this up to some questions. If you want to follow some of my other ranting and swearing and stupidity, by all means, you may do so. And yeah, I'm going to open it up to questions. Thank you. All right, Ugly's coming up.
Hey, Aleks, that's a great presentation.
Love you, man.
But you know what? I think you're wrong in a couple places. 20% is way too big. At the best, it's 10%ers. It's really that bad. And the other thing I kind of want to hopefully can change the narrative a little bit. I think it's community and not citadels. I think because that community, if you can build it from the bottom up, that's going to protect you more than building a citadel and trying to defend it. Your community will defend you if you develop it. So I don't know. I probably want to react because that's a great presentation. But like I say, there's a lot fewer of us than we think.
Yep.
And to me, we have to do this in a community and not have this because the citadel kind of is a, you're castle concept, and we're not castles.
Okay, so I'll comment to both of those things. So yes, I agree. I've got this idea of like in the second article that I did in the Remnant series was the idea of like the Remnant. Then you've got kind of the inside that 20%, you have another 80-20 distribution. So the 80% of those are dormant, and then there's like 20% active Remnant, and then there's another 80-20 in that, which is like the active and the radical Remnant. And so if you actually do those percentages, it's like 20% of 20% is 4%, and then which I would argue is probably the Bitcoiners. There's 4% of the world, so it's an interesting heuristic. It's not by no means scientific, right? Like it is a thought experiment. But if 4% of Bitcoiners, then of those 20%, then it's like 8%. So the 1%, there it is again, are the radicals, like the people in this room, because there's a hell of a lot of Bitcoiners that aren't here, for example. So it's kind of how we want to think about it. And then to the idea of citadels and versus communities and everything, I think that just is a varied thing that everyone's going to have their own flavor and do something different. So, for those who communities work well, great. For me, I'm totally going to build a kingdom with big-ass fucking walls and drones and shit, so if any of the lemmings get anywhere near me, I'm going to blow the fuckers up. But that's just me. You don't have to be like me.
What's up, buddy?
What's up, buddy?
You and I have talked about this a little bit as well, and kind of leading on to that last question, something that I think a lot of us should be thinking about is what sort of skills should we, right now, like you said, it's the eye in the storm, right? It's right now is kind of a time period of skill building. So for you, as you look at the future, what kind of skills are you focusing on, honing in on for yourself?
Well, pick up artistry is one. No, I'm kidding. That's your skill, my friend.
I don't know about that. Definitely not.
Okay, no, I think so. Seriously, it's like communication is one. Writing is a really interesting one, because what writing forces you to do is it forces you to synthesize all of your ideas and actually put them on paper and actually be able to present a compelling case. Because people sometimes misunderstand me when I say fuck the lemmings and fuck the masses and everything. Like they think that what I mean is just tell everyone to piss off, and that's not what I mean. What I mean is being very selective with your energy, because like we as Bitcoiners appreciate the idea, the idea of the scarcity of something like Bitcoin. You don't just go and like, throw your Bitcoin around. So in the same way, you don't just go and burn your energy around. You focus on the people who you know will actually have some meaning. But to do that and to do justice to that process, you need to be able to communicate ideas effectively. So I think learning to shoot is probably a good one. Learning to cook, learning to, chop a cow's balls off so that way, you can fix a car. Mechanics is a fucking fantastic one. Probably some coding, some electronics, some engineering, some farming, aquaponics. There's a whole range of things that we need to think about doing, because we're going to need to somehow interact with each other. Even, to an extent, like we're probably going to need to learn statecraft as well and learn how to navigate the political shit show, because that's only going to get worse. So we're going to want to have our own little plants and stuff in there doing stuff. So anyway, I think it's very broad. Last question.
Great presentation.
Thank you.
You mentioned an essay, something about Isaiah. Could you repeat that, please?
Yes. Isaiah's Job, J-O-B, by Albert J. Nock, N-O-C-K. So I think that finishes it up. Tone, thank you for having me on. Appreciate it. Hope I didn't get you in too much trouble.
It was awesome. It was amazing. Great job. All right, everyone. The schedule has like a 10-minute break, but I think we're just gonna power through it. We have a fireside chat coming up right now, and then after that, it'll be the final panel. Myself, Giacomo Zucco, and Eryka is going to moderate, and we're going to try to talk about the future of Bitcoin. All right, are we ready? All right, where is he? I don't see him. Where's Bitcoin Vegan? He's what? Oh. Are we early? How early are we? Well, where'd he go? What's the schedule say? Are we right on time? We're right on time. All right. All right, well, Natalie, I guess I'm going to take over for now. So we're going to do a coin stories. We're going to get your story. Because you're the one that's always doing it on stage. All right, let's pull up a seat. I got you. I have no idea where he went. You should talk to him, right? About this?
I messaged. Yep. All right.
All right, let me just message him real quick.
Hi.
I'm not going to say black people time on the mic, but this is exactly what's happening right now.
My coin stories are not gotcha interviews. They're actually very nice. So.
Hold on.
There he is.
Hey, there he is. I was about to take over. I almost said black people time on the mic. I was about to. I don't know. I should. Hey, so it's gonna be two ways. So she's gonna get your story. You're gonna get her story. All right.
Hi, Justin. How you doing? Nice to meet you.
All right. We're gonna have two awesome people, and we're gonna do coin stories, which is Natalie's podcast, and it's gonna be a nice back and forth fireside chat. All right. We're gonna put 25 minutes on the clock, and you guys are all set.
All right, so let's just do quick introductions, first of all. So my name is Natalie Brunell. I host the Coin Stories podcast, and I'm a former broadcast journalist or recovering mainstream news journalist that is now focusing all of my energy on Bitcoin content, Bitcoin education, and just trying to spread the message on why Bitcoin is amazing. Not mass adoption, though. And really excited because Coin Stories is sort of like a human interest-driven podcast, so I get people's whole backstories. So they're very evergreen in the sense that even though I talk about like headline-driven aspects of Bitcoin, I really get the person's backstory starting at like, you know, where was Michael Saylor born and what did he want to be when he grew up? So I'm excited to hear your story.
So thank you. So I'm Justin Redrick, go by Bitcoin Vegan. I'm also the author from Bars to Bitcoin, where I tell my story coming into Bitcoin and coming home from prison into Bitcoin. I'm also a moderator in a group called Black Bitcoin Billionaires, where we created a group of up to about 150,000 members on Clubhouse, educating people around the world on about Bitcoin. For my generation and age, I probably influenced a good percentage of people on Bitcoin throughout the years, and we'll get into a little bit more of that story right about now.
Awesome. Okay, so I read that you're from North Carolina, and I saw that actually your father's a reverend.
No, that wasn't
That's
my
not
dad.
true?
No, my dad isn't. My granddad who was.
Granddad. Okay, so tell me a little bit about your upbringing. What was the young Justin like?
Young Justin was wild, smart, kind of like hard-headed, but you know, it was me as a younger child. It was cool. I did have a lot of incidences of, you know, fighting with, you know, just being a boy, but early on it was pretty cool from what I could notice.
I talk a lot about like my background just being in first generation. There were a lot of financial struggles. Was that the case like with you? I mean, what did your parents do and what was your relationship with money when you were young?
So that's the thing, like, so I didn't really notice what my relationship with money was when I was that young. My dad didn't start living with us until I was like 7, so it was just me and my mother. But I really started realizing what our financial situation was in 2006 when we lost our house to the early parts of the housing market crash. So that's when I realized, I was like, something's not adding up. Like, people are working, but, you know, why are things, you know, that's when things just started clicking. So I was like, that was my senior year in high school, so I wasn't really tied into financial education as I should have been, but that was a big eye-opener then.
Well, so your family lost your house. You were curious about why the heck that happened, but then you went to college and then dropped out, right? Because of something that happened with your mom. What happened?
So, like, really, it was a lot more stuff than just that with my mom. We were going around from house to house. I I actually transferred to a different school and wasn't able to play basketball. And then I witnessed one of my friends get killed at a party. And so it was a lot of like just downs. I didn't really know how much of a downward spiral I was in. And so I did go to college, and college was cool, but I wasn't focused at college. I just went to college to get up out of the environment. And what's crazy is I actually made the dean's list the semester before I dropped out of college. But I dropped out of college because I really felt like I was getting played. The professor put up a graph, and it was like 2009, and he said, yeah, you won't be able to get a job until 2015, 2016 in your field. And no one in the class thought that was an issue. And so I just raised my hand. I said, but Sally Mae is going to start knocking on the door for money 6 months after graduation, so why the hell are we sitting in here? And no one actually thought that was a problem. And granted, I know in college I smoked a lot of weed and did a lot of partying, but I knew that shit didn't really add up. So, I mean, it was something to clap about, but it wasn't the best decision because I didn't have a plan after I dropped out of college. And then that led to worse decisions. So,
yeah, take us down that road. Tell us that story. I mean, obviously from bars to Bitcoin, so let's go to from dropping out of college to bars. How did you end up in prison?
So I ended up in prison because I was just hanging out in the streets trying to find ways to make money. I tell a lot about this story in the book. But like even in college, we would drive down to Atlanta to go buy weed from my cousin to bring back to sell in North Carolina just because it was cheaper. But what ended up happening was I got home and things just weren't getting better. And I did not know how to, I saw things, but you'd be surprised about how information not being delivered correctly can impact a path. So I just told the story to somebody. So a friend of mine was telling me there was a guy who he was scamming people. He had money and cash. I was like, all right, so what are we going to do? He said, well, we're just going to go in there and basically rob him. So we actually did it, but no money was there. And I really realized, God damn, I'm on a big dummy mission. So I left. They got arrested. And then a month or so later, I got arrested. And then that whole process started for me to go to prison for 3 years. And it was in prison. I was like, damn, I'm fucked. But I looked at it as, even though it was about to be a very long process, I was still looking to try to find a way to win, in life, because I realized a lot of people had hit rock bottom and still found a way to succeed. So the only thing was you had to have a will to win. And that's why I just kept. I've always had that as a child. I always had a fighting spirit, and I just knew that I would try to find a way to win. And it was when I came home, I did some entrepreneurial things. I became vegan in 2015, and I used to cook food, delivered it out my house. But it wasn't until my friend Isaiah Jackson, author of Bitcoin of Black America, I've been actually knowing him since I was 11 years old. He taught me about Bitcoin, and I would sit in the basement of my mom's house studying Bitcoin every single day. I remember going out in my neighborhood, setting up wallets for people for like $25. I even used to sell Bitcoin before the federal government made it illegal. Because people didn't know what Bitcoin ATMs were or where they were located. So I said, well, damn, I'll sell you some Bitcoin. Like, yeah, how much? I said, well, if the ATM at the charge this time 12.8%. I'm like, man, I'll do you for 25%. Just give me $25, I'll give you $100 of Bitcoin. So I would go to the ATM, buy it, send them the 20, send them the 100, have the 25, just collect sats. And this was in 2016, so Bitcoin's around $600 some odd. And I just realized that Bitcoin, I knew Bitcoin could win when every single person on the planet could win. It didn't matter if you were black, white, if you hated each other or loved each other. Everybody could win. So it was built in a way that I could understand because the one thing that stood out was how Zay said it was decentralized. So in prison, and the name of the conference is called Unconfiscatable. So in prison, I shared a little bit of this yesterday, we had stamps. And so using stamps in prison helped me understand how decentralized currencies could work amongst humans. You didn't really have to have any pre-knowledge to it. You just had to be in an environment where it worked. So that's why I see Bitcoin succeeding. It's kind of like when you are 18 years old or 20 years old, you go to the military, and then people are in basic training for like 6 to 8 months, but you come home with all this damn discipline. It's like you start adapting to where you are. So that's the only thing I knew how to do when I came home was adapt. And I said, hell, I heard people say they lost a lot of money with Bitcoin. They said, you know, you need to figure out what you're gonna do. Don't do this, do that. I'm like, there's nothing for me to lose. Like, shit, I've already lost the time. So it was nothing more than just to take a shot. And so on top of that, that's why I really feel, and I didn't really understand this part, but the reason I have a lot of faith in Bitcoin, or my conviction is hard in Bitcoin, is because Bitcoin solved the problem that affected my life. The housing market crash, our house foreclosure. I didn't know that shit till just a few minutes ago. And somebody asked me, they were like, so, like, do you go all in on Bitcoin? Yeah. It's like, if Bitcoin was to go to zero, shit, we still would have a better performing money than the US dollar. You'll have unconfiscatable money that wouldn't go nowhere in price, that's still decentralized, so it's still a win. But it's just like, you know, it's kind of like that General Hannibal said, you know, we take the island, we're gonna burn the boat. So shit, it's like if Bitcoin goes down, shit, it just is what it is, because it's the only opportunity zone that even exists today. Like, even if you don't support Russia, or you do, or whatever it is, the fact that they've been kicked out the SWIFT banking system, and the only thing they can do is use Bitcoin, it's like, shit, it doesn't matter what side you're on. And what's crazy is it's going to be very interesting just to see how the whole space moves forward once your favorite enemy is now hodling Bitcoin.
Wow, that was incredible. So my family also lost everything in that crash.
Yo,
so
wait, I didn't mean to do that.
No, I relate to you. I think that's why, like, Bitcoin, you know, it speaks to people in different ways because of our own individual experiences, but yet we all have this common thread where it's something about justice, right, at the end of the day. And we have a lot of headlines out there about social justice or reforming the justice system, but what really would reform it, in probably both our opinions, is fixing the money, right? Fixing the money because it's broken. So when you now spread education, like, what's the biggest hurdle that you find in terms of helping people go down the rabbit hole in the same way that Isaiah sort of led you down and orange pilled you and helped you understand? Like, what's the thing that really challenges you and that you want to help people understand about Bitcoin?
Well, like, it challenged me a lot, but now it's like challenging the whole space a bit, because like, one thing that helped me in the beginning was, all right, I can learn the information, but how do I teach it? So for years, I used to operate from a selfish thought of the conversation of thinking like, well, you need to get it because I get it, so I'm gonna talk to you the way I understand it. So it's like I'm talking German. I mean, I'm talking English to someone who talks German, and they're looking at me like, what the fuck are you saying? So what I really realized was like like, you know how we say the shit coiners, oh, they're great at marketing. They have great marketing. We don't need marketing. We sell ourselves. Bitcoin sells itself. No, the hell it doesn't, because most people don't even know how to buy. Who's in sales in here? By show of hand, who's in sales? Yeah, okay. Well, don't worry, nobody's gonna think you're gonna sell them something. But the thing is like, you know that people don't know how to buy shit. You have to take them down the path, have to help them understand, get over objections. That's the same thing with Bitcoin. So like the thing I noticed is like granted, we have the same numbers. 99% of the world knows shit about Bitcoin. So everybody, when you talk to them, they're gonna have the same type of, oh, well, I'm too late. Oh my God, the price is too high. I heard the price is volatile or scams. They're gonna all say the same type of stuff. So if you don't know how to answer that question in a language they understand, those numbers of 99% will always stay the same. It's like we got to take it to another level of the conversation of introduction to another level. Otherwise, like the whole conference has been saying, they're going to keep listening to folks on Capitol Hill about Bitcoin. They're going to keep going to KYCs. They're going to keep going to the AMLs. They're going to keep going to all the other stuff because, like, we are thinking in a language that only we understand. So, like, earlier, and it was a great answer. Earlier, I asked the panel who's doing the mass adoption of payments, you know, how were they educating people? Well, they have to educate the people in the industry they serve, but you still have to find a way to educate the people who you on the other side of the equation. So, like, one of the things that me and Bitcoins are creating in Miami, like, I have a project called the From Bars to Bitcoin project, where the entire initiative is to educate returning citizens on Bitcoin, so they could be, you know, in those same type of conversations, or use the skills to build a job for themselves, or, you know, be an entrepreneur. But at the end of the day, it's 2 million people locked up, 600,000 come home per year, and those are users. At the end of the day, Bitcoin is going to need users. Like any other tech needs users. It's not just all about who has the most Bitcoin. It's all about users. Like, if you look at how apps are judged, YouTube has 10 billion downloads. That's more than the humans are on the planet. So the more users and value, you know, that's how I look at it. Bitcoin has bought this value. You got to always look at how you recycle and bring value to the network of Bitcoin. If you feel it's really done this much for you or done this much, you have to find a way to add value. And talking about, you know, just being able to talk about it to yourself isn't that. But that's what I think.
Well, I think value can be, there are universal values, but also value can be very subjective. And I've found that when I offer the message of Bitcoin, I have to cater it depending on the audience, right? So it's a different value proposition maybe for liberals versus conservatives versus boomers versus minority communities. So maybe can you speak to Black America and why it's important for their success?
I mean, shit, it's the, like I said before, it's the only opportunity zone for Black America. I really see it like it's the only option out there. I mean, really, the only option. There's no overseer. Nobody really on this planet has ever lived in a moment where you have experienced non-manipulated money until now. 100% of Black people on this planet have never experienced the opportunity with no overhead oppression. So that's the opportunity that Bitcoin brings. And it can, you know, we can talk about the money, the Bitcoin, the value, but it's all about opportunity. Like, what opportunities can you bring? You know, if you have to really get it off of your own work ethic, with no one standing there, then what are you going to bring? How are you going to rise to the occasion? Because you're not going to be able to sit around and no one's going to give a damn about, you know, how you're talking about it. There will be people, but you have to take action on it, and that's the only way I see it happening in Bitcoin. You can go to shitcoin land if you want to, but we already know you're going to end up with that one. So it's really the only opportunity that I see.
Other than telling yourself to buy Bitcoin, if you could have a conversation with the Justin who was walking into that prison for the first time, what would you tell him?
You'll be all right, keep going. Yeah, I mean, that's because if I say anything else, it'll fuck up the ending. You know, I probably wouldn't be on this stage right now. Hell, if I graduated college, I'd probably be in the shit corner, so we good where we are.
All right, well, some people out here would say that being vegan is a shitcoin, so I'm going to ask a tough question. Vegan. Why are you vegan? There are so many carnivores in here.
Man, hey, I'm glad that I'm here, matter of fact. So I think I got here because I put out a tweet. I said, who created the Bitcoin carnivore narrative? And then someone said it was Safe Dean. It was Safe Dean. So I tweeted something at Safe Dean, and he said, oh, well, you need to read my book. And I was like, well, damn it, hell, read mine. But it was a funny little weekend. I saw I think it was just like a dead weekend in Bitcoin. I was like, let's just throw this shit out here and see what happens. So then Tone asked me on Telegram, you want to come to Unconfiscatable? I'm like, yeah, sure. I look at the website, I'm like, did he try me on purpose? Like, they have a whole dead-ass animal on here talking about carnivore dinner. I was like, yeah, I'll be here, though. It's all good. I'll be here. But it was funny to me, man. I've been vegan just as long as I've been Bitcoin. And what's funny is I've heard, like, for the past 6 years, just crazy, oh, you're vegan, this, that, and third, blah, blah, blah. Then you hear it with Bitcoin. And you just end up being this hardened person of, like, not giving a damn about either side of the conversation. So it's just, but I was really in vegan because I saw freedom in the food. I always saw freedom. Wherever I see freedom, for me personally, I'm gonna go there. Taking myself off the standard diet. One day I was like with my one girlfriend at the time. I ate crazy the whole damn week. Lost my 6-pack, lost everything. I was just like, nah, I don't want to live like this. So I just wanted to change it. Then like in my family or community, people just have bad health, and it's like you're not really paying attention what the hell you do every day. So it was just a big, I just wanted to break away from everything that I felt had anything to do with me going to prison and just be a whole new person or a new path of life.
How did being in prison change your view on freedom and just how important it is? And I mean, taking it one step further, obviously you would probably value money that represents freedom, right?
Shit. Being in a situation where you have to listen to people who you know are stupider than you is painful. Like that's a different level of pain to where you were looking like, I really have to I don't have to, but it's like it's probably my best interest to listen to you, and it's just like, damn, I really have to go through this. So but the whole being away from your family stuff, that's rough. Not being able to see women is rough. That was terrible. But it just makes you think, like, whatever opportunity there is out there, you have to, like, go for it. I told somebody, hell, I'd rather sleep under a bridge than do this shit because there's our chance. There's our chance. As long as you have a chance that you could do something, there's really, like, small chance. You're almost like negative chances. So, just to be able to wake up and go at it again. You fucked up one day, you go at it again. You might do this for months, but you have that opportunity to do it over. So that's something you don't really have in prison.
Well, to start to land the plane here, I'm just kind of curious. We always say Bitcoin fixes this, right? And we mean everything. Mm-hmm. It fixes families, it fixes the economy, it fixes, politics. How does Bitcoin fix the criminal justice system?
So, like, what part are we talking about? Are we talking about, like, them going to prison or coming home?
What's your hope? Like, if we all adopt Bitcoin and that's the new standard and our money, in theory, goes up in value every year and allows us to kind of recreate the financial order in a way that's more equitable and has more economic opportunity and access to opportunity, how do you think that will impact, maybe in a positive way, the criminal justice system? What do you want to
let's
see based on
Like,
your
I mean,
experience?
so what I would want to see is like I think, like I said again, it would probably have to start with why they should be good actors, because like we can say that like there's still gonna be crime. We're gonna be all the way honest. There's still gonna be crime. It might be a lower level of crime, but I mean the dark web still exists today. Bitcoin's been going up in price. I think, but what will happen is people will, that overhead again will be gone, and you'll have like less numbers, and then you'll have folks who really just want to be, that feel like this is what they have to do for their whole life. Most people are in prison because they don't have money. So you flip a lot of that, you'll start seeing things unravel slowly. But there won't just be this perfect utopia of no crime, but I think you will start seeing a lot less because people might have more opportunities to do the life they really want to live.
Awesome. Well, I think we're out of time, but that was an amazing story. Thank you. I don't know if anyone has questions, but we've got like a minute. No questions? I think we're good. All right. Thank you, guys.
Great job, man. Hey guys, and check out his book. It's my fault that we don't have his book. It was just too last minute and hectic. We didn't get him in time. But from bars to Bitcoin, support. Check out the book. It's on Amazon. And I want to thank everyone for showing up. I want to thank the people that made this happen, the organizers. A lot of them are not here. A lot of them are at the after party venue where the scammies are. And everyone will be there, so we'll do some announcements over there as well. All right, I'm gonna hand it off to Eryka to do a little introduction.
All right,
We'll have a
everybody.
chat.
Thank you. Okay, so today is the last panel of the day. Are you guys excited? Thanks for staying with us for the last 2 days. A lot of good information, right? All right, and then give it up for Tone. This is his 4th/3rd Unconfiscatable.
Third. 4th year, 3rd conference. COVID got in the way.
And for, I know Tone on a very personal level, and what he does is he consistently puts out content for people. And it's not easy, you guys, and I know he doesn't necessarily make money directly off of it. So if you can super chat, tip him, you should, right, Tone? He's not going to promote himself. Okay, perfect. So this next topic is Bitcoin, a look into the future. Today we're looking at the price of Bitcoin, and it's about $39,000, and the market cap is about $751 billion. Now we think about Bitcoin as a commodity, and we think about the entire world in terms of, let's say, its market cap. Let's look at Apple alone, right? Apple, I think, is at 2.6 or 7 trillion dollars as a market cap. Apple is one company. It provides phones and computers, but it still is one company. $751 billion in comparison to $2.6 trillion. What does that mean in terms of price appreciation? It's incredible, and it's there, right? Now, me personally, my name's Eryka Gemma. I'm pretty well known in the city of Miami for being the first person to host large-scale events in the city, really interested in onboarding the local government. And this is really what I want to drive home before I introduce our panel, is that everybody has a talent of their own. For some people, it is development. For some of you guys, you can sit behind a computer screen for hours. For some of you guys, it's talking. It's building your local communities. And even though this is a decentralized world, it's important for us to still feed our local communities, because when shit hits the fan, which it already is, right? We have to make sure that the people around us, we have been educating and working on. So it's important to know your neighbor and to make sure that they also earn Bitcoin to strengthen your local economy. So, for us in Miami, it was like attracting local politicians. So if that's something that's, fuck the state, right? Thank you. Okay. But on a local level, there's still change to be made. So I really encourage everybody to try and do that on a local level. But not only that, I really hope that this panel gives you guys insight, because the future, we don't know the future, but we can build the future. We all have the power to create the future for ourselves. And everybody here, you're in the right place because you're learning about this technology that is going to shape the future. And also, you have the ability to, just really change things. So without further ado, I am going to invite my 2 panelists up. And the first one is Tone, you guys. Tone is obviously his conference.
Hey guys. I'm going to slide this over a little bit.
Okay. And the next one is Giacomo. I think today, what do you identify as?
Giacomo.
A purple cat? Is that what it is?
Dog.
Dog, okay. Okay, so we're gonna bring a lot of action items to you in this panel. I really want to get into your guys' brains. And I'm going to separate this into three separate sections. The first one is a little bit of background so we can understand the bias that you have because of your background and what you've experienced in the past. Some current events. There's a lot of really interesting current events that are basically marketing tools for Bitcoin. And the last one is going to be suggestions and advice on some of your favorite Bitcoin companies. We'll talk about places to move, this economic concept of voting with your feet, being able to live where you like the laws. Where do you suggest that people should move to? Because, what's interesting is that Bitcoin does provide financial freedom, but what about personal freedom when you live in a place that is restricting you, right? So first thing, Tone, I'm going to ask the question to you. You grew up in Russia?
Yes.
Okay, so give us a little bit about your background, where you grew up, and any parallels you see today between Russia and where you live now in the U.S.
Yeah, the word Russia has taken on a very different meaning. I think we did a good job not making this event political, even though my channel has been steering in that direction. So, man, a lot has changed. In my lifetime. I'm thinking I still have half my lifetime to go, and a lot more is going to change. It was weird, looking back at it, things are so different. Like when I was a kid in the Soviet Union, you don't feel the communism. You don't feel the fact that you don't own anything. There's no ownership, really. And when you have to leave the country, when we finally got permission to leave the country, Australians, I think, are still working on that, but we eventually got permission to leave the Soviet Union. And when we did that, we were only allowed to leave with $100 per family member. Something around that amount. I mean, $100 per family member bought you a lot more in the late 80s than now, which is like the three ways government confiscates your money, right? Inflation, taxation, or they just take it. And we're seeing all three right now, exponentially increasing. And coming to America, it's great. You now have ownership. You came to capitalism. But 5 or 6 years in middle school plus high school, then 7 years liberal college's education, and suddenly, you're again on that socialist, communist mindset until you kind of grow out of it. And now Bitcoin is changing that completely.
So state-run education, very similar to what we're seeing now. Public schools are definitely the norm. And then also this ability for bank accounts to be shut down. Now, Giacomo has a different story because you grew up in Switzerland, correct?
Not really, in Italy.
But you live in Switzerland now.
I live in Switzerland right now.
All right,
yeah.
They both have their own issues, especially if you guys saw the recent news about Switzerland, and we'll talk about that. But how about you growing up? What was that like? And any biases that brought you on to Bitcoin?
So I grew up in Italy, which, for example, recently during this Coro-Nazi situation the last 2 years was even worse than Canada or Australia. I mean, in Italy, you literally had helicopters chasing down people running alone on the streets. You had people basically, a young guy, 17, being dragged by policemen with narcotics and brought away from school because he refused to wear a mask inside the school. So with policemen kidnapping a guy, police entering university in Venice to bring out a girl protesting the mandates. The difference with Canada is that in Italy nobody cares, so there's no struggle to report. So in Canada you have the trackers and you have the confiscation of the track. In Italy nobody cares. They just go along with any kind of dictatorship they have as a traditional habit. So I think it's just national custom to just go along with the dictatorship. So in Italy it was like Italy had I was not in the Soviet Union, so I was in the country of the country west of the Yalta line with the biggest communist party in the history of mankind. So Italy is like the culture of learning how to get along with the communist regime in a soft way, trying to escape that. So when I finished my university, I started to work as an entrepreneur. After a few years as an employee, I started to see on my skin the 78% total tax rate tax pressure, 78% on an average, including the social, the social security part. And so I moved to Switzerland, which for me was really the land of the free. Switzerland was a place of political decentralization, like financial privacy, sound money also, like Switzerland was the last country to abandon the gold standard. So it was a very conservative country. And just about when I started to move, Switzerland decided to turn into basically Italy 2.0. So I'm considering that maybe I'm the problem, and I'm being very, very cautious about my next moves. But it's still better than Italy, but not as good as.
Don't mess up El Salvador.
Exactly.
Please, oh my God. So you guys are both early Bitcoiners. Could you summarize to the audience what idea made it click for you? Because everybody has a different moment where they're like, wow, this stuff is very important.
This one.
Favorite?
Yeah, it happened in 2013 with the Cyprus banking confiscation. It was right there. Unconfiscatability.
For me, just like in the presentation I gave yesterday, it's a fortunate coincidence you asked that. That was the click for me. The fact that it was unifying my interests that were previously completely disconnected. So the week I started to learn about Bitcoin, it was November 2012, and in the same week I was part of this pro-Assange, very like a little bit left-leaning model libertarian group, very pro-privacy, pro-darknet markets, and these guys were actually starting to discuss Bitcoin as black market money. Other guys from the Italian Mises Institute, so Austrian guys, all about gold and monetary policy, no overlap with the other guys. These one were like old conservative gold bugs, completely different. They told me about Bitcoin the same week. And then I was working at Accenture as a payment technology consultant, and some colleagues started to discuss Bitcoin as a new technology. And so I started to really hear Bitcoin from three completely different, separated parts of my life. And up to that point, my life was being an activist in one group that was despising the other group, and the other way around, and also go to work with this boring stuff about payments, nothing to do with my ethical involvement in advocacy groups. And so for the first time, there was one unifying thread, and that was the click for me.
Yeah, serendipity is very important in a lot of things that I feel like how I live my life as well. You know, I learned about Bitcoin because I campaigned for Ron Paul for his 2012 campaign, and it was because you were around that freedom-minded individuals, and you were like, wow, maybe I don't technically understand this technology, but knowing that the leaders who see the free world in the way that I see it, they agree with this was really that encouragement. So don't feel like you have to understand everything technically in order to take this step forward. And now it's like, you know, all the big banks are getting onboarded, which leads me to our next topic of current events, okay? So in 2020, the Office of the Comptroller of Currency, OCC, said that banks can now custody Bitcoin. One of the big banks that came on board to custody Bitcoin was BNY Mellon, the oldest bank in the United States. I think they manage like $41 trillion, and they're now custodying Bitcoin for their clients. In terms of the future of Bitcoin, how do you guys see this interacting? I mean, there was an argument early on stage where Bitcoin is already a store of value. It's proven that its use case as a store of value is very, very good. But do we see Bitcoin becoming a currency like it was originally supposed to? Or should it become legal tender? Do we want it to become legal tender? What do you guys think?
So Bitcoin already is a store of value and a medium of exchange and a unit of account even. It's just not equally distributed. For example, it's a store of value in many cases for many people just because it's unconfiscatable and it's unprintable, and so it's good for inflation, it's good for taxation, it's good for confiscation, which are the problems right now for everybody, including first world people. While it's a medium of exchange, but it's that only for a subset of people that really need that. For example, if you can pay with fiat, usually because of Gresham law, you pay with fiat. It's like if you're in Venezuela and you can pay with Bolivar instead of dollar, you just thesaurize the dollar and you pay with shitty Bolivars. And you do the same now. I pay with fiat if I can. I tend not to spend Bitcoin, but there are a few transactions that you cannot do with fiat, and that's the whole point. If you want to pay over the internet with privacy, you want to pay a VPN and you don't want to give up your credit card name, then you need Bitcoin. If you want to pay some developer in India and you don't want to go through some Swift super expensive and super slow stuff, you have to pay with Bitcoin. If you want to buy something that your government doesn't want you to buy, which could be a Bible in some Middle East country, or some substance or somewhere, I don't know, you need Bitcoin. If right now, even if you really want to just do something which is not political mainstream, and you get your payment rate censored, you need Bitcoin as a medium of payment, as a medium of exchange. And then Bitcoin is also actually a unit of account, because if you think about that, the correlation between all the shitcoin market and Bitcoin is so strong that it doesn't make sense for a good trader to price a shitcoin in US dollar terms. You have to know what is the opportunity cost for your non-Bitcoin hodling. So what you do is you measure your shitcoin trading performances mostly in Bitcoin. So it is a unit of account too. It's just that these three functions are not really coming into being at the same time. For example, in order to be a medium of exchange, you need also to be a store of value first, because medium of exchange means that medium of exchange is not any object that you can exchange. It's some object that you will exchange and the counterparty will keep it until it will be able to exchange it with another good or service later on. So it's a delayed exchange, and so you need to be a store of value first. And then in order to be a unit of account, you need liquidity, and so you need to be a medium of exchange. So they will take time, but we're getting there.
I'll make mine quick. I'm not a huge fan of regulation that allows bank to custody Bitcoin for people, because it makes people lazy, and they will let banks hold their Bitcoin, which is slightly better than the traditional system. At least the money that the banks are holding for them is not going to devalue. But it's like banks holding your gold. It's still confiscatable, and if the government wants it, they'll take it. So that's the issue.
So for the legal tender question, it's legal tender in El Salvador. I think there's one county in Switzerland that said it could become legal tender. In the United States, do you want Bitcoin to become legal tender?
That's a really hard question. I've gone back and forth on that question a couple of times.
So no answer yet.
I can make an argument for and against. I'm very happy that El Salvador did this because it brought up the conversation. Would I have rather seen El Salvador just start buying up Bitcoin the way Michael Saylor has and not officially make it legal tender? Like, I don't believe that there needs a law. They can just say, we don't care. Like, you can use Bitcoin. You don't have to use Bitcoin. You're not going to be criminally charged. We're treating Bitcoin like a currency, so you're not going to get taxed on it. You're not going to get taxed on Bitcoin, holding Bitcoin, having it go up in value. So it's just there. Like, you don't need a law for or against. It's just there.
Yeah, let's try to break down the concept of legal tender in its constituencies, which is basically three parts. One part is legal tender is when your government accepts that kind of money, that kind of currency for taxes or fines or anything else, and not others. So they create a pressure, they create an artificial demand, because that's what in order to pay taxes to the U.S. government, you need to buy dollar first. So it creates a demand. And this kind of legal tender with Bitcoin is cool. I mean, if like right now in Switzerland, the city of Lugano officially accept Bitcoin for any kind of payment for taxes, fines, or town council services, that's fine. I mean, it's just a criminal organization accepting Bitcoin. I mean, it's okay. It's adoption, right? I don't care if I don't like governments. Like I don't like Cosa Nostra or Camorra or the Chinese triads, but if Cosa Nostra starts to accept Bitcoin, that's kind of adoption. I mean, criminals use oxygen to breathe. That's not a problem for oxygens, right? If it's useful, good people will use it and bad people will use it. The second kind of legal tender is the government forces people to only accept that, or better, they prevent people with violence from refusing that currency as a payment. This is not a good thing. I'm against this kind of legal tender. The only reason I'm not that against in the El Salvador case is that it's fake. Like, if you read the law says everybody's forced to accept Bitcoin if the payer wants to pay in Bitcoin, which almost never happens, and if the guy who accepts Bitcoin is not like impossibilitated because of like lack of infrastructure, which is almost always the case. And if they have infrastructure and the buyer wants to pay in Bitcoin, they can still convert in US dollar immediately using the government infrastructure. So it's a fake legal tender, mostly a marketing move, which is okay. In Switzerland, it's kind of the same. The city of Lugano cannot impose a real legal tender, so they're trying bilateral agreements with the merchants to convince the merchant to accept. This is a good kind of legal tender. It's not really forcing anybody.
Yeah,
and the third one, and I close very quick, the third one is actually an implicit form of legal tender, which is monopoly, basically. They prevent you from using alternatives, which is not the case in this moment. They are not preventing people, like it's not like El Salvador is preventing people from using, exactly.
Yeah, and that's that thing, is that government is this monopoly on force, and they use violence to get compliance. And this is what we love about Bitcoin, is that there is no violence involved. It is an option, just like in El Salvador. Now, one thing that's happened recently in the news is that the EU said that banks are supposed to shut down access to Russian accounts. Now, Switzerland, which is historically known for being neutral, historically known for being the privacy standard for banking, they now made it. And they took that EU regulation a step further, and they now took away people's cryptocurrency accounts that were banking their cryptocurrency in Switzerland. Now, this is in contrast to Coinbase, Binance, Kraken saying, we're not going to shut down accounts to Russia. And for me, I mean, I love that. That's the mindset of our people, right? I might not agree with you, but I'm not God. I don't get to choose what's right or wrong. This is what this technology was made for. Now, given these on-ramp and off-ramp obstacles, what effect do you feel like this has on the future of Bitcoin? And do you guys have suggestions on certain ways that people can obtain Bitcoin without having to touch these on-ramps and off-ramps that do have control?
All right. So I know you're from Switzerland, but I really want to go first on this one. I think this will affect Switzerland a lot more than it's going to affect Bitcoin. I'm still trying to figure out how Switzerland managed to stay neutral and bank everyone throughout the entire World War II. But Facebook and Twitter pressure basically, and probably the US, has made them change everything. Like, you're going to tell me that the World War II situation for 6 years was not as bad as what happened here? So I think it just says a lot more about Switzerland. And Switzerland's going to be in trouble because they really don't understand how they managed to, not get invaded during World War II. And yeah, it's crazy. It's the same thing when they gave up the Swiss numbered accounts. But yeah, I have to stand with Kraken and other companies on this. I mean, this is what. At this point, if the world could cut Russia off from the internet, they would try right now, and we'll see how it goes. But I'm curious what your thoughts on this is.
I agree. I mean, when Binance is more censorship resistant than you, when Binance is more Switzerland than Switzerland, you have a problem, Switzerland. So I think that, when you first submit to blackmail, think about somebody blackmailing you. You give them money the first time, and then there's no way to stop him, basically. It's very unlikely that at a certain point you will say enough is enough. If you bend your knees first, then you will just keep going. And that's what happened with Switzerland. They bent the knee with the US. The US put this kind of embargo, commercial embargo on them to end the bank secrecy for US citizens. And they just bent the knee, and now there is no threshold, there is no line in the sand, there is no place to stop. They will keep submitting and submitting and surrendering and complying. They seem to be resistant to the Coro-Nazi situation at the beginning of 2020, and they basically imposed an even stricter Coro-Nazi rule in 2021. Now they lifted it magically, top down, which is also very bad for Switzerland. Switzerland was used to be something very bottom up with a a very local form of government, with a very decentralized form of power. All the Coronazzi situation, all the COVID restriction came centrally from Bern and disappeared last week centrally from Bern. So it's very centralized right now. It's very non-neutral right now, and I don't think it's getting better. One encouraging signal is that, just like we have seen in Lugano, is that if the central government of Switzerland is going to destroy Switzerland neutrality and Switzerland decentralization and Switzerland law for privacy and some money, maybe some local constituencies like cities and cantons may start to make Switzerland great again. That said, if they fail, as Tom said, Switzerland needs Bitcoin, not the other way around. Bitcoin is the new Switzerland. So,
yeah, and it also shows how the world's always changing. Like, yes, U.S. is a superpower right now. It's not going to stay that way for another 100 years. And Switzerland was known for this. They won't be anymore. It might be El Salvador. Who knows, right? But the world will always change. This is why we would never had a one-world government.
And hopefully we can give you guys some tips on where those places are that are going to become the next G7 countries. But just in terms of, just very directly, any companies, any places you can send people to get Bitcoin on ramps that are not having to subject you to KYC AML?
Well, one is a sponsor here. It's Azteco. It's great. You go with cash in a place, you buy a voucher, and then you buy Bitcoin over the internet. No KYC, nothing. There are some low, let's say, like light KYC platform, right, like Relay or Bitpocket in Switzerland. You pay with a bank account. You don't have to KYC, but you leave traces of your bank account name. So it's a lower level of risk, but still a risk for privacy. So a similar situation with Hodl is an exchange which is non-custodial, so you can buy without KYC.
Yeah, hodl.
Hodl.
Sorry,
yeah.
he has an accent, so I gotta translate for you
Thank
guys.
you for translating.
Yeah, by the way, speaking of Azteco, there's literally money on the floor, right? So there are Azteco envelopes under every seat. So if you haven't gotten one
that's
yet,
not
I missed it.
KYC. Yeah, take a
keep
couple,
one
guys.
for me, please.
And then there's also BISC, BISQ.
Yeah, BISQ is even better because there is no central platform. The only problem is that it's not great for noobs, because in order to buy on BISQ,
Complicated.
you need to have Bitcoin first.
And then I would say that the easiest way is to mine Bitcoin. You get Bitcoin that are clean, and you get it in I would say, slightly different way.
well, look, eventually, as once you start using Bitcoin, you're not going back. I mean, maybe Mike Hearn. There's very few examples. Maybe Roger Ver. Like, once you get on Bitcoin, you're staying there. So as more and more people get on, more and more people are going to pay in Bitcoin. More people are going to want to accept Bitcoin. It'll still spread
when you go orange, you never go back.
Yeah, exactly. It'll still spread.
So talking about current events again, everybody here is politically cognizant, and that's what I really love about the crypto community. So we all know what happened in Canada with the truckers. People donated to a decentralized, people donate to a centralized crowdfunding platform. That list was leaked. That list was so leaked, I have that list of people that donated to this platform, right? Now, what happened is that those people who were Canadians, they got their bank accounts shut down. Now, what do we think about encouraging people to send crypto to war-torn countries? I mean, is this the correct way to go about it? Are we getting scrutiny by governments because of this? And also, like, what happens to those UTXOs when Bitcoin is sent to that wallet? And the thing is, too, is like with Ukraine, I think donations to Ukraine hit an all-time high. Like, how do we know that that money is even going to Ukraine? So I guess the overarching question is, what is your sentiment for people sending money to war-torn countries? And is that also traceable?
So the first question is very difficult to answer because it depends. I mean, how do you know that the money will be used for the declared purposes? You don't know. You have to know people. Bitcoin doesn't fix that. Doesn't at all. You have to know people you are sending money to. You have to verify somehow. So that remains difficult. About traceability, though, it's different. We like to use simple black and white on and off memes like Bitcoin is unconfiscatable because it is untraceable. Of course, reality is all about cost of attacking. The reality is that you can trace Bitcoin even if you use any kind of technology, of privacy technology. If you put confidential transaction and zero knowledge proof, still, if the government has a camera on your face and your keyboard and your screen 24 hours a day, like in Orwell, there's no privacy, because even if you use Bitcoin with a great technology, they just track you. If they read your mind, there is no privacy. So the point is making spying on you more expensive. So is it possible for a government to target an individual and to try hard to de-anonymize him using different kind of techniques, from backdoor to spyware? Yes, it is. Is it possible for the government to trivially track everybody with very low cost, like they will do with the banking system? No, it's not. If you pay with if you donate with Bitcoin, your name is not there, unless you put it on the donation form. But otherwise, your name is not there. They can try to trace you if you don't use best technology practices like CoinJoin and coin control and avoiding KYC. But even that is very expensive because they have to target you. And if you do use the best practices, then it's still possible to go all Assange or go all Snowden on you with the NSA satellite looking at your fingers on a keyboard. Sure, but that's very expensive. It's like, is Bitcoin confiscatable? Well, it depends. If you get to Guantanamo and get tortured for 10 years, maybe you will reveal your private keys. Okay, but that's a bit expensive to do on 7 billion people. So not that they will not want to, but they cannot do the from a cost opportunity point of view. So I would say if you donate with Bitcoin, your privacy is safe in prima facie, unless you get targeted, and then you need and the better you manage your privacy, like with CoinJoin and Coin Control, and avoiding KYC whenever you can, the better for you.
So he's brought up Assange twice, which is a really reason why one of my main functions of business exists. Because one thing that happened with Assange is when Assange got picked up at the airport, it was because they pulled his passport. If he had another passport, he would be fine right now. He would be probably hiding in some country, right? But because he only had one passport, they were able to restrict him from leaving the country. Now, Bitcoin does provide financial sovereignty, but what about physical sovereignty? I think this is very important because you can have all the Bitcoin stored safely in the world, but if they pick you up for whatever reason, the government is a monopoly on force, then we don't have any protections. So Tone, I know you know about this topic as well, but what do you think about places people should move, second citizenship, citizen by investment, residencies, places people should be looking for?
A lot of it is changing. I would look at countries that had the least amount of COVID restrictions. That's
Tanzania.
Basically my list. It's a short list. Or countries that had, even they kind of went bad, but then they did a full 180. So even a place like the UAE and Dubai, they had a strict lockdown for like a few months, and they're like, this is insane. And they stopped. The UK took them a little longer. It was insanity for like almost a year, and then they're like, okay, that's it, done. Mexico never really had it. So you want to look at those. El Salvador, same thing. Never really had anything major, and then they went, that's it, done. And then there are places like Hong Kong and Singapore that I think they'll be locked down for a decade. Australia will eventually open up, maybe. I don't know. So that would be my list. And it's not about having a bunch of passports. My view on it is a little bit different. You want to have just 1 or 2 passports, not 8. Because if you have 8 passports, you're now subject to 8 sets of laws that apply to you all over the world at the same time. So you are really breaking the law all the time in one of your passports. So my view is you try to establish as many residencies as you can. And once you maintain those residencies long enough, it's an option. It's like a call option. You can call it into a passport eventually. So have maybe 1 or 2, more than 1. Have 2 or 3 passports and try to get like 8 residencies in other places where you can just live and convert them into a passport if you need it.
Well, I absolutely agree with Tone. I will just I would just differ on one opinion. I think you have to match the new tendency to totalitarianism from COVID with the previous one. For example, like Belarus is a country that was perfect for COVID restriction. No COVID restriction at all for 2 years. Yet they will not hit you because you go to protest against Trudeau, but they will hit you anyway if you go to protest against Lukashenko. So they didn't need a new excuse to become aggressive because they already were. So probably you have to balance. There is the very bad thing is that the list of countries not terrible about coronazism is not overlapping with the list of countries that were not terrible before. So I will never move to Sweden. I mean, Sweden was known to be a socialist hell with huge taxation. And now Sweden was the best in Europe for coronazism. So it's complicated. One last thing that I will add is that you should read a very old book which is pre-Bitcoin but very prophetic about Bitcoin, which is The Sovereign Individuals, that started this kind of idea of, again, voting with your feet, as you were mentioning. And there are several ideas following this idea of moving around to shop, to do citizen shopping or residency shopping. One thing that these people started to theorize is the 7 flag theory. So you should have this passport.
That was 5.
Oh yeah, 5, right.
Well, it's 4 now. Bitcoin took off a flag, remember?
Right, yeah, exactly.
Banking,
my point.
no longer needed. 4 flags now.
You made my point. You don't need to care for banking anymore. You just need to care for everything else. You still have to care for everything else, but Bitcoin fixed 1 flag.
And I think that the countries we should really be looking at...
I'm sorry. Are you saying that the metaverse is not going to fix another flag?
Who's plugging into Neuralink and sucking their body into the Matrix? Not me. Okay, so in terms of the countries that, if you can't leave the United States, obviously I'm a huge proponent for Miami, right? I need more people there who are not, who are freedom-minded. So if you guys want to stay in the U.S., Miami, Florida is doing very well, and we want to make sure that that local community there is of people who are of the like mind. And then you look at like the different regions of Florida, and what the people in power are doing there is really meant to keep Florida as a free state. Now, in terms of internationally, obviously El Salvador, they're building a citizenship by investment program in Bitcoin that they're accepting. And then South America, it's not too far, but the laws there are really turning to be beneficial. Now,
South America and Africa I believe, will be the future.
Yes. So G7 countries, the next G7 countries in this next era of the world, where do you think they are?
Well, yeah, I will agree. Africa and South America. Eastern Europe is interesting because one criteria is to go in a place where laws are good, but another is to go in places where laws are very bad and nobody cares and nobody enforces them, which is also very interesting because it's more anti-fragile. So if you go in a place where like, for example, there are
like Mexico.
Yeah, like Mexico or like Serbia or like Albania, Croatia. There are some like Eastern European, Baltic,
where the government doesn't have enough money to have this very strong monopoly on
force. And also the culture is ex-Soviet cultures are immune to government propagandas. Like if you grow up in Serbia, you know that the government is lying as default, so you don't really care. And enforcement is very difficult, and that's better because, for example, there have been moments in which. In Switzerland, situation was worse than in Italy because in Italy, laws were very bad, but they have many places not complying. In Switzerland, laws were better, but everybody was complying like a fucking sheep. So it was very difficult to find a non-compliance island. So Africa, I think Africa is great. I mean, I struggle to imagine somebody really following laws in Africa. It's great.
I mean, I always bring up the example that there's a lot of places in the world that never put down telephone lines. And then they just immediately skipped a generation of technology and they went straight to cell phones because they didn't have the infrastructure to do so. And so looking for countries that fit that mandate is very important. Okay, so I have 2 rapid fire questions, so answer very quickly. I know you guys have big brains, so there's a lot to talk about. And then I have one more question just to leave everybody on a note of what can we do personally, because this is a decentralized movement where the individual does really matter. Okay, so first question, how low does Bitcoin go to remain bullish?
I'm not a technical analyst like Tone. I really don't understand numbers, but instinctively, if the low of this cycle is higher than the high of the last cycle, I think we're fine, because what that means, like a rule of thumb, is that the money entered the previous cycle, learned the lesson, and is not going to get scared by this the bearish moment. So if Bitcoin stays above not 20,000, but the equivalent of 20,000 at current purchasing power, which I guess would be around, I don't know, 27,000, I think it would be fine.
Yeah, my target is actually even lower than that. As long as Bitcoin doesn't spend more than a week below 20,000, I think everything is just fine.
Do CME gaps matter? Because there's one at like
No,
17
I don't
and
think,
one at like
no,
8.
I don't think they matter at all.
Okay. The next question is favorite projects in Bitcoin you think everyone here should take a look at and need a little bit more they need more highlighting on?
So there is some effort to do easy libraries to do Bitcoin multisig in a good way that could be used for inheritances and stuff like that. Kiara this morning told you about these 2 or 3 multisig and stuff like that. This is already possible right now, but there are even more possibilities, like having an account which is 303, so very secure, but it becomes 203 after 5 years, and it becomes 103 after 10 years. So you can use it for inheritances and stuff like that. Bitcoin can already do that from a protocol point of view, but doing that in a streamlined and a very secure way with standards, it requires libraries, best practices, and tutorials and interfaces. So it will take time, and BDK library is great for that, and stuff that companies like Spectre and Sparrow and Nunchuck are doing are very, very important.
Yeah.
And the second,
Oh no, we're real low on time.
Okay.
Real quick, name the company that you were gonna say.
Spectre, Sparrow, Nunchuck.
Yeah, Spectre. Let's also follow Wasabi and Sparrow. And
Right. Well, other than our amazing sponsors, check out what they do. I've never even used it, but I always push Liquid, the Liquid sidechain, because one of the reasons why shitcoins like Ethereum, like Binance Smart Chain, like OpenSea, why these things are so powerful are because people keep building their garbage on top of them. But you can build that garbage on top of Bitcoin. And that would really suck a lot of value out of them. So Liquid sidechain, RGB, the Bitcoin sidechains. And if you really need to launch that token, I mean, at least do it on Bitcoin. At least your technology will be silenced, so we can only argue the merits of your project, not the tech of your project.
Okay, so I'm going to have one more question, but in the meantime, do we want to welcome all the speakers up to the stage? Yeah, guys, so if you guys are
all right,
speakers...
thanks, guys.
Wait, one more question? No, sorry.
We're gonna
Unless you want to pass on to the speakers. Well, welcome them up, because they're going to take time to come
What was the
up.
question?
The question is, what does the world look like when hyper-Bitcoinization occurs?
Well, that could be our first question for everyone.
Good question.
All right, guys. If there are any speakers in the room, just
Come
coming
on
up
up.
to the stage, it'll be a good photo op for the audience. So all the speakers and moderators are welcome to come up.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
Well, speakers, yeah.
Well, while he's rallying
Yeah.
them, answer the question.
All right.
Let's-
So what does Bitcoin I think it looks just like this, only just a little bit faster. We haven't seen that mass adoption curve, and I don't think you want that right now, this second, because I don't think the Lightning Network is ready for 1 billion people. But maybe in about 3 or 4 years, we can definitely do it. All right. I don't know if anybody
Giacomo?
wants to sit. But yeah, let's have people come up. We got a microphone stand. We got a microphone stand right in the middle. So speakers are welcome to come up. Yeah, he's tall. Should sit.
So anybody else have an answer for what does it look like when hyper-Bitcoinization occurs?
I can answer
So anybody want to answer that?
that. I can answer it. Tone, I can answer it.
You got a mic already.
Yeah, so it looks like a patchwork of city-states run by CEO kings, basically. Seriously, there is absolutely no way a nation-state can remain profitable against the specter of economic reality. So the larger you get, the more expensive it becomes to maintain, protect, and operate a territory. So there's a natural, organic economic limit to that. And then what happens is you get this whole patchwork of different city-states which might form alliances, which might want to do things, together, etc. But it's a completely different world. Like the idea when you were asking the boys earlier, it's like the next era. What nations or what countries become like, the leading? None of them. There's no such thing as fucking countries anymore. Like everything breaks down to states because you can't run a country economically on a Bitcoin standard.
And the thing is, too, is you see a world that's much more economically, let's say, distributed to the value that an individual provides to the economy. Right now, what happens with the Federal Reserve, and when you look at throughout history at every single evil thing that's happened, what's been present is counterfeit money. And whether that counterfeit money is fake dollar bills or us off the gold standard and the Federal Reserve printing money and being able to pass it out to their friends first, that system, that knee that's bent that Giacomo was talking about earlier, there is no need to bend. So it's a system that you're going to see. Like there are always going to be winners and losers. You are always going to be rewarded on how hard you work. But the extent of how equally distributed that is in comparison to the work that you input is going to be much more pure.
Yeah, it'll normalize. There's one thing I want to add is that everyone talks about separation of money and state, and recently I had this epiphany, which is Bitcoin actually creates the separation of economics and politics, because right now we live squarely in the realm of politics and we think like left and right is what matters and all this fucking horse shit, but basically economics lives in a different realm outside of the political realm. And what's happened in the past is that politics influences economics then influences politics, and you get this kind of concentration effect. Bitcoin severs that link and basically makes kind of it fixes economic laws, and then politics just kind of pendulums around it. So people can have different politics, but what they can't do is they can't use their politics to gain an unfair advantage economically. And that's something that's never happened before.
So I have a question for the miners before we turn it over to the audience. Okay, I know that there's statistics that say that, we left China. We all saw those videos of that steamroller crushing all those miners in Taiwan. How do we know where mining power has come from? Like, where does that metric come from to the miners?
Sure, happy to answer that question. Really mining is something that has not been very transparent as an industry over time. The part of the appeal of having non-KYC Bitcoin is not advertising, where your mining operations are and where you're getting everything. There is a risk there just by advertising your location. So in order to get that kind of data, you have to have voluntary compliance and voluntary submissions and very little ability to verify that. What you can see it is at the pool level. Pool levels can track IPs. IPs can be redirected and that sort of thing. But the pool level is really the only place where you could gather that data on where countries are and how much share of the mining network they have.
Oh, it's a black. No, there should be a silver there. Oh, you want to turn it on? Oh, it's through. Go ahead. It's good now. It's good now.
Test? Okay.
Yes.
Okay. My question is about Starlink satellites and internet, and how do you think that might affect, for example, the availability for Bitcoin, the internet for individuals, and also how you think the restrictions, as far as like people being censored or cut off, is going to play a role in the Bitcoin world? Hopefully that's a fair question.
So in order to transmit Bitcoin, you need to send the transaction to the other person. You can use mesh network for that. You can use radio like Gotenna. Then you have to send the transaction to everybody else in order to confirm it and to mine it, which requires something even more than Starlink, because you require basically you have to fire up your transaction, not just to receive. So you need something more complex. But Starlink can help for initial block download. So when you want to synchronize a node, maybe you have some kind of mesh network, radio bridge, but you don't want to download all the blockchain to verify with that. So the blockchain satellite or Starlink or stuff like that can actually help, even if you just have a receiving station. What is interesting, though, is that if you imagine a country which is completely cut off the internet. Let's imagine Ukraine cut off the internet because of some Russian attack. In that case, something like the Lightning Network among peers that are inside the same subnetwork will keep working, and the security assumption will remain the same as long as both parties are off the internet together. So no of the two can broadcast a previous transaction without the other knowing. So Lightning could actually survive a country being cut off the internet, but the main chain layer 1 settlement cannot. You need to be able to transmit upstream, not just to receive.
Anybody else want to answer it?
Also, if you look at the work of Blockstream and Dr. Adam Back, he's talked about using ham radios to transmit Bitcoin. You can do these things offline, as far as offline transactions, offline verifications. If you think about it, China's banned the internet. Now they're banning Bitcoin. So you sort of see the trend and you see the connection between the two. I'm sorry? Ban Bitcoin for the 50th time, exactly. And so what is important to understand is with satellites and other vectors like that, I think it shows not just the decentralization that Bitcoin has established at this point, but also the anti-fragility that exists in the system too. I mean, if anything was to prove sort of the resilience of Bitcoin, shutting off all the miners in China, I think, has been an example of that for a lot of reasons.
Just to add to that, I recently reported on Blockstream Satellite for Bitcoin magazine, and it's something to look into. You could go to blockstream.com/satellite, and it has some really interesting explainers, but basically it offers access to the Bitcoin blockchain 24/7 without the internet, so it allows for opportunities when there's maybe disruption to services, and it also prevents nodes from being isolated in cases like that. So I think there's a lot of innovation happening in that area.
Thank you.
All right, next question.
My name is Bernard. I wanted to ask you a question. You guys were saying about different countries where you can open these, and I'm European, I'm American, a dual citizenship, but I also was born in Venezuela, for good or bad. So I wanted to ask specifically, I don't know a lot about this, I'm kind of like a newcomer. There is a lot of action going in the Caribbean, and obviously there is islands and there is countries, right? So what is your feeling on that? I mean, I give you an example. Right now, if I need to make a choice, I can say, okay, I'm Venezuelan, I open my, whatever I want to open with Bitcoin as a Venezuelan, I can open it as an American, or I can open it as a Spaniard or European, okay, in that scenario. So you guys mentioned Africa and South America. It's not really appealing to me to go and have to be there, but it will be in the islands of the Caribbean, for example, all be in Croatia. Okay, Croatia is in Europe. So can you expand on that besides Africa and South America, how you feel about these places?
Hey, so Bernard, also Venezuela. How you doing, bro? So look, the Bitcoin revolution is going to happen in countries that have the weakest fiat system, right? And countries that have strong fiat systems, they're going to try to incorporate central bank digital currencies to hold on to the power of the money printer. So the Bitcoin revolution is not going to be like other technological revolutions where the technology first starts in the US or starts in China. It's actually going to be in countries that need Bitcoin the most, right? So for example, Venezuela is a great example because people in Venezuela aren't buying Bitcoin to speculate like a lot of people in the West. People in Venezuela are buying Bitcoin to survive. They're buying Bitcoin out of necessity. So that same thing is going to happen worldwide. You're seeing the same thing in Nigeria that has also a currency that, experiencing some type of inflation, right? And it's estimated around 30% of the Nigerian population have opted out completely. So I suspect that same pattern is going to continue all over the world, right? So my
Also, I would suggest to use as one of the parameters, not the only parameter, the strength of the Bitcoin community locally. Not just how the state is, but how many good Bitcoiners are there. That's especially at the beginning, network effect is very important. So if you go to Mexico, there are lots of Bitcoiners in different parts of Mexico. If you go to El Salvador, of course, now there is a Shelling point. If you go to Costa Rica also, there is one place with a lot of Bitcoiners. So some places are better than others because you can find friends that will help you to cash in, cash out, run your node and stuff like that.
Personally, I really like the Caribbean. Bahamas in particular is doing a lot when it comes to cryptocurrencies moving there. They're making really good laws that welcome us. And they've also had a huge history of trying to adopt Bitcoin at different levels. And I think that, the Caribbean is great. You should definitely come talk to me a little bit more about your particular situation.
Yeah. Thank you.
Once this mini bear market, and the longer it lasts, it really sets up Bitcoin nicely because Lightning Network is starting to become usable. And I know D++ is going to kill me for saying that, but she's not. She didn't hear that. And so once the price of Bitcoin goes back above 65 and starts hitting 70, 80,000, and everyone's going to realize that El Salvador did not do something stupid. They did something smart. Adoption is really going to take off. Like, price matters. So right now, everyone is still kind of laughing at Bitcoin because it's down from 65, and it's now at 40, even with this political environment between Canada and what's happening in Russia. But once that price of Bitcoin starts to go back up and it breaks that all-time high again, we're going to get 2017 again, only this time it's because of adoption, not because of ICOs.
So just from a financial perspective, here's a stat that should blow a lot of people away. Argentina has defaulted 4 times in my career. No 30-year bond has ever matured in Argentina. What a fucking joke, okay? Start by examining the credit quality of the country you're considering. And that's why the lower rated fiats will all disappear before G20. The funny thing is, Argentina's a G20. So we're starting to penetrate the top level of the largest economies of the world. Don't wait too long. Don't overthink it. Get your Bitcoin in any country, but the ones that will adopt it first are those that are serial defaulters. Imagine living in Argentina and owning a 30-year bond. What kind of fool are you? That's the reality.
Thank you.
This question is for Aleks and one other speaker. If in the next 5 years, cold storage holding of Bitcoin becomes illegal or banned in the United States to the penalty of a 10-year imprisonment, what should our response be as U.S. citizens?
Boating accident. Yeah, I mean, that's something like that is going to happen. And this is where, I mean, I'm toying a lot because I made the fatal mistake of making myself public, as have other stupid people like Tone and
Yeah.
and, the rest of us here, right? Basically everyone on the stage. So, I've been thinking very seriously about receding a little bit. And a lot of you actually have this advantage of anonymity in being able to recede and pretending like, I mean, whatever you need to do to lose it in a boating accident and have it such that that is not, you don't have something to be taken. So this is where all the KYC discussions become very important. But I was going to say something else to that. Actually, yeah. So,
well, self-custody is basically.
Yeah, so
more
self-custody is obviously
just
important. But
self-custody.
yeah, I have this theory that over the next 100 years, we're probably going to end up, like the total supply cap of Bitcoin is probably going to be 1 million, because we'll probably lose 90% of it along the way from people being capped, killed, poor, multi-sig, lost both my fucking keys. I handed it over to my wife and she didn't know what it was, so she put it in the washing machine. Whatever. So I think we're going to lose a lot. So the question is, who's going to end up with the Bitcoin? And yeah, I mean, the more plausible deniability you have, the better. And under no circumstance do you sell or hand over what you have, because I guess the advantage we have, and this is kind of what Giacomo said, is like it's very difficult and expensive to put 7 billion people into Guantanamo Bay, or even million people in Guantanamo Bay. So it's like we have the defense of an asymmetry in the cost of attack on our side. And if anyone's ever heard of the OODA loop idea, it's obfuscation of what you hold is quite important. So yeah, build some KYC free stacks, coin join now, while things are still cheap. Do what you can to lose your Bitcoin, so that you're not in a position later to be put under that threat. Did you tap on my shoulder?
I gave a talk titled "Come and Take It." So I think a couple things. I mean, that's good advice right there. But I think a couple other things. One, to the point, he said, can they put billions of people in prison? Probably not. The cost or the return on violence, if they had to go person by person by person, torture, gunpoint, give me your keys or you die, it's not going to happen. It was easy to seize gold because all the gold was already in the bank. But if they have to go house to house to house to house to house, torture every single person to get their keys, it's not going to happen. The other thing is, if billions of people don't want it to be illegal, it shouldn't. And the other thing is that we have game theory playing out in real time. So we have El Salvador. So if the United States were to take that approach, and we're going to go door to door to door and torture people to give up their keys and force you to 10 years in prison, which I don't see happening, you're not a tree. You could move and go somewhere where it's legal. That's another way. So game theory plays out. And then, this is an answer you're not going to like, but unfortunately, some people have to stand up. The pioneers take a few arrows in the back, and somebody's going to have to stand up and challenge that. And so, kind of what Aleks said earlier, the remnant, who's going to stand and fight?
So I actually kind of support what Mark is saying, because to a degree of how Bitcoin continuously plays out on the world level, it's going to be hard for me to see a lot of people stabbing themselves in the foot, like just really saying we're going to lock everybody up for self-custody. Now, it possibly could. And along the same lines of Mark, you're just going to have to really decide on how you're going to move, whether you do move, whether you decide on standing down and fighting, because the longer you're in Bitcoin, the more the thought at the back of your mind you have that reality of knowing, like, this may be what it comes down to. So it's going to just have to be which, I guess you're going to take the red or the blue pill on which one you're going to choose. But at the end of the day, if you sell it, then what do you give up? So that's all I could say about it.
So I would say, first and foremost, hold your keys now. If they make it illegal while your money's on an exchange,
you'll never get it out.
You have no options. You have 0 options whatsoever. That means you will never see it. You will never hold your keys. If you are holding them, then suddenly you are a nuisance. You are a problem for them. And the bigger and the more of us that are a problem, the better it is for us. Then, in addition, I think we can take a lesson from the cypherpunks. The goal, or our obligation in the face of an unjust law, is to violate it. It's to violate it. Anybody who can is to just stand up, take your keys, and say, that's what I'm doing. Are you asking me whether or not, I'm not asking your permission whether or not I can own my money. Like, that is not even a part of the conversation. Like, is there a moral society that puts on the table whether or not you are allowed to own your money? For perfectly frank, that's fucking insane. And I don't want to be a part of that society. The cypherpunks, when encryption was announced by, I think it was the FBI, decided to unilaterally dictate that encryption code was munitions. It was in arms. So that if you ever printed in a book, or Adam Back printed it on a shirt and they put it in the email, in the remailer, they put it as a signature, like PGP Perl code. They did this because the FBI said that encryption was a munitions, and therefore you were violating a serious law in just communicating, just sending certain math problems and certain lines of code outside of the United States. So Victor, can't remember his name, but he set up a website. As soon as they made this announcement, he set up a website that said, become an international arms trafficker in one click. And they boasted it out. They've spread it out to the rest of the cypherpunks in the cryptography email list. And everybody went on the website, and there was just one button on the website that said, that allowed you, when you clicked on it, it took a block of PGP code, and they sent it from I think it was like a San Francisco server to one in Anguilla. And then you could publicly post your name. That I just internationally arms trafficked, and it was a badge of honor, right? Like the cypherpunks did not sit down and just let that bullshit become the norm, and I think that is our responsibility. You know, who else is gonna do it if it's not us? So, yeah.
Yeah.
So a couple quick things. First, like what's going on? Like what's the status of this? So Congressman Warren Davidson actually he's trying to pass a bill that protects self-custody. We also have a state senator in Arizona. Her name is Wendy Rogers. She's also, she just introduced a bill into the Senate of Arizona, I doubt it will pass, to actually make Bitcoin legal tender. I suspect this is going to play out just like the marijuana industry. The marijuana industry is illegal on a federal level, but on the individual states have it legal. So it creates kind of this situation where like the feds technically could raid all these dispensaries in California, but California itself doesn't see it that way. So the federal government doesn't have the resources to go after all of those individuals opening up marijuana shops. And the last point I wanted to make was, at the end of the day, Bitcoin is speech. Okay, it's a form of speech, just text. You sign a transaction, it's just a bunch of numbers, right? Text. And the First Amendment specifically protects speech. So the way that I see this playing out, because the federal government has the most to lose, okay, they benefit the most from the power of the money printer. I suspect the federal government is going to fight self-custody tooth and nail. But I suspect individual states like Wyoming, like Florida, like Texas are going to protect their financial incentives, and that's just the reality of it.
To Nico's point, this is just similar to what I said about Switzerland and Lugano. You always have to remember who owns the money printer. It's not the case that the government of El Salvador didn't own any money printer, so they had nothing to lose. So to think that the Fed will give up monetary policy leverages, it's crazy, because they, okay, let's just go back to the federal budget of 1910. No, they will not accept that easily. But local states, they are still criminal organizations, but they have different incentives. So that's very, very interesting. And also, to Nico's point that Bitcoin is speech, how many of you knows about the number 0? You know about the number 0? Okay, it's a number. You now own the private key of an address that has seen more than 9 Bitcoin pass over it. So now you have to pay capital gain taxes or whatever. So consider that. I mean, we can fuck up so much the current jurisdiction about ownership with Bitcoin because it's completely different. If you know a number, you can move money. So it's really difficult to regulate in a consistent way. So we can play at the level as well.
You know, one of the things is that it can be pretty scary when it comes to hearing like 10 years in prison or things like that. I'm a former U.S. regulator, and so I've been on the government side, and I believe in this space a lot. In fact, I was actually just texting with Congressman Warren Davidson, and Tony wanted to make it to this conference, and he hopes maybe next year. But, you know, his bill, if you think about it, you have a sitting congressman that introduced a bill called Keep Your Coins Act. And I would take a look at it because it talks about self-custody and peer-to-peer transactions. And if you think about it, it's the KYC bill. Think about a congressman actually poking fun a little bit at all of this that's about surveillance. And what I think we have to start to think about is, why are we always on the defensive? Why is it always they're after us? That it's assumed that they have to surveil all our transactions. And if you look at the right to privacy in this country and rule of law all the way back to Brandeis, it doesn't just talk about tangible goods that you hold. It talks about intangible goods. That's what Brandeis talked about in his famous Brandeis-Warren right to privacy. What's in your mind, poetry, whatever it is, the code, Bitcoin. These are things that we're allowed to hold in our minds, because there are things that governments can do, and they do it every day. Lock up people, take away your possessions, take away your freedom, but they can't take away this kind of privacy. And I think it's important to try to contact your politicians. I know a lot of people don't like government here, but reach out and support this kind of a bill, because that's where there can be this kind of last stand against what's a real push, unfortunately, toward that direction of just trying to get rid of the self-custody concept.
Awesome.
I just wanted to finish up the cypherpunk thing. The cypherpunks were tiny in the late 90s when this all happened, and they were underfunded, and they were playing this fight by themselves. This was not like a popular culture thing, right? They won. They took the FBI to court, and they won. If they can win at the size that they were, when nobody knew who the hell any of them were and they didn't seem to matter, how can we, orders of magnitude larger, like with the philosophy in place, knowing what our rights are and knowing and taking that, not waiting for them to give us permission, but doing it now, how could we not win this time?
Awesome. All right, thank you so much. Wow, what final round of applause for all the speakers. Thank you so much for sticking around. It's been 2 long days. It's been absolutely incredible. And yeah, I think I still have 2 more of these to give away, so I have to pick someone. So it's like if you want one of these paintings, I think I have one over there on the corner, and there's one more over there. So come see me, because I know I owe one to a couple of people. And you want it? You gonna take it to Miami with you? All right, I think I have to give it to a speaker. All right. I know. A little bit more. I know you guys have one, right? Okay, well, okay, you're gonna get one. All right, I have to get to Eryka. I have to give it to a speaker. If you're gonna take it to Miami. All right, we have the after party in 2 hours. It's at the place on 7th. Same place as the poker game. It's also on the website. I don't know what other announcements I have to make right now, but yeah, apparently it's really cold out. I have not been outside all day. It was so nice on Thursday when we played poker there, and we were gonna do scammies outdoors. We may still do that, so bring a jacket. But we do have the Scammy Awards there. Any other announcements I need to make, guys?
Gab, everyone give Tone a hand.
Thank you. Again, shout out to the organizers, not just Tone, Muzz Man, and so many others. X-Frog, that was he was incredible doing all the tech. All the volunteers, of course, our sponsors that allow this event not to lose a ridiculous amount of money. All right, thank you so much. Oh, speakers, if you haven't signed this thing yet, don't leave and sign it first before you get off the stage. You signed it last year. Maybe. It's the same one from last year. You're my only returning speaker. Well, one of 2. Giacomo and Ugly. All right, if you have not signed it yet, there's a silver Sharpie. Oh, we'll just put it on this. Wait. Put it flat.
Yeah, no, I think that could be something. Yeah, he's a great guy.
There you go.
He was pumped, but you know what?
What was it? Yeah, one goes to Eryka, and there's one more. Oh, it's gone already. Yeah, leave it on. Yeah. One for Eryka and one for Gold already had one though. Oh, do we have another one somewhere? Oh, there's not one by Neil. There was one standing there. Somebody took it. Oh, you mean by Neil? By Neil, yeah. Spare a second? Could you make a picture with me? Yeah, of course.
Yeah?
I liked courage because all of this takes courage. Sign next to courage.
Is there someone you can take a picture? Right, is that it? Is that everyone?
I think so.
All right.
Am I taking this one?
No.
Oh, and don't sign one.
Yeah. There's an unsigned one over there.